control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinto. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the combination. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hello everyone and welcome to AWC Cup number 3. We're playing in the European bracket today. Tomorrow we will go into the NA bracket. We have had 2 straight weeks of amazing high-level gameplay and we are not slowing down. Hello everyone, my name is Aya and I'm joined by Zico, Venruki, and Supatis today. And there's a lot to go over and cover, but Ven, looking at the last 2 weeks, any takeaways from this region that maybe we want to see today or are expecting to see from this region?
Well, I think it's really interesting because, I mean, Europe for a long time has kind of been a story or a tale of 2 teams, Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. And I mean, this year, it really feels like it is another one of those tales. However, last week and this week, in fact, we have 2 teams that are in the upper bracket and they have been kind of contesting Method Black and Wildcard Gaming. And that, of course, is My Way and Enlight. These 2 jungle cleaves, where Enlight implementing Zuniaki on the Mistweaver Monk, and then of course My Way with Hydra on the Discipline Priest. These 2 teams have kind of given Method Black and Wildcard Gaming a little bit of trouble, a little bit of a run for their money, so I'm curious to see if Method Black kind of has an answer, specifically Method Black has an answer for these jungle cleaves, because last weekend it seemed like that was something they really struggled with.
And we will soon find out. And looking at the point standings for EU, we've got Wildcard Gaming up at the top there with 220, Method Black and Enlight following shortly after, and then Bergen boys as well, and then of course My Way that you mentioned, Venruki. Supatis, any teams that you're looking forward to seeing today, given the points that they have so far?
Diabolis is one of them. I feel like this is a team that we're expecting to do really well. They were running that Mage, Rogue, Paladin, although I believe they've had a roster change now coming into this tournament. And after Acros, I believe, left the team, they brought on Mercé as a Warlock, and this is the first time they've made it to the top 8 in the AWC, I believe. So they've earned a little bit of points earlier on in the tournament, but now we finally get to see them back on broadcast and put a show on for us. I'm excited to see what their new roster can do. Recently there was changes to the Gladiator Spite Trinket, and I feel like they were one team that was heavily using it. Like, it was a part of basically all of their game plans. So have they adapted to that Spite Trinket being reduced in power? How is their new roster going to work out? Their opponents are Go Next, which is Ratipai's team, and they've also been struggling in my mind a bit to sort of solidify what their strategy is going to be right now in the meta, because they try off-brand comps like Fire Mage, Shadow Priest. They were doing that a lot in the open bracket. They have Rogue Mage Priest, but how far can that take them? So between these 2 teams, there's a lot on the line, because they're going to be on the bubble of qualifying to the circuit stage, which is what all these teams are really playing for in these first 4 cups, is to qualify to that circuit.
Yeah, and we did have those offline games earlier this week. These are the top 8 teams that are going to be playing today. We're going to start off today with ABC versus Bergen boys. Zico, anything you want to mention about this bracket here?
Well, Bergen boys, we've kind of seen them, doing pretty well early on, I would say, but last week they didn't make top 8. Now they are back. Battling for their lives there in that lower bracket. But I think Bergen boys, if they can have 1, maybe 2 more kind of just okay performances where they make the top 8, I feel like they should be good to qualify. I think the interesting one here is for sure going to be ABC, because this is the first time we see ABC in the top 8, and they're going to need those points. ABC, former BlizzCon champion roster, and they got Warwicks on there as well from Wildcard Gaming formerly, before they had Morrow. So there's a lot of potential on this team. There's a lot of good players, a lot of experienced players on this team, but we haven't really seen them kind of have those performances that we kind of expect from them. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that today.
Yeah, ABC is one of those teams that we've kind of seen, you know, ever since their BlizzCon championship a couple of years ago. We haven't really seen them find their footing together as a team. Venruki, what do you think it's going to take for them to sort of find their stride again?
Well, it's interesting because I've talked to Alec about this before, and it seems like ABC is just always one of those teams where they have a really slow start until when it kind of counts, and that's when they put in a little bit more effort into practicing, and maybe this is where we see kind of the return of ABC. They definitely have good compositions in the meta, so I mean, if they have been practicing and putting in the work, I could see this team kind of bouncing back and definitely acquiring a lot of points, which is kind of their style at this point. Just throw early on in the season, and then when it really counts, they manage to always qualify to the tournaments. So we'll see if ABC can kind of have a repeat performance of that.
Yeah, and then they're facing up against Bergen boys. This is a team I think that plays largely Windwalker DK. Sid, what do you think about this team? How do you think they're going to be able to face off against ABC? We haven't seen them play quite as much as ABC together as a team. What are you expecting from this matchup?
So ABC's main problem right now, Asgarath is a phenomenal resto druid. I mean, that's why he was able to win BlizzCon, but I've yet to see him pick up a monk. And not nearly with the same success as other healers like Chaz or Cubsy. So they are likely running a Restoration Druid variant of the Mage Warlock, which has significant weaknesses. Right now, one of the major reasons Mistweaver Monk is so prevalent is that it just doesn't run out of mana. It just keeps going and going and going and going and going. It doesn't stop. But with Druid, you do run out of mana and you need to drink. You're also susceptible to being swapped to, but it's unlikely in that comp. So the Bergen boys could play a mana strategy into ABC's Wizard comp, and they could even run the Death Knight Demon Hunter if they wanted to, or they can run Warlock, Windwalker, and just try and win on attrition. I think that's a viable option for them.
Zico, thoughts on that?
I think Asgarath has a monk, but yeah, I'm not entirely certain about how good he is on it. I think compositionally they do have a bit of an advantage, but it always comes down to execution as well. We've seen a lot of mage lock teams, but we've only seen one C9, so I'm going to be skeptical until I kind of see something come out there. They could also run like Rogue Mage as well, and Nixie, is able to flex a lot. So I think what's expected of them is to run that mage lock, but we'll see if that's what they end up going with.
So given that, though, Elliot, do you think that it would be wiser for either of these teams to maybe go with the comfort pick for this blind pick, or maybe pull out something expected against their opponent?
It seems like a lot of teams, it seems at this point a lot of teams are kind of mixing comfort with the meta, and we're seeing a lot of healers go over to the Mistweaver Monk. And looking at this blind pick, it's going to be a similar story here for Asgarath. He's going to be not playing the Restoration Druid, picking up the Mistweaver Monk, and it's going to be ABC running the Mage Warlock Mistweaver versus Bergen Boys Windwalker Monk Mistweaver Destruction Warlock as well. So the Frost Mage is an interesting pick here. I don't know if it's necessarily better. We haven't seen Frost work out too well, but from what I've seen from Alec, this is something that he likes to run quite a bit.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with the Frost Mage specialization. Both healers, Burley and Asgarath, switching from their main specs. The Restoration Shaman, Burley known for, and Asgarath's Restoration Druid. Definitely very important for the teams this competition to pick up the Mistweaver Monk overall, and this is going to be the first test for them as they both face elimination. A lot more pressure on ABC to do well in this tournament. There's only one more cup to earn points. If they fall out this early, they do run the risk of not being able to qualify to the circuit stage, just to sort of elevate the level of competition this year. ABC are previous BlizzCon champions, and they run the risk of not getting the top 8.
Big attempt here onto Inferno. They get a full sheep onto Burley. They have the damage to back it up right now. Alex going for a repoly. There's the frozen orb that we were talking about right there. They do get the unending resolve, but I don't think they have more CC. Oh, Warwick's 2 big Chaos Bolts. Burley trying to greed that life cocoon right now, and he's going to go ahead and use it. So a pretty decent opener so far for ABC. The Frost Mage seems to be working out here.
Alec, he's playing just talking about his build a little bit, he's playing an exceptionally aggressive build where he's basically going all in for Frostbolt, the big Frostbolt build. He's got no water elemental. He's given up a lot of his instant cast damage, and not only that, he's not playing any defensive trinkets. So he's got the Vita Charge Titan Shard, he's got the Obsidian Claw, just a lot of offense. And honestly, if the Bergen boys realize this, I feel like Alec would actually be a great target to go after. I mean, if he's not able to actually get off a lot of casts, he's very limited on, you know, the roots and snares Frost Mages traditionally have playing the specialization. And I think as this game goes on, Bergen boys should put their attention on Alec instead of Walrick, and I think it'll go a lot better for them.
I think the risk of that is that you just leave Walricks open. I mean, we haven't got to see him on broadcast, but it's definitely a name that you can't forget when it comes to Warlock. I don't know how comfortable I would feel leaving him open to go after Alec on the Frost Mage. Right now, I would say that ABC are in the lead, having gotten that unending resolve from Infernion earlier on. There's still 1 minute and 38 seconds till he'll have it available again. So that's a window of opportunity to get to net a kill. Currently a double stun Chaos Bolt cast by Walrix, setting up to banish the Fell Hunter so that he can more freely cast in the future, but Munkarn will disrupt him. Alec will interrupt Infernion. Asgrath in a position where his mana is actually starting to fall behind a bit. He's going to need to look to heal more efficiently or set up a drink. Fortunately, he's playing one of the best comps in the game to go for a drink, so as long as he's aware of it, he should be able to set it up, and that shouldn't be too much of a problem, but if he isn't, it will become one.
Yeah, we're going to see right now Infernion getting that Vitality Conduit should be okay. Burley now in a sheep though. That Vitality Conduit is going to run out soon. Infernion has no unending resolve. He gets counterspelled on cast. Another sheep onto Burley. Doesn't look like they have the damage to back it up. Warwick's going for the fear. He does secure the fear. There's the leg sweep. If Warwick's going to get a single Chaos Bolt here, this could just be the game. Munkarn with beautiful disruption right there. He's going to make sure that Warwick does not get off that big Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. That was a scary moment, but it did net them Burley's trinket in that push, so not a bad situation at all for ABC. However, Inferno is going to have that unending resolve rotating back up, so they have a short kill window. I don't think they're going to be able to kill him before that window runs out, and then Inferno should be able to respond with some more cooldowns.
Yeah, Alec going to be taking 1 Chaos Bolt from Infernion, as it just seems like the team of Bergen boys, they're retreating to the pillar, feeling confident. I mean, I've been in the situation myself where you're playing against Mage Warlock and the pillar really is your best friend. Walrix actually gets Ring of Peace back to the pillar, so that allows Burley, Munkarn, and Infernion to kind of hit him without being punished too much by Alec at the moment. But the one nice thing about the Frost Mage is that you have Blizzard, you have Frozen Orb to keep people snared at the pillar, making it more difficult for them to poke in and out of line of sight. If we look, Asgrath, for the time being, is going to sit and completely recover his mana. So at 4.5 minutes in the game, ABC has completely reset pretty much every single defensive cooldown available and ready to go. Bergen boys struggling to find a little bit of pressure, but they are going after Alec, which I don't mind. Actually, a little bit of a split strategy here. Infernion basically just hitting anyone he can. Walrix taking a huge hit of damage, but with the Mortal Coil and potentially the Vitality Conduit, he should be able to bounce back to full.
Gonna gate across the map. Munkarn riding over there with the Flying Serpent kick. Also, he's playing Ride the Wind, so I think Munkarn anticipated a Gladiator Spite strategy, but ABC are not running that, so Munkarn is basically losing an honor talent there. I guess it does grant his Warlock a bit of mobility if they want to do a big push on top of the pillar, so he's not snared by these blizzards, but I would imagine it's not nearly as effective without the Spites being played by ABC. Walrix has been taking quite a lot of damage throughout about the past minute and a half, having to blow through that Life Cocoon now. Still not getting the major objectives. Life Cocoon is one that's just going to rotate almost indefinitely with Vitality Conduit due to the nature of its short cooldown being under a minute alongside Vitality Conduit. So these two cooldowns will rotate almost indefinitely until we get to a deeper stage in dampening. The major cooldowns that you really want to try and get by crowd controlling the Mistweaver and preventing the usage of Vitality Conduit and Life Cocoon is the unending resolve of the Warlock, which they haven't found on Walrix yet. And Infernion's, he had his forced earlier on, but the game has now been going on for some time that he has it available again. Nice push here by ABC with triple crowd control, setting up a Mortal Coil onto Burley. They could swap to the Mistweaver. This has been a strategy we see utilized by Cloud9's Mage Warlock quite frequently to set up leg sweeps onto the enemy Mistweaver and then try and burst them down. Curious to see if ABC go for that or if they just continue the dampen strategy. Walrix getting bounced around the corner, out of line of sight of Asgrath. Asgrath likely rolling to the side here to pick him up in the immediate future, as both sides are looking stable into the deeper stages of dampening.
Alec is actually running splitting ice. He's
I like
running,
it.
he's running whiteout as well, so he's kind of stacking a little bit of Iceland's bonus damage trait, and he's also running thermal void, which is essentially a PvE talent, but it's pretty clever here because the only offensive dispel on the side of Bergen Boys is from that Fell Hunter. Ooh, Warwick's taking huge damage here in that leg sweep. Could be in some trouble. No CC yet on Asgarth. He's going to go ahead and use that Life Cocoon. Should be enough to keep Warwick's topped off here. And yeah, so Alec is running that Thermal Void, which is... every time you Ice Lance, the duration of your Icy Veins gets extended. So the next time Alec gets Icy Veins, you could have that Icy Veins buff for upwards of 40 seconds. Sheep secured onto Burly. Warwick's still in a little bit of trouble. He's going to fear Monkarn there on his Fist of Fury. And Asgarth's going to get a couple of big heals there. Should be fine. Infernion as well. Should be kind of okay. That's the Dark Soul of Infernion though. So if he gets any Chaos Bolts out right now, it could be trouble. You can see everybody's trying to avoid him right now, interrupting him with that Ring of Peace beautifully right there. And Warwick's again just trying to get some pressure here, trying to kite people. In the first explodes. Ooh, big damage. Asgarth's gonna have to trinket out of a paralyzed right there. And Warwick's is still not out of the woods yet to get a fear on Infernion. Sheep onto Monkarn. Nova coming out. Alex trying to reverse the pressure here. Gets a nice double shimmer poly. There's the Frozen Orb as well. Perfectly placed. No, he actually did break his sheep with it. Very tricky to kind of aim that. That's why you kind of like that concentrated coolness. Still, they were able to get Asgarth's trinket in that, so Asgarth could die next time Monkarn has that paralyzed leg sweep combo.
I have to say, I'm not a big fan of Warwick's positioning. He's not, like, he's just standing on the pillar. I mean, maybe it's going to work out for them. Maybe they can find the damage, but he's just basically allowing Burly to line of sight, Monkarn to get full uptime on him without, you know, having to kite around at all, and I feel like it's not exactly utilizing the Frostmaid's strengths. That being said, I guess everyone's kind of grouped up and he is getting value from Blizzard and Frozen Orb and Splitting Ice, but I don't know. I think Walrix, with how aggressive he's playing with his positioning, could definitely backfire in the match. This is the Icy Veins of Alec. We're going to get really aggressive. Let's see how Bergen Boys responds. It seems like it's Walrix on the back foot. Nice polymorph snuck in there by Alec. And it looks like it is going to be Infernion who's in a little bit of trouble. Alec with another polymorph. Do they have the damage on Infernion? 23% dampening at this point of the game. Blizzard drop down. Infernion and Monkarn going to have a difficult time actually moving around from those big snares. If we look at mana right now, though, Burly has a massive lead over Asgarth. He's going to have to sit down and look for a drink at some point, or things might not be looking too good for ABC.
Crowd control on Asgarth, but he anticipates. Life Cocoon is active prior to its activation, so Walrus will take no damage. Nice play. Burly in crowd control. He can't utilize the Life Cocoon at this moment for another 2 seconds. Alec keeps the chain going. They're pushing on Infernion. They need to get the Unending Resolve or interrupt him and kill him. That is perfectly an option. They do continue the chain on Burly, but looks like Infernion is just fine here out in midfield as Burly comes out of crowd control. Vitality Conduit will stabilize him. Burly looked like he wanted to roll in for a leg sweep, but he gets intercepted by Walrix's Fear. Curious to see if he goes for it again. Infernion is being shut down almost entirely on his Dark Soul here. That purple icon, the skull with 1:38 on it right now, that when that starts glowing, you know the Warlocks are looking to deal some heavy damage. He won't be able to activate that again for another 1:30, whereas Walrix will have his available in another 10 seconds. He's going to be a big threat. The Bergen Boys need to get ready.
I don't like that they went for Warwick's when Asgarth had no trinket and Warwick's had all of his defense. I mean, they didn't really force anything because Asgarth pre-cocooned that setup, but I think Monkarn had his touch of death, so Asgarth in a full counterspell right now. Warwick's could be in huge trouble activating that Unending Resolve right here. Big stun there from his Infernos. He's going to catch that Life Cocoon, and that was basically all of the CDs here on the side of ABC. Forced with one spell. Look, Asgarth going to trinket aggressively here on that leg sweep to land his own leg sweep. Ooh. Another polymorph snuck in here. Infernion is going to use his Unending Resolve. One Chaos Bolt connects. Burly's going to trinket out of that as well. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, both teams have no cooldowns remaining.
Ooh, definitely a difficult spot for both these teams. 35% dampening. Mana for Asgarth still hovering around 50%. Icy Veins available for Alec. There's going to be a huge offensive push here from ABC. Bergen Boys kind of realize they need to just cool it for a little bit. They're going to be hiding behind the pillar, trying to reset, but the Splitting Ice choice from Alec is really nice. Every time he Ice Lances, he's going to split that Ice Lance, but not only that, it splits the Icicles as well, so you get double damage from your Icicles, which is super valuable in a matchup like this. That is almost certainly going to be going to dampening. That extra damage really starts adding up. Monkarn taking a huge hit. Might have to trade out the Karma, and he does trade out the Karma. This is Icy Veins. Alec going in. Big damage on Infernion, potentially trying to get off Of course, the Nether Ward, Inferno trying to reflect the damage. Polymorph secured onto Burley. Monkarn in a little trouble. He has the diffuse magic, but he has to be careful. It's at this point of the game where it becomes really scary to sit in the open for too long against a composition like the Mage Lock.
40% dampening here. Mana slightly in favor of the Bergen boys, although Monkarn needs to be careful. Doesn't have his touch of karma for another minute. Walrix is going to be playing on the defense at this point. He needs to wait another minute and 20 seconds to rely on that unending resolve, but at the same time, he wants to push while Infernion doesn't have his. So it will be a bit of a gamble between the two teams here as to how much damage they can avoid. Asgrath rolls up, but gets intercepted by Monkarn. Nice double leg sweep there. Infernion looking to find a Chaos Bolt, but he has 2 interrupts to deal with. He's not going to find it. Shut down by Alec. Asgrath is still crowd controlled by Monkarn. Really pushing for the kill here with that Drestigath. Asgrath denies the kill with the Life Cocoon. Walrix looks to recover, but if Monkarn keeps finding these opportunities to crowd control Asgrath, he certainly could be the person to take game 1 for the Bergen boys.
Yeah, and Warwicks is not going to have any defense for a little while. Asgarth did have to use his Life Cocoon there. He does have his Trinket back up. And right now, Bergen boys are kind of just running away with this game, barring some kind of massive mistakes. I don't think that ABC really can do too much right now. Burley still has a huge mana lead. He has all of his cooldowns. There is a full polymorph secured. Monkarn now taking massive damage, and Burley's going to have to Trinket, use that Life Cocoon. And just like that, the advantage that Bergen boys had is kind of gone. Monkarn also using his touch of karma right there. Warwicks, though, taking huge damage from that karma duck, taking huge damage from that monk damage. Ascraft now trinketing out, getting paralyzed as well. Warwicks could just go down here if they don't have more CC. Asgaroth is going to use that Life Cocoon. Warwick should stabilize. Unending Resolve is rotating back up, but they did shred through that cocoon, and the damage is still going here. Asgaroth completely out of mana right now. Is that a memory of lucid dreams he just activated? Asgaroth, I think he is taking a page out of Looney's book right now, just trying to do what he can to get that mana rolling here, but Warwick's is still in huge trouble here, man.
I mean, I'm really scared for him. Warwick's in a lot of trouble at the same time. Infernion taking a big hit of damage. Burley caught into a polymorph. Here's the damage really adding up. Chaos Bolt, any one of these Warlocks could fall. We could be going down to a 2v2. Walrix looking for the damage. Infernion as well. He gets the cocoon from Burley. Interrupt on Infernion. He's just a sitting duck in midfield. Walrix barely surviving. Monkarn trying to reconnect, trying to get the damage rolling to take him down, but it looks like it will be ABC and Walrix that does fall first. Such a close call. What a tense moment, but it is going to be 55% dampening. Bergen boys claim game number 1.
Yep, that's going to be a game 1 victory for those guys. And it seemed like Bergen boys, they kind of had ABC on the back foot for a majority of that game. Supatees, how were they able to keep that advantage over ABC?
I was actually surprised that Asgrath was running out of mana. This is where I was wondering kind of the experience on the Mistweaver Monk comparatively to other healers that have been picking it up, because he went full mana build. He's wearing 2 mana trinkets for more regeneration, Lucid Dreams, Major, Manatee. Like, he is absolutely min-maxed for mana. The only thing I can think really was that it was what Vinruki was saying in the middle of the game. They were just standing on top of the enemy team but not setting up drinks with it. And you just need to drink the whole game if you're going to be running out of mana that frequently, and he just never had the opportunity to do it. It's a little bit, I would say, more difficult to drink with Frost Mage because you don't have a greater Pyroblast casted on you while you're trying to chase Asgrath to stop the drink. So maybe it is possible that it's more difficult to drink with the Mistweaver or with the Frost Mage as opposed to the Fire Mage, but his mana was the biggest problem easily. He needs to be ahead of Burley that late into the game.
You know what I want to see? You're going to call me crazy, but dude, if Alec's going to run this build, something I want to see from these Frost Mages is play Glacial. I hope someone's experimented with that, because I think like a Splitting Ice Glacial build, if they're going to be going after your Warlock, I'd really punish them. Maybe call me crazy. I might be crazy. But.
Do you respond to that, Zico?
I tried a build like that, but that was many seasons ago when the gear wasn't as strong. And what you do is you go basically Splitting Ice, you go like Flash Freeze, Azurite Trade. You just basically stack as much Ice Lance damage as possible. And then, I don't know, you can do a Glacial and it can hit 2 targets, but I don't know how good it is, because I think in order to have it effective, you lose a lot of your Nova, so it's going to be a little tricky to shatter it. It could work though, like, I don't know, I just don't like the Frost Mage in general, to be honest. Like,
It just seems worse. It just straight up seems worse.
This is my problem with Frost Mage. Any caster that you try to trade with as a Frost Mage, you're gonna lose. You try to trade with any of the other mage specs, you're gonna lose the trade. You try to trade with a Warlock, you're gonna lose the trade. You trade with Shadow Priest, you trade with Ellie Shaman. Any caster that you try to trade damage with, you're always gonna be the one who has to run away. And I think that's why I don't like it. So even if you're free casting, your threat is just so low that people just let you do whatever you want and, you know, kind of run away with the game still. So I would rather just see Alec on the Fire Mage if I'm gonna be that guy.
Well, it looks like you got your wish. It looks like he is locking in Fire Mage, and then they chose to run with that Mistweaver again. Let's step back a little bit earlier into the conversation, Sukatis. Do you think it was wise for them to lock? We are seeing Asgarath. We're used to seeing Asgarath on that Resto Druid, and now he's choosing to play that Mistweaver. Do you think that there's something that he could do better to maybe manage his mana a little bit better, or what should we see coming from him for this game 2 if they want to pull out a victory?
I mean, the biggest change is the one that they're making. Alec going to Fire Mage, Tolvaron Arena, big map, sit down, drink, sit down, drink, sit down, drink, sit down, drink, get into Deep Dampening with a full mana bar, then play the game out. Whereas he was in Deep Dampening with no mana bar trying to play the game out. So it was 100% mana management. It should be more easy for him to drink with a Fire Mage. It should definitely be more easy for him to drink on Tolvaron Arena, which is why we see them going to it.
Well, hopefully Alec can help out his team with the Fire Mage pick. This is ABC versus Bergen boys. They are up 1-0. Bergen boys only needs one more point to put themselves on match point here in Tolvaron.
Should be a lot better, honestly, with the Fire Mage. I mean, we're talking about these Frost Mages trying the greater Frostbolt build, where essentially they build all their character around Frostbolt doing big damage, but it still just seems so much less effective than casting Greater Power Blast and having a massive combust, because that combustion really can push a team over the edge, especially later on with Memory of Lucid Dreams, with the Hyper Thread wrist wraps. The damage is just really, really overwhelming. So we'll see if ABC can kind of keep Bergen boys at the pillar, set up drinks for Asgarath. I think it's likely this is one of those games that does go deep into dampening, but at the same time, if anyone messes up, it definitely could end really, really quick.
And Alec is running basically the standard Fire Mage build, stacking Wildfire and Blaster Master. Whoa!
What is going on? I mean, Alec is just straight up dying at this point. Asgarath, he's just not getting in line of sight. Not sure what's going on. Walrus also finding big damage here onto Infernion. Massive Chaos Bolts. This is the Dark Soul. Surprising amount of damage really early on. Alec channeling out a Greater Power Blast, manages to find one on Infernion, who's forced to use the Unending Resolve. And I mean, I don't know what's going on right now, but these teams are having to trade out defensives much earlier than you would expect.
Yeah, Monkarn is going all out. Temporal Shield first. Burley is rolling in to look for crowd control. He leg sweeps Alec, but he doesn't go for the Paralyze on Asgarath. Without Asgarath in crowd control, he should be able to heal Alec up. Alec blinking out into the middle. Alec and Walrix need to reposition away from the pillar, play out in the corners where the pillar isn't available. If they keep playing in this midfield area, then Infernion can abuse where he is right now, which is at the pillar. He can cast and then move around the corner. Monkarn will be the only target they can hit, and then Burley can easily just heal him as a single target. I like Alec and Walrix pulling back here, getting into a better position to start baiting Infernion off the pillar, baiting in Burley as well. Burley going to relocate to the closest pillar towards Alec. Alec then blinking forward, looking for Greater Pyroblast. Infernion desperately tries to Nether Ward it, but Alec stops his cast, so no reflect onto the Greater Pyro. Monkarn still leading with a lot of damage, double Mortal Coil, but a lot of damage with no crowd control against a Mistweaver Monk is just immediately negated, and they're not going to find any pressure here with that push.
Alec now gonna be, he blinks during a feast, going backwards again, and you guys can kind of notice that Burley and Infernion, they always try to move forward, try to take the same pillar as Asgarath, and that's gonna force ABC to kind of move further back on the opposite side of the map, and that's how kind of both teams have to play this matchup. If Bergen Boys gets to be on top of ABC for too long, then, you know, all this space that exists on this map doesn't really matter that much. Now Alex finally going to use that combustion. He is running that Memory of Lucid Dreams build. Monkarn getting caught up now in a big leg sweep here. He did have a touch of Karma down before, though. He already shred through it, though. Might be a life cocoon here from Burley, but Burley is going to escape through that crowd control, and Warwick's now taking big damage here. Infernion looking to lob out a Chaos Bolt. He connects it. Warwick's going to get that life cocoon and be just fine. That was the Dark Soul of Warwick's though, and Infernion actually didn't use his Dark Soul, so now there's going to be a window where Asgarath doesn't have his Life Cocoon, and Warwick's could potentially go down to Infernion's Dark Soul if Asgarath isn't completely careful, you know, juking out the Spellbox. And you can see it right now, Warwick's taking huge damage here, man.
Yeah, took a huge Chaos Bolt, but immediately recovered by Asgarath. Big Mistweaver heals, and I mean, that's where you see the power of the Mistweaver Monk right now. Almost all healers have been going over to the Mistweaver Monk just because it's so powerful. You can rotate through the Cocoon as well as the Vitality Conduit. The throughput healing is just, it's through the roof, quite frankly. And yeah, both teams can stay alive. So that's where you need the crowd control on the Mistweaver Monk, not just the big burst damage. If you don't have the crowd control on the Monk, it's going to be really difficult to actually push through just the raw healing and defensive cooldowns they can rotate through. But Walrix is going to be in the midfield, still looking for Chaos Bolts on Infernion. Infernion forced to kind of retreat at this point. Monkarn's going to be just sitting in the midfield. And I kind of want them to punish Monkarn more. Like, I don't think he should be able to just sit this far in the open and tank the damage for that long. And Monkarn kind of realizing he's overstayed his welcome. Will be repositioning behind the pillar with the safety of his team. And that, I mean, is one of the major advantages of Tolveron for a team like Mage Warlock. You just have so much open space you can kind of bait the melee into. And if they stay in that open space for too long, you can really punish them with heavy damage.
Oh, Alec getting found there, but he temporal shields all the damage. Monkarn is actually playing no lingering Psychic Shell into Mage Warlock. I feel like almost every melee class in the game has been playing in almost every matchup, especially into Mage Warlock. So I feel like Monkarn is definitely a target that ABC need to be going after. Running 2 Bile-stained Krog Tusks, so no versatility either on his weapons. He's a bit more fragile than a lot of the other Windwalker builds we've seen, but ABC seem to be just happily ignoring him. Alec actually blinking in aggressively, popping that Lucid Dreams Combustion. A big boost of damage. Double leg sweep. They need to net big cooldowns like the Unending Resolve with a push like this. If they don't find it and it's only a Life Cocoon, they're going to be very far behind, and they do. They pull the Unending Resolve from Infernion. Infernion trying to counterattack with his Dark Soul while he can't be interrupted. Is he going to find a Chaos Bolt? Alec immediately recognizing that Dark Soul retreats back very far away from Infernion as they need to look to control him as much as possible. Infernion now lobbying out Chaos Bolts towards Walrix. He's going to gate away from Infernion. When a Warlock pops Dark Soul, the best thing to do is get away, and that's exactly what ABC have done.
I think they could have gotten away without using that Unending Resolve right there. Alec actually Dragon's Breath Burley as he was about to get feared, so the fear was completely DR. But think they would have been fine just trading out the Life Cocoon, but let's see if it ends up opening up any opportunities here. Asgarath in a counterspell, but he dropped his Life Cocoon, and that's a little tip for you monks out there. If you have a player on your team that's half HP, and you're scared of getting interrupted, just Life Cocoon him and then start healing. You get interrupted, he's not going to die, and there's not going to be any interrupts. That way, you're going to make sure that you don't get into too many sticky situations. Now both teams kind of just pulling back once again. So on the side of ABC right now, they're waiting for that combustion. Then they want to go in, get crowd control into Asgarath, and do another push onto Infernion, hopefully getting Burley's Trinket. If they can do that, then they're going to have a kill window on either Burley or Infernion a little bit later on. But for now, both teams are just kind of staying back, looking to find an opening here. I think on the side of Bergen boys, they still want to go after Alec on that mage. But in between their setups, I think they should hit Warwick, try to slow down some of his damage, and just line of sight Alec until he kind of pushes forward.
Yep, definitely a good strategy. 12% dampening at this point of the game. Alec gets interrupted on his Greater Pyroblast. Now pushing in, looking for a little bit of damage, but blinks into a double leg sweep from Monkarn. Great value there from the Windwalker Monk. That stun. Potentially they could find some damage here, and Ferdinand gets interrupted. Alec is just, it looks like he just wants to play full aggro. He's going to be blinking in, looking for a full sheep. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Here it is. Big combustion on Infernion. It looks like Burley is not going to mess around. He uses the Trinket. He uses the Cocoon. I mean, that's a fair trade. The scariest moment in the game, I feel like, is going to be that big combustion. So Burley trading his Trinket for that moment is definitely a fair and respectable trade.
Yeah, and he can make it every time, as Alec's not running the Fire Starter build, so his combustion is going to be 2 minutes every time. And Burley's Gliders Medallion will be 2 minutes, so he can break out during it. Alec under pressure, but he temporal shielded all of the damage, healing himself back up to full health. Walrick's now targeted by Munkarn, and Munkarn is playing Tiger Eye Brew. He's going to be doing a lot of damage to that heavy armor. Let's see how much pressure he gets out here. If they can crowd control Asgarath, they could push for an unending resolve, but they are unable to find the crowd control. It's now Burley who is locked down, who's going to be the target. Looks like Infernion, but he's in a position where he can just move slightly to the right. He gets Ring of Peace away from that position. Nice Ring of Peace, but counterspell here on Alex. Shuts down the Greater Pyroblast. Munkarn still pressuring Walrix, but without Dark Soul, Chaos Bolt not as threatening. Infernion restabilizing with Vitality Conduit. Infernion pushing forward out into midfield, realizing perhaps on Tolvaron that they're going to need to play more aggressively in terms of their positioning. Otherwise, Asgrath will simply just drink and reset the fight over and over until ABC find victory. Bergen boys are starting to take more risks here with their positioning.
Yeah, and Alex right now is looking for a polymorph. That's why he's positioning himself so aggressively between Infernion and Burley. Right now, Burley is just kind of trying to go around the corner, trying to get some heals out. And you can see as he's crossing the map, he's going for that paralyzed Alec now. Double Blink Sheep. This could be an unending resolve here. Let's see if they have the damage to back it up. Right now, it doesn't look like it. Infernion's going to immediately dip out of there. They're going to go for a Greater Pyroblast. Not going to find it either. And Alex is getting spam feared on that setup. So Burley's going to have his Trinket back up. Infernion is going to have his, or he has his Unending Resolve back up. So once again, Bergen boys completely stabilized. They also have the mana lead. And all of a sudden, Warwick's the one in trouble. Infernion getting Counterspell right there on his Chaos Bolt. Alec now looking to respond with a Greater Pyroblast. Gets interrupted as well. And it's a constant battle of who can kind of go through all of these interrupts first, get a crowd control on the enemy healer, and actually land their damage spells. Right now, Asgarath in a fear. Looks like Warwick's could be in a little bit of trouble here. Infernion actually taking a huge hit. Alec activating that Lucid Dreams combustion there, but there's no CC on the Burley. He's just going to respect it with that Life Cocoon, and so is Asgarath, but they're chopping through that Life Cocoon onto Warwick's. Warwick's, though, with a beautiful fear, should be able to keep himself alive, and once again, Infernion now on the back foot. Burley could be just getting CC'd forever here. Greater Pyroblast is going to connect onto Infernion. If they have any more CC here, that could be the game. I think that was a Health Stone keeping Infernion alive there, and his Unending Resolve. So that was a big push, and that was the Lucid Dreams combustion. That's when you kind of want to just trade Burley's Trinket. Instead, they had to use all Warlock CDs, which are 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes, and now they can find a kill here, Rookie.
I definitely can. Infernion's going to be taking a little bit of damage as Alex trades out the fireballs, looking for polymorphs on Burley, but a nice double stun. Alec actually trinkets out, goes for a polymorph, gets it. Infernion could be in a little trouble. Is going to activate that Nether Ward and just try to line of sight, try to avoid some damage until Burley can reconnect. Burley finally gets there, now caught into a fear, but with that Vitality Conduit, Infernion's going to be completely fine. But I'm just surprised at how aggressive ABC is playing on this match. They're really on top of Bergen boys, and you would expect Bergen boys to be able to find some counter pressure here, but they are really struggling. I mean, Burley is far behind, Infernion is constantly under pressure. Alec finds another full sheep, and this is not looking good here for the Bergen boys. However, I mean, Infernion, if he could just line of sight using this pillar, it's so unlikely that he's actually going to go down. I mean, Walrix is struggling in this matchup to find any damage. Munkarn is just sitting on him, keeping him snared. There's almost no damage from him onto Infernion at this point of the game. And I mean, even though Alec is finding these polymorphs and getting the crowd control, if they can't connect on the same target, I don't think ABC is going to be able to take Infernion down.
Spell lock on Asgarath. This could be an opening to get the Cauterized from Alec if they can stay on target, but Temporal Shield is active, he's absorbing damage, and Bergen boys are retreating away. What I would like to see from ABC is when they get a polymorph on Burley, if they can't attack Infernion because he's running away, or Munkarn because he's running away, set up a leg sweep on Burley out of the polymorph, switch to him, and kill him 100-0. I really want to see them do that more frequently. I think that's a very easy way for them to win on Tolvaron when Infernion and Munkarn are making it difficult. So in this position, they can attack Infernion. Asgarath rolls up for a double stun, but he needs to heal Alec at the same time. Playing both aggression and defense can be difficult. We need to do them simultaneously. Stabilizing Alec with the Life Cocoon. Dark Soul available for Walrix. He's getting ready to go. They have pressure across the board on the Bergen boys. Asgarath, this is where he needs to try and drink. When Dark Soul is active and his team has pressure, he's down 30% mana. I feel like this is exactly the time that he needs to drink that he didn't in Game 1 and ended up losing because he didn't drink. And it could backfire on him if he continues to play out here in midfield. Although Alec's polymorphs have been game-winning as well. This could net them a kill here as Infernion is locked down in a Shadow Fury. Goes for Immortal Quill, wraps around the corner. This is where I would love to see a stun on Burley. It's not available right now, but when they get Burley locked down in crowd control, they could switch to him with Leg Sweep. Asgarath paralyzed. They set up pressure onto Walrix. And Bergen boys, I don't think they're out of this one. If Asgrath doesn't start drinking, I do think the Bergen boys will take this later on.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can do that. I really agree with you there. Asgrath made a huge error not drinking right there, and now it could cost them, but they... Honestly, Burley as well. He's been tanking so many sheeps. Like, I'm not sure if he's using his Transcendence, but probably want to use, you know, a little Paralyze, a little Transcendence, try to avoid, you know, some of those sheep attempts, maybe reposition a little farther away. I'm not sure. Right now, though, he's just tanking every CC in the game, and I think that's the only way ABC wins right now, is if Alec can just keep landing these polys and then eventually close out the game with dampening. And right now, Asgrath, I don't see him on the map. I think he's sitting down for a drink, and I think that would be the right thing to do here. He is getting a pretty big drink, but Burley interrupting it. A little bit late there, though. Warwick's not going to be taking too much pressure here. Big Mortal Coil, double leg sweep. Alec kind of half HP. Warwick's as well on half HP. Asgrath probably going to have to spend most of that mana that he just received there from that drink. Drastigath, big hit right there onto Warwick's. Mortal Coil comes out, and the heals from Asgrath are big. No spell locks here to be found from Infernion. You're going to have that available in a second. If Asgrath gets interrupted, you can see him kind of trying to fake cast here. If he ever gets interrupted there, it could mean Warwick's life. He needs to be careful, and he's going to respect that situation. Use that life cocoon, and now here comes the pressure, Van.
Yeah, that was a big combustion, and you can bet that the Ignite is rolling on everyone. You can see the Bergen boys really struggling right here. Revival would be awesome for Burley. Unfortunately, on cooldown, though, he really has to play catch-up at this point of the game. Monkarn's just going to trade out the Touch of Karma, but they push through it immediately, getting out of line of sight. Might have to use the Diffused Magic. Life Cocoon trades from Burley, but at 57% dampening, this is where it becomes almost impossible to recover. I mean, they've been going after Walrix a lot in this matchup. Maybe they should continue to do so, but Alec has just been left to free cast, get polymorphs, get a big greater power blast. They might want to go after him. Looks like Monkarn will push in. Asgrath completely resets his mana. I mean, that's the main benefit of this map. Asgrath just has so much freedom to do what he wants. Walrix now looking for damage on Infernion. Infernion and Burley realize they need to start creating some pressure here. Monkarn, though, with not many defensive cooldowns to trade, he's going to be feeling exceptionally scared to get into the open. Now caught into a fear. Might have to use Diffuse Magic. He's actually just going all in with the Touch of Death onto Walric. It's big damage. Diffuse Magic trades, but after that, I mean, Monkarn, he's got to run. He's got to hide. There is no defense. And, I mean, with Walrix and Alex positioning, it's going to be really difficult for the Bergen boys to recover.
That's the thing in the current meta. The best offense is a good defense. And right now, Monkarn's built his character for offense. Perhaps if he had the Lingering Psychic Shell and he could activate a big shield, he'd be able to get a couple extra seconds on the target and take them out. But he's built his character entirely for damage and hasn't net a single major defensive cooldown. No Cauterize, no Ice Blocker, no Unending Resolve. So I'm not sold on this aggressive build, and Monkarn could get double stunned and absolutely taken out here. Chaos Bolter flying in from the side on Walrix. Burley in a polymorph. He uses Life Cocoon, but where did it go? We're at 60+% dampening, and Monkarn is absolutely devastated. This is the Mage Warlock on Tolvaron Arena. This is a matchup that nobody wants to get right now, and ABC are going to clean it up.
Oh man, now ABC and Bergen boys, they're tied up. It is 1-1. My question for you, Zico, was the difference there Alec switching on that Fire Mage, or where were they able to turn it around there for that last game?
I mean, I think Alex switching to the Fire Mage for sure is a big factor, but I also think the map is just a really big factor. Always when you're when you combine the two, it's like Alec kind of puts in that extra bit of pressure that you were lacking. And then the map also kind of allows Asgrath to start drinking. Because on a smaller map, sure, Alec will make you duck, but you can also just get back into the fight right away, and, you know, that's going to force, you know, the healer to stop drinking. But on this map, once you're out of the fight and the healer is drinking on the opposite side of the map, it's not that easy to just jump back in and get pressure and kind of force him to stop drinking. So I think it's a little bit of both here.
Well, it is going to be Bergen boys' map choice, as they did just lose, and the loser of a series, as we know, they get to then choose that next map. Do we think that Supati is that they're going to maybe try and choose a smaller map and force ABC out of that comp, or what's their move here going to that into this next game?
They need to be careful with what they pick, because Hook Point is usually a good map to stop drinks, and that's how they won game one. Well, not really because they stopped it, just because Asgrath never went for it, but they can stop it on Hook Point. But Alec will also more easily get polymorphs, and he was getting a lot of polymorphs on a map that it's actually pretty hard to get polymorphs, so it could backfire if they go to Hook Point. which is actually where they're gonna go. I was
Yep.
thinking maybe something safer like Dalaran or Blackrock Hold maybe, but it makes, I understand why they're picking it, but there is also advantages to ABC. ABC could also switch. They could try Rogue Mage if they wanted to. I don't know if they would do it with a Mistweaver because you would expect it with a Paladin and then they play a really aggressive game on hook point, but I don't know if Asgrath has the Paladin. It's under, the way that I look at it, they're only going to play Mage Warlock, and it's all I've seen them play really. When they try to play Mage Rogue, they play it with Druid and it doesn't work. So I'm interested to see if they do decide to try it, but I would imagine we're going to see Mage Warlock again.
Yep, well, that timer is taken down. ABC is still working on picking their comp. Venricky, what do you think their move is here for ABC if they want to keep this going for them and maybe get a game 3 win, sorry.
I mean, it's a good question. I feel like the Mage Warlock, even though on hook point it's a little bit more difficult, still is just a well-rounded comp. I mean, I think they could safely pick it in. Going for the Rogue Mage, I think would be a massive mistake. Like, personally, I feel like Rogue Mage isn't that good right now. The one thing that was really helping it was the Spike Trinket, but now that that has been changed, you can no longer do, you know, the blind into sap spite setups, or even just sap into resap. It has become really difficult for Rogue Mage, especially with Conflict and Strife, and the heavy amount of versatility for them to actually push forward for a kill. So ABC, I don't think they're going to be implementing Nixie too often on that Rogue right now. Just sticking to the Mage Warlock, and that is what they're going to lock in. I think for Bergen boys, it's going to be, we're going to see the exact same matchup, except it's going to be more difficult for Asgrath to go for drinks. And I actually think even going after Alec, I mean, I know it's scary to leave Walrick alone, but if he doesn't have Dark Soul, I think the Fire Mage is a much bigger threat than the Destruction Warlock, and going after him will prevent those polymorphs, which he has been getting, and also just allow them to do a lot more damage. I mean, Fire Mages are really durable, but they're still not as durable as a Destruction Warlock earlier on in the game.
Yeah, well, Bergen boys have locked in their comp as well. Looks like no changes on their side. They're going to be playing the same comp. Zico, given that they chose hook point, these two comps that we're seeing being chosen by these two teams, how is positioning and the size of this map going to be coming into play for this game?
Well, I feel like the main thing is both Mistweavers could become a target on this map because there's, you know, very little room to kind of run around. It's, I think, the hardest map in the game to survive on as a Mistweaver. The other thing is there's obviously not going to be any drinks happening here as well, just because of the size of the map. But I think, like Ben alluded to a little bit, Hook Point has the smallest pillars in the game. It's the easiest map to land sheeps on, and Alec was landing sheeps on Tolviron with those gigantic pillars. It's extremely hard to land polymorphs on Tolviron. Usually you kind of win by dampening your opponent, or maybe if the healer pushes out aggressively and you catch him, you know, in the act. That's one thing, but polymorphing a healer that's hugging the pillar on Tolviron, it really shouldn't happen unless he's a little inexperienced on that monk. So I think my big question for this game is going to be Burley. How much CC is he going to tank on that monk on this map? And how well are these teams going to abuse the map? I haven't seen a single team go for the healer yet, and I want to see someone, especially Bergen boys, on this map. As soon as they force out the Trinket of Asgrath, I want to see them just paralyze, leg sweep him, you know, with the touch of death, and just delete him.
So you want Bergen boys to go after Asgrath. What about you, Subtees? What do you think the strategy is here? Obviously, you don't want to get any polymorphs out with Alec. You know, you want to make sure Wally and his cast are being controlled as well. Who do you think their target is going to be here for this team?
I think it's more difficult for the Bergen boys to go after Asgrath than it is for ABC to go after Burley. The best time to go after Burley is when he's polymorphed. So if Alec catches Burley in a polymorph, he can't move, he's stuck in one spot, he can't activate any of his cooldowns like Vitality Conduit and Life Cocoon. You dogpile on top of him while he can't move, you stun him, you hit him while he's stunned, he still can't activate Life Cocoon or Vitality Conduit. He has to do something to break out of the stun. He can't break out of it if you do it multiple times, and you can win the game like that. I actually think that's the main way ABC should play, at least before dampening. Once they're in dampening, then it just becomes, yeah, attack anybody you can, because if you stand on top of them, you're probably not going to recover. But I really want to see ABC with more swaps to Burley, Bergen boys, I think it's just play it safe. Just go after the mage, stop Greater Power Blast, Burley avoid Polymorph with Transcendence, stop drinks. If they stop drinks, stay on target on the mage, don't get caught in crowd control. Bergen boys should be able to battle this one back.
And, you know, looking back at game 1 for this series, we did see Asgrath run out of mana very quickly, and it ended up being kind of one of the downfalls for their loss. Do you think that we're going to see that again, Zico, or how do you think it's going to go in terms of mana for Asgrath and the other Mistweaver as well on the side of Burley for this next game?
Well, I think that Asgrath is going to be the one that runs out of mana before Burley, but I think the game could be decided, honestly, before that happens. It just depends on how these teams punish mistakes. I think if either Monk doesn't have a trinket, it's always a good idea to kind of try to swap to them. But in terms of mana, I gotta give the advantage here to Bergen boys, because Asgarath, he's gonna have to heal a kind of squishy fire mage, whereas Burley is gonna be healing 2 targets that also has a lot of self-sustain, you know? That Warlock is gonna be healing himself up a decent amount, and so is the Monk. So I feel like that, plus the fact that they're just a little bit sturdier, is gonna allow Burley to have that mana lead.
Well, we will soon find out. It is 1-1 the game. The gates are opening soon. It is ABC versus Bergen boys.
Yeah, ABC versus Bergen boys, 1-1. The first game went to 55% dampening. Number 2 went to 66% dampening. We'll see if the smaller map and Asgarath, you know, getting stopped on his drinks is going to play a factor. You can see Burley's actually playing adaptation, and I mean, personally, I feel like this is a massive mistake.
What?
To be honest with you,
double checking that.
He's gonna die if he plays that.
Burley doesn't, like, if Burley gets caught into a polymorph, they get the adaptation, and they're able to set up with a leg sweep on him, I think he can just die 100-0 very easily. But I mean, it's quite.
Do you think it's a bait? Do you think he's playing it hoping they go on top of him and then his team kills them? It's
mean,
like a gamble bait.
I don't think
really
so. I mean,
bait.
it's such a small map. You don't need to bait them on you. You know, they can't really run and hide.
If it works for him and they stand on top of him, I'm gonna laugh really hard about it.
It's definitely bad in my opinion, but yeah, we'll see.
Awful. It's like, oh, he blocked in the starting room. Is that a bait? So they go on the mage. It's like that level bad.
We'll find out. I mean, if it works. But the thing is, I mean, ABC, they definitely have the capability of punishing that. Basically, what we want to see is any crowd control. There it is. Adaptation has been forced. Now, Asgarath, Alec, I mean, they should have saved the Infernals. If they could, you know, leg sweep, Infernal Stun, Mortal Coil, and just use every cooldown onto Burley, I think he would just die literally immediately. So, Bergen boys going to have to play a solid game of defense. Asgarath now caught into a fear as Alec is just being pressured down in this game. And I really like what the Bergen boys are doing. Going after Alec, I think, is significantly better in a matchup like this. But yeah, we'll definitely see Burley now caught into the leg sweep. Here is the setup. Can they take him down? And it looks like he will be able to survive 1% health. But you can see, this is why we're talking about not necessarily liking this. If Walrix had gotten the Mortal Coil off the stun, Burley would have been dead. And it would have been the fastest game we've seen. So I don't know what they're thinking, but this is definitely a confusing pick.
He used his every man for himself ratio there as well. So Burley, that's the one thing that he had. He's not going to have it anymore. If he gets caught up in, as soon as he gets caught up in a fear or a sheep now, that's it. They're going to force his adaptation. Then after that, they can just paralyze into a leg sweep again, do the same thing again, and kill him. So, yeah, I don't see the point of this, but he did survive for now. So, Bergen boys, let's see what they can do with this. They get a sheep here onto Monkarn, trying to slow him down a little bit. You see Burley is just kind of just staying back, trying to dispel his team, trying to keep them top, trying to keep them active, see if they can get something going there. Paralyzed onto Asgarath. They get a temporal shield out of that from Alec. Not going to use too much damage into it, and there it is. Big damage coming out of Monkarn, but Asgarath is not in crowd control, and he's just spam healing. Oh, big counterspell secured here. If Alec takes a little bit more damage, it could be the Cauterize. If Asgarath's spelllock ends, he's just going to life cocoon him, most likely. He's not even life cocoon. He was 5% HP. He didn't even need to use his life cocoon. He's just, oh, well, there's no interrupt, so I'm going to just power through that.
There's adaptation.
Infernian. Oh, they procced his adaptation as well, so yeah.
Burley's dead. There's absolutely no way. Burley's literally dead in like the next 30
24 seconds when combustion's up.
When combustion is up, he's finished.
I'm trying to figure out what he's doing with his transmog. Is he trying to be Aquaman or like a Demon King? Like Burley's transmog is almost as questionable as his adaptation pick.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can actually set up the takedown on Burley. Like I said, we need to see Walrick get the Infernal Stun, the Mortal Coil with the leg sweep, and if they can do that, if they can pull that off, Burley's going to be in a lot of trouble. I think Burley realizes it. If he can preemptively Fortifying Brew, that might be the only thing that keeps him alive. Alex tries to set up. I think he actually has his Memory of Lucid Dreams up right now, so
no.
Unfortunate timing there for Alec. They're not able to set up. They need to do it out of a Paralyze. They just have to Paralyze him, and that's when they can go. They get the Polymorph. Asgarth has to get there.
Seconds.
He manages to get the Gateway.
Dead.
Here it is. Big damage on Burley. All in. Can ABC take him down? And unfortunately, the adaptation procs once again. What actually proc the adaptation
what did it proc
there?
on?
I have no idea.
He was already stunned.
The leg sweep, right?
No, he was already stunned though.
Yeah.
It procced on a Shadow Fury after it, I think, or an Infernal Stun or something.
I'm not sure. The thing that messed up their go there was that Asgrath got CC'd. He trinketed to paralyze, and then he got CC'd on his trinket. That's why the go was kind of botched there for ABC. But that's the thing. We haven't even hit dampening yet, and they can just keep doing this until it works. Right now, though, they're going to go after Infernion. They don't have that lockdown that they need. They don't have that leg sweep that they're relying on to secure the kill on the healer. And instead, they're just going to go after the Warlock right now. And Alec actually is going to be the one on the back foot here. Burley pushing in to CC Asgrath. Let's see what they can find here. Leg sweep's going to come out as well. Infernion. What are you going to do here? He's activating that Dark Soul, double Mortal Coil. Alec could be in big trouble. No life cocoon here on the side of Asgrath. He's trying to fake the spell lock. He gets spell locked here. Surely that's going to be the Ice Block. Alec cauterized triggers. He uses that Health Stone as well. Really just trying to space out his cooldowns. And it's going to be enough. But that was a good push here from Bergen boys. Showing a little signs of life here.
I mean, definitely. So far, ABC hasn't been able to capitalize on the adaptation. Alec actually with no cauterize, he's not going to have that cheap death available, and that is super important for the Fire Mage's survival. So now they actually can burst them down when Touch of Death rotates back up and Dark Soul is available, and Alec no longer has the freedom of a cheap death. He's going to have to trade out that Ice Block or, you know, risk dying during that really, really scary situation. However, I still think ABC, they have the opportunities. They just need to get the setup on Burley if they can. Any crowd control, there it is, forces the adaptation. And now, once again, you can see ABC, they're setting up. They've got the Combustion, they've got Dark Soul, Infernal, Mortal Coil, everything available and ready to go. They just need to make sure they get crowd control on Infernion. They need Counterspell on Infernion or something to slow down his peels. And if they can do that and they can get the all-in setup on Burley, I just don't see a way for him to survive.
Curious if they're going to set up with Asgarath's Paralyze. He got intercepted last time, but he has Glaire's Medallion. They're just waiting to do it. They've got Dark Soul, they got Combustion, they got him into Polymorph. Asgarath just needs to get there. Asgarath rolls up, but Ring of Peace he gets robbed right back to Asgarath. Full leg sweep. They need the Mortal Coil timed out of the leg sweep, and Burley's going to die. Infernal into Mortal Coil, and dead. Perfect execution by ABC. Beautiful punish, and they move to match point.
Warwick sat in that setup.
Dead.
He didn't use... The only thing Warwick did was Infernal Stun and Coil. He was paralyzed during the full leg sweep. He didn't cast a single spell.
He doesn't
Who
need
didn't?
to.
Warwick's.
Oh, yeah.
He's Infernal.
Okay, well, let's break down that setup a little bit. We saw it fail a couple of times earlier in the game, and then on that last try, obviously they did pull it off. What are all the components of that we saw for that setup onto Burley Venriki?
Well, essentially, it's like we were talking about the entire game. Like, their entire setup revolved around the fact that he did not have a way to use his trinket, like, essentially. So if they can force the adaptation with a Polymorph, then all of a sudden he's got no break for a stun except the Everyman for himself. But they got that out of the way, and then you just see a situation where they save all their offensive cooldowns. They realize exactly what they have to do. If they can get crowd control onto Infernion, there's really not too many peels. Like Zico said, even though Walrix was caught into a Paralyze, it's really unavoidable. I mean, it's pretty much all instant damage. Alec, he just uses his Combustion. He just spams out Pyroblast with the Meteor. And then basically the stun lock combo is just, you know, a Paralyze into a leg sweep or a Polymorph into a leg sweep into an Infernal Stun into a Mortal Coil. And it's like a 10-second chain where there's nothing he can do. And if they can just pump out his full health bar, and it should be pretty easy to do that with all their offensive cooldowns, it's going to be a quick game. And honestly, that game could have ended even sooner if they had not, you know, kind of messed up their offensive goes. But finally, it was clean, and that's exactly what we were afraid of. So, in my mind, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like that was a big throw by the Bergen boys.
Well, if we do see the same comps coming out of that, going into the next game, sorry, how are we going to see Bergen boys maybe turn it around? Where would they be able to find an opportunity for a win there with that composition?
Well, I just feel like going to the small map was the right idea. Going to the small map where you can avoid, Asgaroth drinking, that's exactly what you want to do. What you don't want to do is go adaptation so they can all in you, because Mage Warlock on that map, I mean, that's what they want to do, right? On that really small map, it's going to be difficult for them to, get out a ton of greater power blasts. There's going to be really high uptime from the Windwalker monk, so doing those healer swaps, super, super good. And they basically just said, hey, this is the easiest way you can set up on us, enjoy. And they kind of threw away the map pick. But I think if they go to a small map, once again, and they don't play adaptation, it's going to go definitely a lot better.
All right, well, it looks like no changes for either team in terms of composition, and they are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers. Subtees, what do you think about that choice?
It's a fair pick. But Mage Warlock can just use the bottom side of the map and then pull them around on the outside, and then Walrix can play middleman on the top side where the waterfall is, and then every time Burley tries to go across the map to start healing Munkarn, he'll get intercepted by Walrix. I really think the strategy of swapping to Burley, even if he's not adept, is a good strategy. It's one that you can win before dampening. If you get his trinket and then you do it again, and he has no way to activate any of his cooldowns that are getting the game into dampening, he just is going to lose. So I think they should be doing it more, and they should be doing it as often as they did last game, even if he's not playing adaptation. When you get deeper into dampening and you can't really get away with standing on top of them as much and getting those polymorphs, then yeah, maybe switch gears, focus on just getting damage out, rot down the team and make them run away. But I really want to see these healer swaps happening more from ABC.
Well, if we are going to say Bergen boys sort of through that last game, Zico, do you think they've learned from this mistake? Do you think we'll see them put up more of a fight in this next game, or is ABC going to get another win here?
Well, yeah, I don't think they're going to make that particular mistakes, but there are still plenty of other mistakes that I've seen, so I'm sure they'll do something.
Okay, well, hopefully they will do something.
All right.
Well, that's what I'm here for. It's what I do. I gotta call them out.
Yeah.
I didn't see Burley port a
I
single
can't
sheep
question
in this
it.
whole
You guys
series,
are the
man.
experts.
But not once.
All right. Okay.
I gotta call it out. I mean, I'm sorry. I have to.
Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. Thank you. Anyways, we are going into the game here. It is ABC versus Bergen boys. ABC is up 2-1. They only need one more victory to move them forward into the bracket.
Is he really gonna play Conflict and Strife? Did he really get scared? Did he got scared that much? He's gonna play Conflict and Strife? Okay, well, if he plays Conflict, then ABC are gonna easily win this game in dampening if they don't die without Vitality Conduit. So if I'm ABC and I notice he's playing Conflict, I just drag the game on. I spam crowd control on Infernia Munkarn, I run on the outside of the map until dampening, and he doesn't have Life Cocoon and Vitality Conduit to keep his team going. So ABC will probably realize that after a swap or two. Oh no, it looks like Burley dropped it. I think he realized that he would just lose the game if the other team played passively if he ran Conflict.
Burley getting a little kind of confused with what he should run in this matchup right now, but I think he did make the right choice right there. All he needs to do on the smaller map is just keep his team healthy, keep them aggressive, try to keep his mana good like he did in the first couple of games, and I feel like that's going to be enough. You're going to be able to shut down Drinks of Asgaroth, and they have a clear win condition on the side of Bergen boys that way. The problem is they did lose a swing match. Ooh, big Chaos Bolt there from Warwick's. And Fernion's just gonna go ahead and duck behind that pillar. That is the Dark Soul right there, being activated immediately by both of these Warlocks. So Alec actually taking a decent amount of damage. Askrath, full counterspell. Monkarn looking for his target. Can he make it there? He's looking for a Paralyze. He does connect it, but no follow-up damage, no follow-up CC here. And that Life Cocoon is gonna keep Alec nice and healthy. And you guys need to pay attention here to the positioning of Alec and Warwicks. They always want to be playing on that stair whenever the other team is kind of playing on a pillar, and then they want to drag them back and that way they can kind of force him to go out of line of sight. Alec gonna activate his combustion with Lucid Dreams, going after Burley. Doesn't have that life cocoon, but Burley with the beautiful maneuverment around the map is going to keep himself nice and safe. Now Alec again on the back foot, this time no life cocoon. Temporal shield is going to keep him about 50%. Asgrath going to use that Thunder Focus T and keep his mage going for now. Life cocoon is going to be available in about 15 seconds. So unless they can get big pressure on Alec, he should be fine. Oh, another counterspell here secured by Infernion. I gotta say, Infernion has been playing a great game so far, hitting these instant CSs. Unfortunately, they didn't have the damage there to back that CS up, but still a nice attempt here from the Bergen boys nonetheless.
Definitely a nice attempt. Infernion going to be getting interrupted. Let's take a look at mana. It's pretty even for both of these healers at this point, but if you can sneak away for a drink, it's going to be big. Infernion taking a huge hit. It will be the life cocoon that does connect from Burley, and that will keep him alive, but definitely a little bit of a scary moment there. I mean, Burley's still caught into a fear. If they have any more crowd control, unfortunately getting feared basically too far away for any sort of follow-up, and now the go on Infernion should be over, but that was definitely a nice setup. Paralyzed now on Asgrath, preemptively life cocoon that, so very nicely done. Alex should be able to survive Temporal Shield, life cocoon, but they actually shred through. Alec, he could be actually potentially forced to use the Cauterize. We'll see if Asgrath can pick him back up. It looks like he will be able to. That was a beautiful preemptive life cocoon that did keep him alive, and it's just going to be both teams kind of exchanging blows at this point. Burley playing that trinket, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to go after. I know, Sid, you're saying you still want them to do the Burley setups, but I think it's a lot more difficult to commit to a setup like that with all your offensive cooldowns if you know it's potentially not going to stick, because if you waste all those offensive cooldowns and you don't get a trinket or you get crowd controlled, things get really scary quickly.
Asgrath's trying to get up here for a leg sweep. He gets a double. Beautiful placement. Can they get a fear on Burley out of this? They do need more crowd control. He goes for it, but it's 1 second too late, and also in diminishing return, unfortunately. So Life Cocoon stops the kill there. And without Combustion and without Dark Soul, it's unlikely we see him get pressured for some time. It's now Alec on the back foot, looking to retreat. Line of sighting here on the bottom side, but Infernion's already posted up upstairs, so he can freely cast onto Alec from this position. Asgrath sets a little bit of crowd control, but Alec actually snipes in a polymorph. This could open an opportunity for ABC. Who are they going to go after? Infernion's on the box. Very difficult to go and cast him. Infernion going to Mortal Coil Walrix, heal himself a bit while Burley waits to get out of crowd control. Alec's hard casting a Pyro there. It's not the best time. We see Asgrath pull away from the fight. Alec utilizing the bottom outside area. Blinks away from the Ring of Peace. Needs to pull Monkarn very far away from the box that Burley is currently on. And then when Burley leaves that box, Walrix can intercept him with Fear. This is what I would like to see ABC utilize in terms of strategy for Dalaran Sewers.
Yeah, the positioning is good right now from ABC. You just play on the corner right there, and you can see if one of the monks is on the left side, you just drag the DPS monk kind of out of his line of sight on the right side there, as Alec is doing right now. He's going to go for a Greater Pyroblast. Might connect there, actually. He is going to connect it to Infernion. Do they have any CC? You can see the positioning of ABC has forced Burley now to leave that pillar, and now he is susceptible to crowd control. Alec going for the polymorph, doesn't land it in time. Now he's going to swap it to Burley. There it is. Full sheep secured. Let's see what they can get done here. Unfortunately, breaks because of those infernals, that AoE from those infernals. If they walk close to somebody in sheep, it will break them out. You can dismiss them, but you would lose a lot of damage. Some warlocks do it sometimes, but in this case, Warwick just wants that raw pressure, that raw damage, and try to win on mana. Alec on the back foot catches a massive heal from that Temporal Shield. Monkarn now on the back foot, having to use his Touch of Karma. If they can get any crowd control onto Burley, it could be a big moment, but there is a huge Drastigath on Alec. But another Life Cocoon is going to save the day here. Full sheep on Burley. This could be the big moment here where they force out his trinket. He is going to trinket, respecting that combustion right there, and going to allow Inferno to keep on trucking.
Yeah, Inferno going to be nice and healthy after that setup, and now Alec's going to have to wait another 2 minutes before he has that big burst moment once again. Asgrath's been able to maintain his mana. We're at about 7% dampening at this point in the game. Asgrath actually getting interrupted. Now Alec is susceptible to some big burst. Storm, Earth, and Fire going to be traded out by Monkarn. as they're looking to get some pressure rolling on Alec. We'll see if they're able to. Unfortunately, a Shadow Fury lands. Good backup there by Walrek, and it's also Infernion who's under fire. He needs to be very careful. Not many defensive cooldowns available and ready to go, but Bergen boys still continuing their offensive push onto Alec. Doesn't look like they have quite the damage to get the job done yet, and Alec will be able to survive. Looking for crowd control, potentially a full sheep here onto Burley, and now Infernion could be the one in a little bit of trouble, but Walrus gets caught into a paralyze. Infernion gets behind the pillar, and I don't think ABC is really going to be able to capitalize on that full polymorph.
Decent damage onto Alec right now by Monkarn, blinking away from the fist, polymorphing it. Asgrath is currently paralyzed. Is he going to go for the leg sweep? He does go for the leg sweep. They're pushing for the Cauterize. Temporal Shield buys a few moments. Will he have enough time for it to go off? It doesn't actually soak too much damage. Full Fear secured by Walrix. Beautiful crowd control chain between Burley and Infernion. That's going to net them the Cauterize of Alec. A 5-minute cooldown that it's unlikely Alec will see again. That is a major objective push and advantage to the Bergen boys here on match point.
Yeah, and they also got Asgrath's Trinket, so potential for a swap on Asgrath. I would love to see Monkarn in 30 seconds from now roll up to Asgrath, paralyze him, press Touch of Death, and then leg sweep him and try to delete him with that drastic up. We've seen it happen from a lot of people right now. He's going for Alec. No Cauterize available, so he is a good target as well. Burley in a full sheep. No Trinket for a couple of seconds. Infernion. What? Use Unending Resolve at full HP right there and then get it to safety. Chanimal right now is just face palming super hard. Using it on 5% HP. Yeah, I mean the comparison there. Because he's so greedy with that cooldown always. I mean, maybe Infernion did need it there, but I think you can afford to be a little bit more greedy with when you use it, you know. Don't think he was in that much trouble. Regardless, that's going to be a big win here for ABC. Both teams right now in a pretty decent spot. Whoever attacks first could potentially win. Monkarn doesn't have his paralyzed. I would love it if Burley just rolled over, paralyzed Asgrath, and they try to set up a one-shot out of that. I don't think they have the damage to take down Alec right now. He has Temporal Shield, Ice Block, a Life Cocoon on his healer. There's just so much defense for ABC that I just don't think it's realistic unless they get a big CC chain on Asgrath. Ooh, there's the leg sweep, and Alec is actually already low. It might just be an Ice Block here, should be, and no, it will be just the Life Cocoon right there. So I feel like a setup like that could have just ended the game if they did it on the healer.
Yeah, Alec will be able to survive, but that was actually a really close call. I mean, he got down to like 10% health. I think he was able to use his Battle Master and Temporal Shield to buy enough time for Asgrath to trade out the Life Cocoon, and now it's going to be the Combustion. Alec trying to get really, really aggressive with that. Let's see if he can get the damage rolling. Fear on Asgrath, and it looks like Infernion will be taking a little bit of damage. Keep in mind, he's already used that Unending Resolve a little bit earlier on in the game. Alec getting a little bit low as Infernals drop down on him. Full Ring of Frost secured onto Burley. Infernion trying to run and hide using the Hellstone. Looks like he will be able to hold on potentially. Alec looking for a greater Power Blast. It gets interrupted. Nicely done there. Good backup by Monkarn. Slowing down the Fire Mage damage. Infernion is able to survive with the Vitality Conduit. Now it's going to be the Bergen boys who are looking to continue the chase onto Alec.
Alright, Temporal out of the way, but no crowd control follow-up on Asgrass. Alec should begin to stabilize. He polymorphs Monkarn. Burley dispels it. Monkarn gets back on target. Big burst. Down to half health, looking to push for that Life Cocoon. Not even finding the Life Cocoon here at 29% DP. Now finally getting it. Full polymorph, and Infernion could be punished for that Unending Resolve or usage earlier on. Burley now has to use Gaia's Medallion and Life Cocoon. It does line up with the Dark Soul, so he will have it to trade for that, but he won't have it to trade for the Combustion, and the Combustion of Alec is the main win condition here. If he can polymorph Burley in another 48 seconds, pop that Combustion, I don't think there's any way that Infernion will be able to survive that. As long as he is locked down with a leg sweep. Burley fully feared. This is good for just ramping forward and trying to bait Vitality Conduit, but without Combustion, I don't think they have the damage to kill Infernion, especially not with his positioning. They do set up a drink, though, and Asgrath is going to regenerate back to full mana, realizing his mistake from game one and not making the same one twice. They set themselves up in a good spot to find victory on match point and eliminate the Bergen boys, which is very important in terms of the point standings. If ABC wants to look to qualify, they need a good showing in this cup. There's only one more left after it.
Yeah, if they can take down a team that's ahead of them, that would be big. Right now, Asgrath in a leg sweep. Doesn't look like they have any follow-up crowd control. Burley caught up in a full sheep. Asgrath going to trinket out of that full fear right there. And Alec is going to get that big Life Cocoon. Should keep him alive. And now, here is a swap onto Burley with Combustion. Do they have any more lockdown doesn't look like it is the case. If they did that setup a little bit cleaner, it could have been enough to maybe win the game for ABC. But now instead, Alec might have to use his ice block here, being extremely greedy. Does have a little bit of distance from Monkar. Asgrath is able to power through and keep him alive in that situation. And once again, because of that drink that Sid pointed out, ABC are just in a perfect situation right now. They're going to have loads of mana on their Mistweaver. Alex going to have that Cauterize rotating back up since they didn't force the Ice Block. On the previous push, he should have all of his defense. This is the only time, and Alec is going to have to use his Ice Block right there. The Caster's Curse coming in, and now again, the game is completely wide open.
Yeah, Alex is going to be super vulnerable, though he does have that GTF coming in around 10 seconds. Can they burst him down, though? Do they have the damage? Monkar looking to push through, but with no crowd control on Asgrath, I don't think that's going to be possible at this point in the game. About a minute for Alex combust, and I think until that combustion is back up, it's going to be Bergen boys that have the pressure, have the momentum. Full Fear secured on Asgrath. A preemptive Fort Brew Life Cocoon, that's going to provide a massive shield, but they're just going after Walrix, realizing Alec, he had the shield, and weren't going to be able to really push through it. Getting some damage rolling on Walrix, and that's going to tax Asgrath's mana even more for them to top him off. Bergen boys kind of all over the map at this point, but a full polymorph is secured onto Burley. Big Dark Soul Infernal Bolts onto Infernion as he is forced to run and hide behind the pillar once again. Burley with no trinket. I mean, this is where he is super susceptible to a big all-in. If they save the Mortal Coil, the Leg Sweep, the Combustion, we could see Burley actually go down in the next setup from ABC if they set it up correctly.
Let's see if ABC look to exploit that. Asgrath mana burned down to half. That drink he got earlier is definitely important if they're able to find victory here. Etching to that 50% dampening mark. Infernion ramps up, looking for some big Chaos Bolts. Interrupting Alec, but gets double Dragon's Breath. Burley gets Frost Nova as Alec looks to retreat downstairs, but Infernion is still in his line of sight, connecting a Chaos Bolt, shredding through the Life Cocoon. Asgrath trading out his Sky's Medallion, but here comes the Combustion. A race to the finish. Who will fall first? Burley is locked down. Infernion's on the run. Will Unending Resolve be enough? Double Shadow Fury snipes. He moves back in line of sight, goes for a Fear on the Walrix, but Burley is still crowd controlled, and Alec goes for the kill. ABC stay alive in the tournament and eliminate the Bergen boys.
Yep, that is our first elimination of the day. Unfortunately, Bergen boys is knocked out of the tournament as this is a lower bracket match, and ABC will be moving forward, and they will play the winner of Wildcard Gaming versus My Way, which we will see later. And yeah, honestly, through that whole game, you guys, it kind of seemed like it was anyone's match. A couple points there, or a couple times there during that game. Zico, where did it turn around for them for ABC to be able to pull off that victory?
Well, they were able to kind of stabilize through their period when they didn't have that much defense on Alec. And there at the end, they're able to force out Burley's Trinket in one of their setups. And after that, they force out the Life Cocoon, use Combustion. And I think, again, it's a little bit of a healer mistake. I mean, it's a bit of a mistake from the Warlock and the healer. But basically, anytime the healer gets crowd controlled, when a DPS is already, on like 40 or 30% HP, those are going to always be the most deadly goes. And I think that was a big problem here, because Alec basically got to use essentially half of his Combustion, or maybe even more, before the CC actually started landing on Burley. And Infernion wasn't able to survive despite using his Unending Resolve because of that.
And, we were saying before this matchup, ABC, they're kind of one of those teams that we've seen sort of struggle to find their footing a little bit. They did just come out of their first match of the day with a victory. Then do you think this is a success that they can continue throughout the rest of the lower bracket?
I mean, they definitely have the composition for it. They had some clean gameplay. I mean, if they can keep that up, I think there's a fair shot. I mean, we literally see Cloud9 with the exact same composition completely dominate North America. There hasn't been a single team in North America that really can push forward and take them down. So I think if ABC can come close to that level, they have a fair shot of going really, really deep in this tournament.
Do you think they'll stick with that comp, or are we going to see Nixie play sometime?
I personally, we'll see what the other commentators think, but I think that rogues are not very good right now. I think with conflict and strife, doubling your defensive versatility, and rogues kind of relying on kidney shot to set up as well as spike trinkets. I think without those, that is really difficult to actually push through some of the defense. Maybe in some specific matchups we could see it, but I think overall just Mage Warlock is significantly better right now.
Well, we will see how they do in the lower bracket, but coming up next, we are going to go to Diabolis versus Go next. We're going to go to a quick break. Stick around, and we'll come to that game right after this break.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Was is pushing for the kill. Doesn't have enough vanish. Growth. Do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. Before this break, we saw ABC face off against Bergen boys, and Bergen boys ended up falling to ABC and getting knocked out of the tournament. And now we are moving on to Diabolis versus Go Next. Supatees, we've seen both of these teams a few times. I believe Go Next was in the top 8 only once, Diabolis a few times. What do we know about these teams? What do we expect for this upcoming matchup?
Well, in the past, I would have said Rogue Mage Paladin for Diabolis, but now with Merce on the team, I would imagine they're going to be utilizing either Mage Warlock or maybe Elemental Warlock or Elemental Mage. They're almost exclusively like a spell cleave now. Unless Jamie, I mean, he has played Rogue on and off in the past. I suppose that he could if he needed to. But I would imagine they're going to be another Mage Warlock Mistweaver team for Clyde, or Paladin. I guess that's another question. But Go Next, they've been playing a lot of Shadow Priest Rogue, so similar to the Golden Guardians or the Move from North America, and they also run the Shadow Priest Mage. So they play really not meta comps. This is such a hard one to say. I feel like on paper, Diabolis should take it. They have Mage Warlock. Their opponents have really just not meta comps. Seems like Go Next need to build a little bit more synergy too. Perhaps if they could get the synergy, we've seen success, like the Golden Guardians have had success with those off meta comps, but you definitely need synergy to make up for it.
Yeah, like you were saying, Supatees, Diabolis does have the addition of that Warlock, so as you said, they're going to have more on meta comps. Zico, what do you think? Do you think, just given the comp pool of both of these teams, who do you think has the advantage here?
I'm going to have to give it to Diabolis, but I don't know. Go Next, I think what they should do on the side of Go Next is just focus on one comp and make it your main comp. I think what they should do is just have Radapai completely ditch the Priest and just main Paladin. Then they can play Shadow Mage Paladin, which is better than Disc Shadow Mage. And they can play at least Rogue Mage Paladin, which is actually a meta comp. So I think that's like their homework. And let's see if they have, kind of done that. On the side of Diabolis though, since they lost Acro and they got in Mercy, I'm gonna just say most likely Mage, Lock, and then either Mistweaver or Holy Paladin from their side, which seems to be the best comp right now. Definitely up there in terms of best comps.
Definitely.
Enrique, any comment on that? What do you expect from Go Next?
I mean, I can see what they're going to be running now, so it's a little.
Well, they don't.
It's a little bit of cheating. I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to lie to the people. Okay, at this point, we know what's coming, and this this is exciting to me. Okay, so I've been talking a lot about today about how I don't think rogues are necessarily the best, but Go Next, they're going to be looking to prove me wrong. They're going to be locking in the Rogue Mage Priest. So traditionally a very aggressive composition. We'll have to see if Go Next can actually get the setups they need against Diabolis, running that kind of standard, very meta Fire Mage, Destruction Warlock, Mistweaver Monk.
My screen
Yeah, mine
froze.
did too.
Did the game start?
I was a little bit worried too, but looks
Hold
like
on.
it's here. We're 5 seconds away from game number 2 starting in the lower bracket. Another tense series because both of these teams don't have a lot of points. They need a deep run with only 1 cup left if they want to secure a spot in the top 8 for the AWC circuit season. Clyde currently sapped as Go Next look to initiate an attack on the Mistweaver Monk. Kidney shot has landed, but Clyde is playing the Conflict and Strife, and A 6-second stun is going to provide a lot of damage reduction to the target, as Conflict and Strife doubles the amount of the effective versatility while you are stunned. So Clyde literally takes no damage, and this is why Vinruki was saying rogues aren't in the greatest position. I don't think Clyde is going to be an option for them in this match with him running the Conflict and Strife.
I mean, we'll see who they go after. I would actually expect all 3 members to be playing Conflict and Strife, just to make it really difficult for them to push through that defense. And I'm going to quickly take a look. It looks like, yes, all 3 members of the team of Diabolis are going to be running Conflict and Strife. It's going to make them very durable. They're all stacking versatility. So if you don't know Conflict and Strife, what it does is it basically doubles your defensive portion of your versatility. So if you had like 40% versatility, for example, that would normally give you 20% damage reduction, but with Conflict and Strife, it gives you 40% damage reduction. And every time Ashley has that kidney shot available, it's going to give, Gelu, Mercy, Clyde that extra defense, and that is what makes it so difficult for the Rogue right now. And we can see Go Next are already kind of forced in a very defensive position. Gelu and Mercy really, keeping them at bay.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Full polymorph lands onto Ratapai, but looks like no damage just yet. Gelu is currently stunned up, but gets the benefit of that Conflict and Strife, so his health actually goes up while stun locked down by the Rogue Mage. Combustion active here for Fried Kitty, but not finding too much damage. Now, Disciplined Priests are in a spot where it's really hard to win without running them out of mana. So one thing that Diabolis will need to do is look to just efficiently burn Ratapai's mana. They can utilize counterspells on his Holy Tree, but right now, beautiful crowd control, and they don't stun Gelu during the crowd control and Clyde. It's very important now that rogues actually don't stun their target while the enemy healer's crowd control, because they want to maximize their damage output. I'm actually wondering if he wants to start utilizing the kidney shot for crowd control, instead putting it on Clyde for 6 seconds where he can't heal, rather than putting it on Gelu to hold him in one spot.
Now, we'll see if they can actually implement that. I mean, we're seeing a lot of rogues, what they end up doing is they use their burst outside of the stun window. Ashley, he just went for the Garrote into, the Drestagat trinket to try to burst down Gelu, and I think quite often that's what we're going to see, is just try to burst down in that silence so that you don't get that extra benefit. Clyde actually getting interrupted as they make an offensive push here onto Gelu. He's in the midfield, combustion active right now for Fried Kitty. Unfortunately not able to find too much damage just yet. Ratapai is still just using this pillar, trying to heal out as efficiently as he can with the smites, but it just seems like it's almost an inevitability at this point, Sid, that Ratapai will not be able to win the game on mana versus Clyde unless he can drink somehow, but against Mage Warlock, that just seems like such a difficult thing to pull off.
I think another way they could potentially win is with the Obsidian Claw trinket. I'm just looking to see if they have 2 of it. They are running 2 of it, the rogue obviously not able to. But if they can land a double claw during crowd control, it's going to be a big burst of damage outside the normal window. They could use blind on the healer and see if he trinkets. If he does, later on crowd control him and then go for a double claw. That could be a way for them to get the cauterized from Gelu. Right now we see Go Next turtling up at the pillar. Ratapai doing as best as he can to keep his Purge the Wicked on as many targets as possible. Okay, so use the Obsidian Claw here on the Fell Hunter, and Mercy dismissed the Fell Hunter so that he doesn't get the mana back from it, I believe. So that was a nice play there from the Warlock, denying Ratapai's mana regeneration. Now we see Gelu stunned up, but with Life Cocoon and Conflict and Strife, Ashley just going to walk away from that one. No point in attacking that. It's basically an ice block, so he's going to run back out of line of sight, do another hit and run strategy. But with all 3 players playing Conflict and Strife, they're definitely going to need dampening if they want to be able to push through that defense.
Well, their major win condition is going to be double claw and Drestagat. They need, they need the extra boost of damage, quite frankly. And if they don't have that extra boost of damage, I just don't think they're going to be able to actually take anyone down. So their biggest setup is going to be every 2 minutes when they have the double Obsidian Claw, the Drestagat actually getting caught in the midfield, taking a huge hit of damage. Ratapai grips him to safety, uses the Vitality Conduit to stabilize, and ultimately Ashley gets away without using any defensive cooldowns. I mean, if I was in that situation, I would be freaking out. Ratapai must have been saying, I got you, don't worry, you're safe, because that was a huge hit of damage, but Ashley managed to play it calm, cool, and collected, and not use a single one of his defensive cooldowns.
Gelu trying to find a greater pyro, gets shut down. Fried Kitty pushes to midfield, right on top of Clyde now, looking for a Ring of Frost. Doesn't manage to find the crowd control, so it's likely that Gelu will be able to recover here. Clyde paralyzes Fried Kitty. He's still on off of Polymorph diminishing return, so he needs to avoid Fried Kitty. He's moving to the right side pillar, trying to kite away from Fried Kitty. Gelu getting targeted down here in the kidney shop, but Clyde isn't crowd controlled. He should be able to easily pick him up here. Greater Pyro is being casted. Gelu blinks forward to find a poly on Ratipai, potentially trying to fake out the premonition. Ratipai doesn't get caught. Blindsiding at the pillar. Dog pile in midfield. Fried Kitty repositioning on top of Clyde. Clyde now needs to realize this and move to the opposite side of the map if he wants to avoid being polymorphed. Perhaps he wants to get aggressive though. He's got the leg sweep available. Fully blinded. Gelu stunned up. Are they going to go for the double Obsidian Claw here? Looks like 2 claws are active on Gelu, but he's also running the Dwarf, so Fire Blood active. Claws are gone. And I mean, this could have been a Cauterize right here. I mean, he's so low already, and he just removed the claws. Maybe it still will be with the Drestigath. Life Cocoon comes in. Ashley now stunned up. Ratipai activates that Vitality Conduit, but gets interrupted into a Polymorph. Will it be enough here for Ashley to survive? Cloak of Shadows, immunity to magic damage as he retreats back to the pillar. Is Gelu going to blink in for this Greater Pyro? Looks like he's not. Switching his back onto Fried Kitty, just turreting them out. Blinking over, gets 1. It could tax Ratipai's mana. Ratipai is doing an excellent job, though, of maintaining it. He's still effectively at full, moving to 10% dampening.
Wow, I didn't even realize Fireblood is only a 2-minute cooldown, so you can quite literally Fireblood every single one of their double claw goes, which is just I mean, that's a straight up counter. I mean, Gelu, that's a very intelligent choice. We're seeing a lot of Dark Iron Dwarfs because of that, just of how powerful a lot of these on-use trinkets are right now, being able to just remove them. I feel like that almost negates the kill opportunity for Gonex to actually push through and get a kill. But, I mean, we'll see if they can get crowd control on Clyde. Even if Gelu's taking, you know, a significant reduction in damage, I still think they can kind of push through. And, of course, he won't be able to use that Fireblood if he is, you know, caught into a stun and Garrote Silence. So there is opportunities while he's stun locked to try to use the Racial or try to avoid him using the Racial. Ashley now caught into a fear, and it's been difficult for Ashley to really push through and get damage rolling. Ratipai, he has been doing a really good job maintaining his mana. I mean, that's the one thing GoNext has going for them. Their mana is still looking good at this point of the game. They push forward. Gelu caught into a kidney shot. Potentially big burst damage. Ratipai gets a nice double fear. Fried Kitty managing to find the ring as well. Gelu, can he survive? That really is the question. The Temporal Shield might be able to hold on to the Cauterize. Clyde gets out of the crowd control, gets the 4 Brew Life Cocoon, and Gelu able to hold on without having to really trade out too much.
All right, both teams stable. Ratipai's mana down to around 60% at this point. 8 minutes into the game. Fort Brew from Clyde is active, so maybe they can swap to him. I feel like it's Gelu that's the target. They need to try and get his Buyer's Medallion outside of their Obsidian Claw window so that he can't activate the Fireblood Racial to remove the Obsidian Claws. And they're both running it, so even Mercedes, if they go after him with that same strategy, it can be nullified. Kidney Shot blind, and let's see Gelu's the target, so have they activated the claws? As he comes out of this Kidney Shot, blinks back to midfield with the Blazing Barrier. Clyde gets counterspelled. This has been a beautiful crowd control chain on the Clyde. I'm very surprised that they don't actually get the Cauterize with this from Gelu. They're so close to it. Can they get it here with just a second left? No, Life Cocoon becomes available. Mercedes is taking quite a bit of damage though, as they could switch to him, but unfortunately only finding the Life Cocoon Cauterize would have been very important for them to get here as Dampening gets higher.
They might be able to actually push through. I mean, I'm starting to get convinced that they actually have the damage with the crowd control on Clyde. And keep in mind, Clyde with no trinket, if he gets caught into a fear, a polymorph, I could see Gelu potentially forced into the Cauterize, even in the Ice Block. And I mean, one thing we have to keep in mind is Ratipai is a Discipline Priest, so Ice Block, not exactly completely safe. If they do manage to get the Master Spell and remove that from Gelu and he doesn't get topped off and they have more crowd control on Clyde, they can push through and win in just a single setup. So definitely look out for that. Dampening is ramping up, and I think that maybe at some point they might even want to go after Mercy in this matchup, potentially. Right now you can see Ratipai starting to struggle to keep his team alive, and this is where the Discipline Priest is just burning through mana as fast as you can see. Already down to around 30% at 30% dampening, and I just don't know if Ratipai's ever going to really be able to recover that mana. So at this point, I have to say, I mean, Diabolis looks like they have a really big lead.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Ashley stunned up. He Cloak of Shadows right before it. Vitality Conduit is picking him up, but GoNext need to get pressure out now. Mana's not looking good for them. They did land crowd control. They get the Fireblood Racial from Gelu out of the way and the Life Cocoon on that push, but they don't have a lot of time here. Gelu lining up a Greater Pyroblast, Dragon's Breath by Fried Kitty. Fried Kitty blinks back and retreats. Ratipai min-maxing with that Atonement healing, really trying to play as efficiently as possible with his mana, avoiding Shadow Mend. Full blind, silence on Gelu. Looks like Go Next are trying to push for the win here. Can they get it? If they can get a Master Spell on the Ice Block, they could, but the crowd control chain is dropped. Ashley could not get there to sap out of the blind. Clyde sits through it with Gladiator's Medallion intact. Mercy is just owning Ratapai. He has to duck for cover. Ashley retreats back behind the pillar, and Go Next are stacked up on the box at 34% dampening with a 30% mana Discipline Priest. No Cloak of Shadows, no Gladiator's Medallions, almost a full mana Mistweaver Monk, Combustion available. Dark Soul now just out of the way, and Diabolis are looking tyrannical in game 1.
Yeah, they're looking really solid. Ashley goes for the cheap shot on Mercy. Garrote silence on Gelu. Can they make the push? As you can see, Fried Kitty actually gets feared on his cross, and Clyde will not be in any crowd control. Look at Fried Kitty. He's desperately trying to get a polymorph. Unfortunately, Mercy completely able to deny him. It's at that moment where you really need the counterspell on Mercy's fear in order to actually secure that crowd control. Fried Kitty kind of stuck in the middle of the map with a full polymorph on Ratapai, and now Fried Kitty, he's going to have to use his Ice Block. That's a really scary moment. Ratapai with no trinket, Fried Kitty with no mobility, and that's what happens. I mean, you kind of get baited to go for crowd control. If you get stopped, you're a sitting duck, and I mean, Fried Kitty is still in trouble here.
Oh, Greater Pyroblasting Chaos Bolt, net cauterize. He is just melting behind the pillar, literally. The entire team dissolving in front of Diabolis' heat. Clyde pumping out heals. His mana is still good. Interrupt over onto Ratapai. The entire team is getting whittled down. Dark Soul's going to be available in 39 seconds. At that point, I don't know how they're going to recover. They're going to have to pull off a miracle. Ashley is trying to be that miracle here, leading the charge with the Garrote Silence Vendetta. They get Life Cocoon. They still have Combustion. Are they going to pop off here? Fried Kitty needs to get it cauterized. If they don't get cauterized Ice Block Master Spell, literally on one push, I don't think this game is winnable from any other perspective. There's just too many cooldowns to get through. It's all or nothing for Go Next. Ratapai, though, is feared away. That Dark Soul is impending 10 seconds away. Clyde rolls up for a leg sweep. Everyone is locked down. Ashley breaks out, but where is he going to go? He's just stuck out in midfield, stacked for a double Shadow Fury. Ashley goes for a Vanish defensive cheap shot play. Ratapai moves in with the littlest amount of mana remaining. Clyde gets counterspelled. Fried Kitty doing everything that he can here with no cauterize, no Ice Block left. Do they have the damage to push Gelu over? Hovering at 50%. He's kind of playing BM in their face. He's getting punished for it. Down at 10%, but now Clyde should be able to start to pick him back up. Maybe not. This is startling how low Gelu has been for this time. I mean, is Clyde just trying to play efficiently? Dampening is quite high, so he's just going as slow as he can to get Gelu back to full health so he doesn't burn too much mana, but look at Ratapai. This is not a good position to be in as Go Next.
I mean, definitely not 50% dampening, but with these levels of dampening, anything can really happen. Interrupt on Mercy. Nice setup once again here by Go Next. They might just shred through that Life Cocoon by trying to keep him alive. There's a big Life Cocoon on Gelu. Still has the Temporal Shield. I think he has the Fire Blood ready and available to go as well. And it's at this point, I mean, Ratapai's got no mana. Fried Kitty and Ashley, they have to avoid damage because Ratapai is not going to be able to recover that health. And I think Gelu and Mercy, they just need to go after kind of whoever. Cauterize is forced out, though, and Clyde, he's really starting to struggle. I mean, like you said, the throughput on Gelu hasn't been great. He doesn't have the Vitality Conduit to keep Gelu alive. But a big setup here. Mercy, the double leg sweep coming in from Clyde. He's able to set up with that. And it looks like potentially they take Fried Kitty down. Gelu in a little bit of trouble as well, using the Combust, forced into his Ice Block on his Combust. That is not a great thing. That just happened, and now Go Next. I mean, it's do or die for them. They need to continue this offensive push. They might be able to take down Gelu. They land the fear on Clyde. He uses the Trinket. Gelu and Fried Kitty are both in a lot of trouble. There is no Cauterize. There is no Ice Block. Fried Kitty forced to run away. That Chaos Bolt should just close it out. Sniped in by Mercy, but that was a lot closer than I thought, and it seems like once you get to those deep stages of dampening, there is the possibility that Go Next can actually make that offensive push. And I have to say, I mean, if Fried Kitty in that one moment didn't have to use his Cauterize and his Ice Block by trying to go for crowd control, I think they could have just straight up won. I mean, Clyde's out of mana. He's having to heal really inefficiently at this point in the game. Ratapai and Ashley are going to try to close it out and come back, but I just don't think that's going to be a possibility. I really think if we see this matchup again and Fried Kitty doesn't get, overzealous by using both Shimmers to go for the hero polymorph and just plays it calm, cool, and collective, wait for dampening, do some damage, they can win this just with sheer pressure on Gelu. They don't even really need big crowd control change. Just go after Gelu, get the damage rolling, but yeah, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, there were definitely a few times in that game that Go Next was really putting that pressure onto Gelu, and we saw him drop really low in health a few times, and honestly, I thought they would be able to turn it around, Zico, but it just wasn't quite enough. Where did it start to go wrong for them at the end?
I feel like it was kind of hard to keep Radapai's mana up. I gotta agree with Van as well. They were going for aggressive plays, and I just feel like when you're playing this matchup, it's a fact you're not gonna land a kill before dampening. The Warlock's gonna have too much self-healing, and unless you have a perfect setup, I really feel like you're not gonna be able to kill the mage. So I think you kind of have to play this matchup. It's like with the Golden Guardians. We used to see them play the RPS and play really aggressive and try to kill cleaves, but then when they actually had some success, it was more in the games where they just sat back and they didn't stop drinks, but they just tried to preserve their mana. Their mana was much more important to have as much of as possible when the game reaches those later stages, and I think that's the win condition. Wait till 50% dampening, go out, Shadow Step Kidney the Mage on cooldown, do the rotational Combust Fried Kitty, and then that's it. After that, when you reach dampening and you do it, I think you're gonna have kill pressure.
So there's clearly an opportunity for them, for Go Next, to pull off a victory in this next game, Subatees. Do you think that they're going to stick with this comp, or is there going to be a counterplay with Diabolis? What do you think we're going to expect here in terms of comps for this next match?
In Shadow Priest Rogue, we've seen it really good at killing Mistweaver monks. And I don't know how much experience Clyde has on Monk. He's been playing Priest and Paladin mostly, so picking a map where they can kill the Mistweaver monk, going over to the Shadow Priest Rogue, could be an option for them.
So you think that Go Next is going to play Shadow Priest?
It's an option. They could do the same thing with Rogue Mage, but
Right.
the Shadow Priest Rogue, I mean, Peekaboo is slaying Mistweaver monks with that. And on the smaller maps, I think it's definitely something they can pull off. And then on the large maps, they could run Rogue Mage Priest and just run until dampening, run until deep dampening, just keep running. Dampening gets to a high enough point, then run the mage over with everything that you've got. I think that's an option for them.
Let's say that these two teams, Venricky, pick the same comps that we saw in that first game. What do you want to see differently coming out of Go Next if they want to take a Game 2 win?
So basically, the most convincing thing they did to me was just sit
What?
back. Wait, am I missing something?
Oh,
What?
I'm looking at the pick. Sorry.
Super is the cheat draft again.
I have the
Yeah.
cheat
let
draft.
him finish his thought, and then we'll go into the
So
picks.
this is actually, I don't mind this coming in from Go Next. I mean, maybe
I can't say
surprised.
it yet.
It's going to be Tolvaron Arena, so large map, but I actually don't mind it. I feel like Go Next, their winning strategy is actually don't be proactive at all. Fried Kitty should never shimmer polymorph until it's really late in the game. Just play as safe as you can, do your consistent setups, and at 50% dampening, if we do see Clyde, running Conflict and Strife, it's going to be hard for him to actually keep Gelu alive. It's not going to be super easy. He's not going to have the Vitality Conduit. I think Rogue Mage win condition is actually just try to keep Radapai's mana high as long as you possibly can. Try to bait out Dispels with Polymorph, and then use your Claw to try to just recover mana and just live. I mean, it sounds weird that you have to kind of dampen Mage Warlock on Tolvaron, but I think it's actually their best shot in winning this. I just don't want to see Fried Kitty throw away his Cauterize and his Ice Block by trying to be a hero. Just sit back, do damage, cause pressure, and kind of let dampening take the wheel.
Well, it sounds like so they did pick Tolvaron. Venricky, you think that it's going to be a little bit difficult for them on the side of Diabolis. Is there an opportunity then, Zico, for them to maybe pull up Jamie off of the bench and maybe switch up their comp a little bit? What do you think their options are here?
I think no matter what they do, they're going to have a worse comp. I feel like on the side of Diabolos, your comp is Mage Lock. And if you lose with Mage Lock, maybe you play LA Lock or LA Mage. But I feel like both of those comps aren't that meta comp. I actually, maybe it's a little controversial, but I feel like if they, obviously Acro did leave the team, but if he would have stayed in the team and they got rid of Jamie, then they would have had Rogue Lock, Rogue Mage, Mage Lock, like they would have all the meta stuff. Unfortunately for them, I feel like Mage Lock is the only thing that they're going to be able to run right now, and maybe swap the healer to a Paladin or something. And I also agree with Van. I think going Tolvir and just sitting back doing nothing as the RMP until dampening is for sure the strat here that Go Next is going to use.
Yeah, well, we are seeing both comps being picked by these teams. They're going to be playing, we've got RMP again and the Mage Lock on the side of Diabolis. Let's talk about the this game here at Supatees. Do you think that it's going to end the same way that we saw it in the first game, or what do we expect now that we see the comp and the map for these two teams?
I think if Go Next can just run away the entire game and avoid death as long as possible and get to, I don't know exactly what percent the dampening needs to be, like at least 50% dampening, and then they go for a push, I do think they can win that way. So just minimize the amount of damage they take, and just keep as much mana as they can until they get deep enough into dampening, and then go for the all-in. I think it will work for them.
This might sound crazy too, but another thing I want to see the Rogue Mage Priest do is use more on use trinkets. Like, I think defense is great, but if you position yourself and you don't really take too many risks, you don't really need, the survivability of a Battle Masters. I want to see both, all three members if they can. I mean, maybe not for Rattapie because he wants to hold on to his mana, but for sure, Fried Kitty and Ashley, I really want to see them, use Drestagath and Maledict. So, and then also Claw and Maledict on the side of Fried Kitty. So, in dampening, those offensive pushes become so much more difficult for Clyde to deal with, and you're not getting just strictly countered on your one offensive trinket every 2 minutes by the Fireblood racial of Gelu. So I think that would be a really, really good strategy for Go Next as well.
In general, I feel like people aren't valuing Maledict. I think
so
Maledict is actually the best on use trinket for most cases, because most of the time you're running into things like DK, Warlock, Demon Hunter, Windwalker, like that's the meta right now, and all those classes just have so much self-healing that if you get 3 absorbs of Maledict, it's going to outvalue a full Claw. I don't understand why people aren't playing it, but it's especially effective against Warlocks.
Through that.
Well, the gates are open. It is Diabolis versus Go Next. Diabolis up 1-0 here on Tovaron.
All right. So, Sid, what do you think about this? Do you think they should just be sitting back?
I think they should just do nothing until really, 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 really deep dampening. I'm known for playing like the tank spec, and that's what the best teams in NA do to my team. Just run until the deepest point of dampening, and then just kill when the healing of the specs isn't so powerful. I do think that's the most safe way to win. The other way that they win is like they're battling the Death Star, and they have to land the perfect shot right in the and there's not even really a weak point to hit with the perfect shot. It's like the other team makes a mistake and like strips off their armor a little bit, and then they've got an opening. So I wouldn't blame Go Next for just dragging the fight on as long as they can, maximizing their mana, and then trying to go for an all-in. The nice part about it too is if they manage to win, they take Tovaron away from the Mage Warlock, which is their best map as Mage Warlock.
Yep. I think the large map is it's really, really nice. I mean, normally you'd expect, the small map for Rogue Mage Priest to be nice, as you can get, fears and stuff on Clyde, but in the current climate, you just have to kind of feel it out. You have to wait, making those offensive pushes, and you just end up getting punished more than it really helps you. I mean, look at this positioning right now. Fried Kitty and Rattapie want to cross the midfield. They're going to be met by, Frost Nova, Fear, Shadow Fury, and then that's when Gelu and Mercy can really start generating some pressure. But you can see Mercy, he's not really afraid at this point of the game to push in behind the pillar. And I wouldn't mind seeing, Ashley go after Mercy, like start taxing the mana of Clyde a little bit. If the team's going to push in that much, like don't be too afraid to, attack the Warlock. You can still get out, decent damage at this time. I don't even see Ashley on the map finally coming back. Potentially was looking for a sap on Clyde. But definitely unable to find it. Growth Silence now on Gelu as they're looking to make a slight offensive push, but more so than anything, I think this is just trying to keep Gelu and Mercy at bay for as long as possible.
They're also running double Breath of Dying on the side of Go Next, so both Ashley and Fried Kitty, if they can get the Fell Hunter low health, they can use the Breath of the Dying on it. If they execute it, their next Breath of the Dying is effectively double the damage. This could be really effective deeper into dampening. Probably about 10 minutes from now. I think it's really up to Diabolis to get something going here. They're running triple Conflict and Strife. I almost don't understand why they don't just run on top of the Rogue Mage Priest and try and get like triple leg sweeps or something along those lines and go for pressure. I feel like they don't need to be nearly as afraid or cautious as they are, especially before dampening.
Yep. 100%. I guess they're worried about getting punished. I mean, if Clyde does get caught into a fear or does get swapped to, but there is the potential for an all-in. But I think for Gelu and Mercy, it's going to be they need to try to push in, because I think them even just seeing what happened in the last game, they have to be a little bit afraid. Here's a big push. Clyde actually trinkets out of the blind, and Ashley will say, all right, see you later, back to the pillar. And I think that's kind of what you have to do as the Rogue Mage Priest. And I do think, I mean, thinking about this matchup more and more, and kind of my experiences with this matchup, it is possible for the Rogue Mage Priest to win. It can be difficult as the Mage Warlock to push in and actually take them down. Radopi at this point, he's been able to maintain his mana very well. We're about a minute and a half away from dampening. And I think the strategy Go Next is implementing, and they're kind of realizing could definitely get them a win here on Tolvaron.
I mean, this is something that we saw Colo's Rogue Mage Paladin. You remember last year when Cloud9 was dominating it with Mage Warlock, and then Colo came up with the defensive smoke bombs and ran Rogue Mage Paladin and just ran away the whole time until dampening, and then pushed the Warlock over. It's worked in the past. I think that there's no reason that it wouldn't still continue to work now. It's just something that people haven't been opting for. I think it's just now they've realized, like, there's not really any chance that we can get through the defense. We just need to make sure that we're not spending all of our mana before the point in the game where we can get through the defense. And Radopi's mana isn't looking like it's high, but it's not full. And we're still not even 30 seconds away from dampening. Mercy is starting to get a bit more aggressive. I would like to see Mercy on one side of the pillar, Gelu on the other. Right now they're both on the same side of the pillar, so Go Next can just keep running in a line or circle around this box, and then they'll never get a casted spell off. If they split up and have Gelu on the left, Mercy on the right, one of them will be able to cast. As Mercy pops those Infernals, goes for a double Mortal Coil, fears off the Mortal Coil, looking to set up on Ashley as he's feared out into the open. They polymorph him, but then they break the polymorph. I actually did like the poly. That could have held him in place maybe for a greater pyro. Bit unfortunate they broke that early. Now Ashley going to retreat, and this is where Radopi is going to be tested on his efficiency. He needs to not use Shadow Mend and heal his team back to full health, which is really hard to do if you're interrupted on Penance or Smite, as that's the only other heal you can cast. Is he going to be able to pull his team back to full without spending too much mana? It looks like he's managed to do it for now. Ashley is taking a lot of Chaos Pulse to the face. Looks like Mercy's Fell Hunter got sniped there by Breath of the Dying as he summons a new one into the fight. But a stacked up Breath of the Dying at this point of the game is probably non-consequential. I guess just killing the pet so it's not hitting Radopi is just minimizing damage, but it's going to be much later into the game. It looks like they want to go with the Breath of the Dying that they got earlier with the counterspell. Gelu Temporal shields all the damage though and blinks back out into the open, and if Ashley wants to chase him out here, he's easily going to die, so he gets Life Grip back to the pillar. Line of Sight's only one greater pyro hits, but Radopi needs to make sure he doesn't use Shadow Mend at any time in this game, and he gets away with it. Penance topping off Ashley as Go Next continue to stall for that one big push. It's easily maybe 4 minutes from now before they're really going to be able to go for it. And then while they go for it, they are going to be susceptible to being destroyed by Destruction Warlock. So they're running a pretty big gamble by picking this map and dragging the fight on for that one push opportunity. Will they be able to find the kill?
I mean, that really is the question. And I think as dampening gets higher and higher, it's going to look more and more convincing from the Rogue Mage Priest side of things. At this point, I mean, Diabolis can just kind of bully Go Next. They just don't have the offense. They don't have the capability of really getting crowd control on Clyde on this map. They just got to wait back. They just got to wait. And at some point, I feel like it's going to be, 45%, 50% dampening. They actually get a sap on Clyde. And Clyde has to be very careful of that he's not falling out of combat while Ashley's just sitting in stealth. Sap into sap on Clyde. Do they have the blind? Where's the damage? Gelu gets the live cocoon. And unfortunately, that go will be stopped. But that was blind from Ashley and trinket from Clyde. So at least they got the trinket from Clyde. And now if they can get crowd control in the future, it's going to be more difficult for Clyde to actually break free and actually continue those heals onto Gelu. So I would say a small victory for Go Next. It definitely gives them a little bit of opportunities. But, I mean, trading the trinket for the blind it's very standard and a fair play from Clyde.
Radopi, he's doing something that no one else has been trying to do. Everyone pretty much running full versatility on their corruptions, but he's running full haste. So he really wants to get those penances out as fast as possible, the smites as well, to heal with Trinity and Atonement to maximize his mana. The downside is if he gets targeted, he's not going to have that added defense, so perhaps they can go after Radopi. Ashley has been taking a beating, though. They're really just focusing on the rogue and preventing Ashley from getting any sort of ramp up and delaying his rupture. And really just trying to minimize his pressure, as he's the one that is going to have to leave line of sight to do damage. Clyde with no Gladiator's Medallion is just playing it cautiously, drinking. Infernos with Fear on Ratipai. Nice setup here from Diabolis. They do land the full poly. They could just close it out. Ashley has to Trinket and Cloak of Shadows to trade while Ratipai is crowd controlled. Now, Ratipai feared out in the open. I'd love to see them just turn to him and attack him and just maximize their damage and run the Priest out of mana. They Frost Nova him. He dispels himself. Gelu looks for a greater. Chaos Bolt over on the Fried Kitty. He has to block it. He didn't trust the Temporal to be enough, and Ratipai is interrupted, and Go Next have been waiting 8.5 minutes to do a push, but their entire defense just got blown out before they even got to the point where they were waiting for.
And that's what can happen. I mean, you really are taking a gamble, and if you get overzealous or caught, that's when it becomes really scary. And without the ice block, I feel like Fried Kitty and, you know, Ashley not having any defensive cooldowns, there's no Vanish, there's no Cloak of Shadows, Go Next is going to have to play this even more careful than they did. But the thing is, if they play too careful, then, I mean, Gelu and Mercy, they're not going to be afraid at all to make these offensive pushes. Mercy is going to be taking a little bit of damage, and I actually don't mind it. Go after Mercy. Beautiful mind control from Ratipai. That's going to slow down any sort of offense from Gelu. And I think that is a really, really nice setup. It's very clean. I mean, if we get a polymorph on Gelu into a mind control and then just go after Mercy, that is something that is going to be difficult for Diabolis to stop.
Oh, full polymorph. Looks like Vitality Conduit got active before it. Ratipai has maintained his mana. That's definitely one of the most important resources for them to be able to push for a longer game kill, but their defense is so limited. Pain Suppression, is that going to be enough? Ashley gets stunned up. Ratipai gets interrupted. Penance, is it going to sustain Ashley here? Lingering Psychic Shell, that's a big absorb. Looks like Ashley is going to be able to survive this one as he's wrapped around the corner. They've got Vendetta, they've got Combustion, they've got Blind, so they could make a big push. Do they want to do it now at almost the 10-minute mark, or do they want to wait another minute? Can they afford to wait? Because Mercy and Gelu are starting to land a lot of crowd control onto Ratipai, and they've been isolating Fried Kitty quite effectively. I'd love to see them just go after Ratipai here in this polymorph out in the open, but they get interrupted with the kidney shot, and they are trying to kill the Warlock in dampening, not the Mage. Have to wait and see how that works out for them moving forward. Ratipai interrupted. Infernals have been called in. This is danger time for Go Next. Ratipai still needs to try to keep his team at full health without using Shadow Mend. And when Chaos Bolt does half your health, that is going to be really hard. Ratipai was desperate. He goes for a double Psychic Scream to try and stop damage, but now he's Ring of Peace out in the open, feared away. Ashley has to use Cloak of Shadows. He goes for the blind. It looks like Go Next are finally trying to get some pressure out here, but they've left Gelu open. He finds a Greater Pyro. 2 Greater Pyros. Fried Kitty retreats. Ratipai gets interrupted again, and if they just put all of their interrupts into the Priest, I mean, his team is just going to get whittled down into nothing. Diabolis are looking strong here despite Go Next's stalling strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking dangerous for Go Next. Oh, Gelu's taking quite a bit of damage. Temporal Shield will heal him just a little bit, but at this stage of dampening, the Temporal Shield won't be super duper effective. The Life Cocoon trades from Clyde. He's got no Life Cocoon and no Trinket. If there's been ever a time in this match where Go Next can actually make kind of an offensive push and try to start getting those big defensive cooldowns, like the Unending Resolve, like the Ice Block from Gelu, this would be the moment in the match. They're going to be putting some good, consistent damage out onto Mercy, but Clyde, at this point, easily healing through it. Gelu pushing forward, looking for some crowd control, gets denied by Fried Kitty. Ratipai struggling to top his team off. And it's at this point in the game where Ratipai has no choice. He's going to have to use Shadow Mends, and that's when, like you said, Sid, he's going to be burning through his mana really, really quickly. So it's kind of do or die here for Go Next. They either need to completely avoid damage, although this push on Mercy it's kind of nice. I mean, they're getting some consistent damage rolling, but, I mean, Fried Kitty, he definitely can't be blinking out into the midfield. I feel like that is just, it's too scary, it's too risky. You just got to kind of win with damage at this point in the game.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off. Ratipai has been holding strong on that Disciplined Priest, but now at 12 minutes, he's only 30% remaining mana. Does he have enough left in the tank to push through, find a win for his team here on 12 Round Arena? Greater Pyros are slipping through. This is the downside of the targeting from Go Next, going after the Warlock and not the Mage. Ashley and Fried Kitty are running for their lives as Ratipai is polymorphed. Flame Strike lobbed out by Gelu. He doesn't care about his polymorph. He just wants to do as much damage as he can to all 3 targets. I like the positioning. Mercy on the right, Gelu on the left, so that at least one of them should be able to cast. Fried Kitty goes for a blink counter spell. Go Next tried to take advantage of this moment where Clyde can't heal or Life Cocoon to burst down the Warlock, but he doesn't take any damage. Double Mortal Coil out from Mercy. Everybody in trouble here as Dark Soul is active. They fear the Rogue. They're desperate. They're polymorphing Mercy over and over. Gelu blinks in to Frost Nova them in place. They're all getting rotted. 50% dampening. I don't think Ratipai can really heal through this with Atonement alone. He has to Shadow Shadow Mend, but Shadow Mend is so expensive. It's going to cost basically the rest of his mana. He's trying to reset those Purge the Wickeds, get as much atonement healing out as possible, go for the aggressive penance to bring the team back up into the fight, but they still haven't even got an unending resolve. I don't even know if they've gotten a life cocoon this game from the team of Diabolis. Mercy silenced up. They're going for another push, but there it is. Life Cocoon activated immediately. Going to negate this. It was Life Cocoon before Vendetta. Perhaps there's an opening there with Smoke Bomb as well. There's no Gladiator's Medallion. They could do an all-in on Mercy with that. That's basically their last shot, though, I think, in this game.
You know what I mean? We'll see if they can actually land it. Gelu with the combustion right now is going to be doing a ton of damage over onto Ashley. Ratapai gets interrupted on the smite. Now forced to use the trinket. Ashley's in a lot of trouble. It's the Vitality Conduit coming in from Ratapai, but at this point in the game, the Vitality Conduit can be really, really scary. Here it is. Unending Resolve traded out by Mercy, who gets caught into a kidney shot with a smoke bomb. But now, with no Unending Resolve, there is an opportunity for Go Next. I mean, this is looking absolutely horrifying for them. But if they can get one good crowd control chain and good damage on Mercy, I think Clyde is really going to start burning through his mana. And it could be exceptionally difficult for him to actually stay alive here. But they have to hold on a little bit longer. They need to find crowd control. Ratapai does trade out his trinket into another polymorph. Gets the pain suppression on Ashley, but Sid, it's going to be so difficult for him to actually top him off.
Ashley evasion to leg sweep that I'm certain he would have died in. So that was a nice play, but he's still very low health. And Ratapai, 0 mana. Despite playing this basically at the pillar the entire game, he's completely out of mana. He's getting targeted down. Chaos Bolts, Greater Pyros. He ducks around the corner with a desperate prayer. He's penancing the Fell Hunter. He's trying to min-max his healing here, but it's 60% dampening. I don't think the atonement healing is going to stabilize him. It's do or die, but there's still a life cocoon to get through. Gelu is boldly blinking on top of them. Triple Infernal. Could be a triple kill for Diabolis. They stun up Mercy as they're trying to stall out his Dark Soul, but Ratapai's rotted down. Double Spelllock onto the Priest, negating all of his heals. They polymorph Ashley. I don't even think they should, though. Just do damage at this point. They're going to fall over. Everybody is dead. Diabolis asserting Magelock dominance. Ratapai holds on by a thread. Is he going to be able to stay alive? No, Gelu is just right on top of him, and the stall tactics are not going to work for Go Next. And I don't know where they go next from here, because that was really their best shot. I felt like they didn't feel like they were making really big mistakes. Diabolis were just able to get on top of them and end the game, so this is tough for them.
Yeah, and now Diabolis, they're up 2-0. They only need one more win to send Go Next out of this tournament. And something that I was thinking about during that game, Ratapai, back when he played on the boys, way back when, said that like one of the things that he likes to do is stick with a comp. He thinks people switch off comps too early, and one of the things that he likes to do with his teams is try and sort of figure out what's not working with his comp. Do we think, though, at this point it would be wise for them to try and switch something up, or we're going to see them play that RMP again, Zico? What are their options here?
I would say, what is not working with their comp? Priest. What should they switch about their comp? Priest. Should Ratapai diversify and play another healer and never play his Priest again? Yes. Yeah. those are the things I want to see from them. But in this particular matchup, of course, I don't think they have too much to choose from here. I mean, obviously they have Belay, a phenomenal player. You know, they have all the players on this roster are, you know, extremely good players individually. It's a rough meta for them, and I don't know if they can bring in Belay, and that's going to make a big difference, because in my opinion and most people's opinion, Warlocks are you know, kind of the kings when it comes to like Wizard versus Wizard. It always comes down to who has the most burst damage and who has the most lockdown. And Shadow Priest doesn't have any of those things. Shadow Priest has, you know, a lot of utility, off healing, long CC chain, some lockdown, no interrupts though. And a Warlock just wins there because you have, you know, spammable Fear, spammable Root, spammable Coil, spammable Stun, spammable AoE Stun, you know, and obviously 300k Chaos Bolts as well. Yeah.
Well, you know, Ratapai, he is known for that Disc Priest. I don't think we see him switch off of a healer very often, though. Subities, do you think that's really their best choice, though, is trying to get like a Mistweaver in here?
I mean, I feel like Paladin, so I think Ratapai Paladin would be better. I'm trying to think if I've seen any of the Priest teams actually successfully do that, where they drag it on into dampening and go for a kill. I don't think so. It's mostly been Paladins. It was Rogue Mage Paladin back last year when Cloud9 was terrorizing everybody with the Mage Warlock too. So I think if Ratify plays Paladin, they could stall it. They could even run like Avenging Light. He'll have the Indomitable Justice, Azerite trait for more judgment damage. He's going to adding effectively the same amount of damage as the Priest, but should have more longevity. And their cooldowns are stronger than the Priest. So when they push onto the Warlock, they can just use a Sacrifice to stop all the greater pyro damage if they want, or a Divine Shield. And they can just go immune while they're standing on top of them at 80% dampening and kill them while they're immune and don't have to worry about any threat. It makes more sense that the Paladin would work for them over the Priest.
Yeah, I just think the nice thing about the Paladin is you actually have like an all-in win condition, right? So the Rogue obviously has been trading out his blind and getting Trinket, but if you have a Paladin and he's running Blinding Light as well, that gives you a second scary go where you actually can, you know, potentially win the game. It just, with no crowd control whatsoever on the healer, onto Clyde, the threat of Mercy going down is just isn't there. They don't have the throughput damage. Clyde was full mana the entire game. He just sat back, didn't have to really deal with anything whatsoever. But Clyde, that was probably, I know, that was an afternoon at the beach for him in that game. He really didn't have to deal with too much in that matchup. So I think, I mean, if Ratify could play Paladin, I would be a lot more convinced of this matchup. But
he can though. That's the thing. I played with his Paladin. I mean, sure, it's not as good as his Priest, but I feel like at some point you just go with it. Like you already lost 2 games.
Would it still would be better, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has been practicing it at least like to some degree. I mean, you know, I think it can't hurt to bring it out. Another thing that I think that they can do is, so what they've tried to do on Nagran and Tolvir both is kind of just try to drag on the game as long as possible, hold on to your mana as much as possible. And there's been, you know, a couple of minor mistakes where, you know, someone pushes in too much or they're not, you know, hitting the closest target to the pillar. Just small things that you can nitpick on. But in the grand scheme of things, they did reach where they wanted to go. They weren't able to win that way. In my opinion, going on a neutral map is not what you want to be doing. You want to take it to the smallest map possible and maybe swap your strategy around killing Clyde. Clyde is also, you know, he's a Priest main. He plays a lot of Paladin too. But on that Monk, he's not super experienced. Maybe you should test him a little bit, bring it to hook point, go after him. Something like that could work. I feel like going on, you know, another big map and trying the same thing again is basically a recipe for, you know, failure.
Yeah, well, they did lock in Tiger's Peak, and it looks like Go Next are going to be playing RMP and up against Diabolis with Mage Lock once again. So if it comes down to Go Next for them to win, that they need to sort of survive a little bit longer. We're seeing Ratify run out of mana quite a bit faster than Clyde, than Venriki. What do they do here to try and sustain his mana a little bit further on the side of Go Next?
That's a great question. I mean, it just seems like for Gelu and Mercy, if they can just attack basically whatever comes out. Ratify at the beginning, it looks good. You know, it's just using Purge the Wicked, Penance is enough, Atonement heals. It's looking good. I mean, you can sustain on that for quite some time, but once you're at 20% dampening, then it becomes a little bit less stable. You need to throw in a couple Shadow Mans, 40% dampening. You know, every second global is Shadow Man to try to stay alive and recover. And then when you get to 50% dampening, I mean, you need to be the aggressors. You can't just continue to hide, because if you do, I mean, it's just inevitable. Ratify just cannot heal through the damage. With positioning, Clyde will always be able to run away and get drinks. So I don't know. Definitely going to be difficult here for Go Next. I think the one thing, if I could, you know, ask for one thing from them to actually win this matchup, I really believe they need to be running double on Use Trinket. I think they need to run Maledict to just make it like a little bit more difficult for Clyde. You know, they get a Polymorph on Gelu and they dispel it. Okay, Maledict on Mercy, that's going to really help their throughput and actually their chances of taking down Mercy in the match. If they don't do that, I don't know how they're going to win this one.
And you can see their gear on that note if you want to go to awc.gcd.tv. But the gates are opening. It is 2-0 Diabolis versus Go Next. Diabolis only needs one more victory to continue in the bracket.
Curious if they're just going to try and do the same thing where they sit at the box and wait until deep dampening. I don't think that it looked like it was going to work for them, at least not with the Priest variant, but right now that's looking like that they're going to be doing. Maybe they've switched to Gushing Wounds or something. It just got nerfed though, so I feel like it's really unlikely. And now they're all just running versatility. Radipai still playing haste. They are going to start crowd control, but Gelu pre-temp shielded all this damage, so he's likely to go back at a decent margin. And they fear Ashley, so he can't sap. And that's the main challenge. If Clyde plays maximum distance from Gelu, Ashley can't stun Gelu and sap his own blind. And if they don't have crowd control on Gelu or crowd control on Clyde and damage on Gelu at the same time, how do you kill him? It's like a checkmate position, and Radipai is just getting smashed right now, even at the pillar, rotted down by Flame Strike build and Rain of Fire at the moment.
Yeah, so this is one thing I wanted to call out, which I think is really good. I mean, this map, this positioning is obviously, it's difficult for Radipai, Pride Kitty, and Ashley to completely avoid damage. And Gelu is running an honor talent you don't normally see. It's called World in Flames. It reduces the cast time of your Flame Strike by 1 second, 1.25 seconds, as well increases the damage by 20%. And he's also playing Flame Patch. So if they want to run it high, they're going to get barbecued by Flame Strikes. I think this is a really intelligent decision from Gelu, and I think it potentially could completely throw Go Next off their game.
Well, this is an interesting build from Gelu. I feel like it was Legion. Well, there was a time in Legion where everyone was playing that and just flame striking the whole team down. So
yeah,
it's been a
Zico
long
and I
time.
definitely kind of we led the charge with that build in the beta. It quickly got a little bit of a nerf, but yeah, it's not something you often see, but it's really smart. I mean, they're all behind the pillar. You're going to get big value, and it might not seem super effective right now, but I promise you, Radipai is going to struggle with this as the game goes on.
Oh, counterspell on Clyde. They're going after Mercedes and a kidney shot. Radipai, though, gets disrupted, and Greater Pyro is a threat. Ashley Shadow Step kicks it, moves back to the Warlock, still trying to deal damage there and find pressure, but it seems unlikely. Ashley gets isolated. Radipai prems the ring, though. Nice premonition. Now you should be able to get Ashley back in the fight. And Go Next are taking more of a middle stance this game. They're not entirely just waiting until dampening. They're trying to get pressure, but the risk you run is just dying when you don't just try and wait. So it seems almost entirely that it would just be better for them to do nothing, wait for dampening, because if they try to do anything, the only thing they're doing is running the risk of losing, as Ashley has to trade up very precious cooldowns to stay alive in this fight. Combustion gets popped with the Dress to Gath. They're going after Gelu. Clyde Trinket's blind and activates Life Cocoon, and that totally negates that push. Ashley gets rooted out in midfield. Clyde's rolling up for a leg sweep, and Ashley has no way to break out of it. Radipai grips him back to the pillar just in the nick of time, but if they choose to stack up at the box like this, Gelu's Flame Strike build is going to whittle them down, and when dampening's in, reducing healing, it's already whittling them to 80%. It's going to be 50% at that point, so this is a nice adaptation from Gelu, realizing that Go Next are going to just sit on the pillar. The Flame Strike is a big punish, and it's already costing Radipai a ton of mana.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, that's one of the problems with the Discipline Priest right now. Look at Clyde. He's just, like I said, it is a nice, relaxing day for him. He's just playing max range, never taking any risks, trinketing the blind, healing as efficiently as possible, sitting down for a drink whenever he wants. I mean, for Radipai, he's just getting barbecued by Flame Strikes, just struggling to keep his team alive. Definitely difficult, but the double push there. This is a nice push. Fried Kitty finally gets the polymorph. It pays off. Mercy does gate away, but they go after Gelu. Do they have the damage? Ashley actually taking quite a bit of damage as well. Is there any follow-up CC onto Clyde? Unfortunately, the polymorph breaks, and that is the problem. Just one Life Cocoon, and they negated the Vendetta. They negated just so much of the offense available for Go Next. That's why you really need to have those extended crowd control chains, or all you're really going to net is just a simple Life Cocoon.
Yeah, the Life Cocoon it's as powerful as Divine Shield. You can put it on any player on the team, and it's such a low cooldown. Easily the best spell in the game right now, I would have to say. You can see its strength here against the Rogue Mage. Not really able to find any openings. And Dark Soul and Combustion are available for Diabolis, so they could activate these spells at any time and just absolutely slaughter Go Next if they try and make a play. Fried Kitty gets rooted on the Life Grip there. He could get blasted down. Mercedes just lobbing Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt. Radipai Premonition Sphere unfortunately doesn't break. Fried Kitty is still low, but he's got control of the Warlock with a Polymorph, looking for another one. Really trying to stall damage while Radipai is crowd controlled. Ring of Peace here on the back balcony, trying to bounce Ashley out in line of sight, but Ashley is able to avoid the knockback. Gelu gets controlled. Go Next, go back to the pillar. Dampening has engaged. Radipai's mana is okay, but I just don't know if it's enough.
I mean, dampening is just kicked in. Cheap shot on Clyde. They're looking for a push. Realize maybe they can't sit at the pillar as long as they want to. Full blind on Clyde. They're doing a go here on the Gelu. Do they have the damage? Unfortunately, Fried Kitty is just positioned behind the pillar. He does get the polymorph, but without the damage, I mean, Gello, I think he's going to be completely fine. He uses the gateway. He's creating range. Clyde has been left alone. He's getting babysat. Gello once again uses Shimmer to recover, get to Clyde. Life Cocoon lands, and that go is over. And Clyde, he didn't even have to trinket the blind during that go. Really good kiting there by Gello, utilizing the Warlock gateway. That's going to keep him alive, and he should be able to completely recover. Now it's going to be Diabolis once again that is going to be able to go offensive.
All right, they're getting on top. Ashley's going to split up, so Flamestrike isn't hitting 3 targets, but even with Flamestrike only hitting 1 target, Gello blinks in for a counterspell, going for the kill on Rattapie, but Vitality Conduit is active. It's healing Rattapie up, and it looks like he's going to sustain from that play. But again, that in dampening is unrecoverable. The whole team is going to rot down to the Ignite dot and the Flame Strikes. So I just feel like Diabolis are in a position to take this whole thing 3-0, and it's very important for them. They need to earn as many points as they can if they want to qualify to the circuit stage for the top 8 at some big prize money here. So this is a big win if they can pull it off. Go Next need to figure out something quick, being on match point, but it just seems like the composition, the strategy adaptations from Diabolis are making a bulletproof counter to the Rogue Mage Priest that Go Next have brought to the competition this Friday, only in the second series of the day. We're going to jump up to the winner side of the bracket after this, and that's where we've got Enlight and we've got My Way, those 2 jungles that have been contesting Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. I'm very interested to see how they do this week based off their success last week. It should be quite entertaining. Go Next still continue to pillar at the balcony and the Tiger statue. But with triple Conflict and Strife, they don't have any openings. Triple Gladiators Medallions, there are no openings. Their mana is at half. It just feels like they're waiting to die at this point. They've got to get something going, but
Easier said than done, for sure. I mean, it's just so difficult to push on top of Clyde. They get punished by quite a bit, and I think that's one of the main struggles against Mage Warlock right now. They have a lot of control of the match, just so much defense, it's hard to push through. I almost feel like Ashley, despite Gushing Wounds being, nerfed a little bit, I feel like he almost has to use it. Like, in order for them to have enough damage to be scary, he needs to have that Gushing Wounds, that additional damage. Full blind now on Clyde. Gello going to be caught into a kidney shot. Do they have any damage? Is Fraud Kitty Rattapie once again just completely on the back foot. Rattapie barely able to survive off the back of that Rapture. Big shields coming in, but Infernal's just doing the consistent damage. Gello looking for a greater power blast. Now that they're all behind a hit pillar, I expect Gello to be looking for some flame strikes in the matchup. He does manage to find one. And this is where, Rattapie, look at his mana, Sid. 20% mana at 20% dampening. This is the fastest we've seen him really burn through that resource. And there's no opening at this point. They're going to have to find a big all-in kill. And if they aren't able to, I think it's just going to be a slow chokehold from Diabolis that wins them this game.
Nice Shadow Meld from Ashley, immuning the Chaos Bolt there in midfield. Rattapie, though, interrupted. It was that string of interrupts on Rattapie that closed the game out. They spell lock Shadow Mend, then they counterspell Penance, and Rattapie can't do anything. His whole team rots down during that time, and they're not really being punished for that counterspell usage. Fried Kitty can't really find polymorphs to punish because of the positioning that they're playing at the moment. Fried Kitty gets stunned up, very overextended. Gonna Temporal Shield, the Greater Pyroblast, heal himself back to full. Mercedes is still the target. Ashley runs away, ducks for cover, then comes back out onto Mercedes. Maybe they want to ride this momentum they've built. They got him down to about 60%, but Clyde is literally full mana at this point in the game. It's still at 25% dampening. He's just kind of sipping in the back. They're kind of on a vacation on that Mistweaver Monk, having a good time. I really feel like he's never been stressed out in this game. Triple stun. Flame Strikes are coming in. And this is where the Rain of Fire and the Flame Strikes are just going to absolutely rot down Go Next. They need to do something. They drop the Smoke Bomb. They go after Mercedes. They're trying to bait Unending Resolve. Are they going to find the bait on it? Nope. Smoke Bomb not long enough. Life Cocoon connects. Now double Mortal Coil. Banishing off there. Trying to find damage. I love the banish on the Mindbender. Preventing Rattapie's mana regeneration is very important here, and you can do it by crowd controlling his Mindbender, or his Shadow Fiend, to remove its auto attack so it doesn't get any mana regeneration. That punish is just basically going to run Rattapie completely out here. The entire team being decimated. Ashley needs to run. He wants to attack Gello, but there's no choice. Everybody is just dying. Gello's on top of the entire team. That power barrier is going to fade. These Flame Strikes are devastating. The Ring of Peace is preventing their retreat. This could be a triple kill for Diabolis. This is looking like an absolute nightmare for Go Next. They're getting all killed like Mythic Plus trash at this point. How are they going to stabilize in this position? Rattapie is quite literally a god for even still being alive at this point. How on earth do they turn this around? Well, they don't. Diabolis are going to stomp them out 3-0.
I'm sorry to laugh at that, but that, I mean, Ratify.
That was a funny
The
line.
difference between what Ratify had to deal with and what Clyde had to deal with
Yes.
that game is just the most
Yeah.
night and day difference I've ever seen in my entire life. What a nightmare. I like the adaptation from Gelu. Definitely, I mean, you could tell that for this Rogue Mage Priest, they were not prepared for that, and it really threw them off their kind of wait and hide strategy, and that's going to be a quick 3-0.
Yeah.
Oh, what did
but-
we say, Ben?
Well. Yep, so Go Next, they are going to be knocked out of the tournament. Diabolis will be moving forward into the lower bracket. And before we get into talking about this next matchup, any takeaways from that game? That was a 3-0 Zico. I mean, really, it just seemed like Go Next didn't really have much of a hope with that comp going up against Diabolis.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, it's what we kind of been saying all along. You have two priest mains. One of them is playing monk. One of them is not. The monk main is gonna come out ahead. I feel like even like I just want to see a paladin. It doesn't even necessarily need to be a monk. I think paladin, and also I feel like one big takeaway is that maybe don't try the same strat 3 times in a row that you lost with. Like, I don't mind that they tried it because I didn't know how it was going to play out. But, you know, especially after the Tolvir game, I think it was pretty obvious that once you reach dampening, Ratify is going to press Shadowman 5 times and be out of mana, and you're going to lose. So you may as well maybe take it to a smaller map and maybe try to kill the monk, try to find some other win condition that way.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully they will come back. You know, we do have a cup next week, of course, so we'll see maybe if we can see that team turn it around. But congratulations to Diabolis for moving forward in the lower bracket. And now we're going to be moving on to Wildcard Gaming versus My Way. I don't know about you guys. I'm really excited about this. Like we said, My Way, they're one of those jungle teams that we've been seeing doing really well with that comp. And then Wildcard Gaming, of course, they got second place in Cup 1 at first place in Cup 2, and they've just been absolutely dominating Venruki. What do you expect to see from this next matchup?
For Wildcard Gaming, it just seems like it's super likely we're going to see them run the turbo cleave. It didn't really feel like My Way had a super good answer for it. The Discipline Priest jungle really struggled against the Enhancement Shaman Warrior, but that being said, Enlight kind of showed them, you know what, if you can implement the Mistweaver Monk, all of a sudden that matchup isn't nearly as bad. But definitely I still feel like Wildcard Gaming is the team to beat in this tournament. Seems like they have a solid answer for quite literally every team. Exceptionally strong players. So for My Way, I think it's going to be a really difficult matchup. But we'll see if Hydra has decided to implement that Mistweaver. And I think if he has, the matchup's certainly going to look a little bit better for them.
Well, we will find out soon enough. We are going to go to a break. Stick around, and we will be right back with that Wildcard Gaming versus My Way matchup coming up next.
Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledso. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greki can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the combination, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. We have already eliminated 2 teams, sent them out of this tournament, and AWC and Diabolis are moving forward in the lower bracket, and now we are on to Wildcard Gaming versus My Way. If we look at today's bracket and some of the matches that we've already seen, some of the matches that we're expected to see, Zico, anything that you are excited to see, any matchups that you from this bracket?
Well, I think the upper bracket is where the interesting stuff is going to be happening. Method Black versus Enlight. Enlight actually knocked out Method Black last week, but Wildcard found the comp when they were down and managed to kind of turn around the finals when they were losing to Enlight. So I'm interested to see if Method Black maybe picked up that comp with the Paladin Turbo. And maybe they're going to run that same comp to beat Enlight today.
Subtees, what about you? Anything you're looking forward to? Any games that you're surprised about that we've played so far today? What do you think?
Well, these series are going to be interesting because the Mistweaver jungle in particular has kind of challenged the Mistweaver meta a bit. And obviously My Way and Enlight both play that. So yeah, I do think we're going to see that Paladin Turbo again. It just absolutely flat out stomped the Disc Priest jungle version. Like, absolutely stomped it. So, Hydra needs to play something different. Unless they're going to do a different strat. They could try going after the Holy Paladin and crowd controlling the DPS with roots and try and just get Hydra and attacking the Paladin and control the DPS instead of attacking the DPS that are hitting the Priest. So maybe they switch their strategy and not their healer if Hydra isn't ready to break out his monk.
Yeah, and we were talking about it before the break. Wildcard Gaming they're absolutely dominating so far, getting first and second place in the first 2 cups that we've seen. And like you guys were saying, they really have just had an answer to every comp. If My Way makes those suggestions, Venriki, that Subtees just mentioned, do you think they have a pretty good chance up against Wildcard Gaming? Is there something else that they could maybe do? What do you expect from this team?
It's really difficult because I feel like for My Way their only real options are Feral Hunter, and if Feral Hunter doesn't work, then I mean they're going to really struggle. Wildcard Gaming, they have such a plethora of compositions at their disposal, being a 4-man roster and all being, like, exceptionally diverse with the characters that they can play. That's just one of the reasons why Wildcard Gaming is so strong. So for My Way, they're basically going to have to find a composition that beats everything Wildcard Gaming has. And I think if My Way is going to win this, they absolutely have to win the blind pick. So I think if My Way does not win on a Grand Arena, there's no way they can win the series, in my opinion. So we'll see if they can do that. And if they can, then they might be able to bring it to a Game 5 and potentially challenge Wildcard Gaming and maybe send them down to the lower bracket. But I think it's definitely going to be a tall order, but I wouldn't count them out.
No, definitely not. Zico, let's say that they do. Let's say that My Way does win the first game on the Grand in that blind pick. What is their strategy against Wildcard Gaming? How do you think that they could counter them? Do they pick maybe a smaller or bigger map? What's their options here?
If My Way wins the first game, or if Wildcard wins?
Yeah, My Way.
Well, it just depends on the comps that they play. It's either small map and. I think you just go to a big map, honestly. If you're the team that's playing against the disc jungle, the main thing that you want to do is just survive. If you survive long enough, that's your win condition. You don't have a priest on your team, and they do. However, those setups are going to be extremely deadly. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I think the realistic thing that could happen here is that both jungles could get down and knocked down in the lower bracket. And maybe we get a little jungle mirror, Zuni versus Hydra.
That would be
fun.
That would be fun. I don't remember the last time I saw that.
Cataclysm.
Was it even like? Did we ever?
I was in that tournament.
Okay, well, we will have to see if that gets played out. But it is Wildcard Gaming versus My Way on the Grand Arena. We'll see if My Way can counter Wildcard Gaming, or are they just going to come away with another win here?
Here it is, the enhancement shaman. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, I think Blizzo, Zipa, and Looney were super stoked when they can play Turbo. I think that's like their favorite composition. So when that works for them, they're going to try to run it as often as they can. And Hydra, I feel like he has to be a little bit scared in the situation. Nice trap over on a Looney. They're going very aggressive onto Zipai right away. The lingering Psychic Shell from Zipai will provide him with more than enough defense to get on top of Hydra. A beautiful preemptive barrier from Hydra on the stun, but they are just ripping in. However, I mean, it does seem that Wildcard Gaming is a little bit on the back foot right now. Zipai needs to be careful. This is massive damage. Looney's going to have to play catch-up. I mean, Blizzo and Zipa, I feel like they're playing this a little bit too aggressive so early on. My Way really punishing this aggressive push.
All right, well, My Way have definitely come back with fire. Huge pressure in reverse here. It was Hydra who was just dead on the ground and out of mana moments into the game. This time around, they are definitely making this difficult for Looney to keep his team going. Hydra's going to cross midfield, try and get some distance, but Ascendance is popped. Zipai can attack from ranged, easily able to still hit Hydra. Looney trying to stay in line of sight to hit him as well. Zipai is a bit reluctant. He doesn't want to go around the pillar here. Hydra moving forward, trying to find a Psychic Scream. War Banner drop. They snipe out the War Banner. Now they can go for the Freezing Trap. They can go for the Psychic Scream, potentially closing the game out if Looney isn't careful. With 2 targets low on health, there's the Freezing Trap. Hydra needs to get in position for the Psychic Scream, but he gets intercepted by the Sunder. He's moving too slowly. He's not going to be able to get there for the Psychic Scream. Tony jumps over to pressure Looney and potentially interrupt him. Not going to find it. Hydra is so dangerously low on health with Pain Suppression active, trying to struggle back into this, getting his Purge the Wickets back up into the targets to do damage and pressure them away, but the initial pressure that they found has just all been lost. They need damage, they need it now. Hydra is struggling.
Yeah, but he's topped himself, and his mana isn't looking bad. He's actually relatively even with Looney, and now Looney's into a full trap. Blizzo taking huge damage. Divine Shield, Ultimate Sacrifice traded out by Looney. Full Hammer of Justice now on Hydra's. Wildcard Games looking to reverse the pressure, but this isn't looking too bad for My Way. They have massive pressure on Blizzo and Zipai. I think Wildcard Gaming kind of underestimated them.
Oh, Looney interrupted. I love these off kicks onto Looney. His Divine Shield out of the way. His Avenging Wrath about to fade. He could get crowd controlled on it. Triple Psychic Scream, but Zipai breaks out, gets that Tremor Totem down. They need to wait for the Avenging Wrath of Looney. After that cooldown, they could almost just switch to Looney, maybe kill him. He's standing right on top of them. Hydra's running out of options. He's going to drop the Powered Barrier, tank a lot of damage here, try and fake out some interrupts, but he hasn't faked either Blizzo. Pummel will land. Hydra's interrupted on his heel. Sunder afterwards. Big damage. He has the Vitality Conduit. Casso's in position. He lands the stun. He needs this Freezing Trap. There's no Grounding Totem. Hydra's in position for Fear. Are they going to pull it off? The tire from downtown. Full Psychic Scream. The lingering Psychic Shell and Die by the Sword needs to be enough. It might just be. Blizzo buys time to survive in that moment. I don't even think My Way can believe that Blizzo pulled that off. Hydra stunned up, stunned on his trinket. Zipai's pushing for the win. They purge off the thorns. Hydra has no way to get them off of his back. They are going for the kill. Hydra can't take it, and Wildcard Gaming will close out game 1, but that was a lot closer than I think Wildcard Gaming were even expecting.
I didn't even see a health bar there at the end with Blizzo there, and then they just turned it around on them. My Way taking the first game loss, and that is putting Wildcard Gaming up 1-0. Zico, break down those final moments for us. That was a really quick turnaround, I feel like.
I mean, they had everything that they needed to do. They forced out the Tremor Totem. They forced out Looney's Bubble. They forced out every CD that they needed to force out. They got the full trap. Hydra was there for the fear. They had the Dark Archangel, the motorbike, and everything. Blizzo was a king. I have no idea how he even survived it. He trinketed on like 1%, rallied, used his avatar just for the little extra shield you get. I think Zipai maybe threw out a heal there as well, and they were able to survive that super crucial moment. But this game was not bad at all. In fact, I think this game looked better than any of the games that Enlight played into this comp. So I think My Way have been practicing in the matchup.
Certainly, and like you said, Zico, Blizzo is a king. He's very often credited as one of the best warriors in the world, and I think that's clearly evident in that last game. However, My way, they're pretty close there. Obviously, you think that Venriki, if they were to play that same game again, that they could maybe pull off a win here going into the second game.
It's certainly possible, right, with how close that game was. Maybe they could clean up their offense a little bit. But that being said, I do feel like Wildcard Gaming kind of let them snowball quite a bit in the opener. I feel like they played really, really aggressive. They were pushing behind the pillars a little bit too early on. And I think if Wildcard Gaming maybe slow it down just a little bit, maybe MyWay doesn't have that same kind of opportunity. But Blizzo barely survived there. MyWay definitely looking like they have practiced and prepared for this composition, and it does seem like this matchup can go either way with the way it's being played out right now.
Yeah, they're definitely stepping up here on the side of MyWay. Supatees, what do you think? Any takeaways from that with that comp? It seemed like we were kind of doubting them a little bit in the beginning here, but clearly MyWay has really been putting in the work with this composition.
I think they were expecting to win in that last setup. I'm wondering if there's anything little difference they could have made. Maybe they had a second stun or something out of the MAME to prevent the die by the sword for just like a moment longer. That's all they needed was like a moment. I'm wondering if Looney's actually going to go on a Mistweaver instead of Paladin and just have that live cocoon as an option and have more throughput healing when he's crowd controlled.
I feel like he's going to die immediately.
You think he'll die on Mistweaver?
100%.
Okay.
What do you think, Ben?
Well, I think we're going to go to a small map, and if I see a Mistweaver, I feel like jungle is the one comp right now that is extremely good at punishing. But they
picked a big
there. I don't know. Wildcard might even just go with okay, they're going to go with the same comp.
Okay. Yep, so
Hydra's not going to get finished.
MyWay...
I think they'll... So the reason why I think they go Tolvaron is not necessarily because it's a big map, but because it has big pillars that Hydra can kind of abuse and run around and kind of bait Blizzo and Zeepai behind. And I feel like that's their main win condition. And if he can do that, then Looney basically has no choice but to get into like a decent spot where Hydra can actually fear him. So it does make sense, and I feel like for MyWay, it's not going to be about, implementing and using the open space. It's just going to be sit at the pillar the entire game, try to bait Looney in, bait the DPS out of line of sight so they can, start developing some momentum and damage.
So is this a good choice then on the side of MyWay? They did lose that first game. That was their map pick on Tolvaron, and now we can see their comp here. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to me. Like I said, Hydra... He's not going to be chasing, like the way Looney's going to have to position if they want to go after Hydra is he's going to have to run on top of Hydra. It's not like Hydra's going to have to cross the entire map to try to get a fear. Looney's basically going to run into the team, get trapped, and then there is the potential for those double fears that we saw in game number 1. So I think MyWay, it's definitely a decent choice here.
Well, given how that game 1 went towards the end there, Supatees, do we feel like the series could possibly go to a game 5?
I think there is potential. They're looking a lot better. I feel like the jungles before into the turbo, it just like no chance. Like they were just absolutely getting stomped. I mean, they got to a point where they played Ret Hunter and played Ret Hunter. So MyWay are looking very good with the Priest jungle, considering how badly they were getting stomped and that comp in general was getting stomped by the Holy Paladin turbo. Perhaps even Hydra could have cleaned up at the end of the game and just survived to another attempt. It seemed like they still had enough in the tank. I'm almost wondering if they thought they were going to win and then they kind of just didn't keep it going a little bit longer because of it. They have potential. They could at least force Wildcard Gaming to change comp off of the Paladin potentially, or maybe just something entirely different here. Gates are about to open and Hydra will be tested once again.
All right, let's see it. How aggressive is Wildcard Gaming going to play? Are they just going to run on top of Hydra? We'll definitely have to wait and see. I don't want them to overextend too much until Looney is in position. I think this is a much more conservative approach where you're not immediately charging in. Looney's now on top of his team, and this is where they can get really aggressive. The Hammer of Justice lands. Is going to be the heroism as well. That bloodlust effect coming in from the Shaman. Big fear coming in from Hydra. Do they have the Tremor Totem? Immediately Tremor there by Zeepai, but that means the next setup, there's not going to be a Tremor Totem, and that's going to be the opportunity for MyWay to get that nice crowd control they need.
All right, Hydra going pillar to pillar, trying to get away from Looney. He doesn't want that Paladin damage and Hammer of Justice to land every time, so he's avoiding Looney and actually getting good distance from Blizzo and Zeepai as well. This map is paying off. in the early stages, but they go for a fear and a swap to the feral. Tony sees it coming, gets the survival instincts up right before the fear even landed. He anticipated in red. Wildcard Gaming like a book, totally negating their damage. Hydra now moving in position for a Psychic Scream. Huge damage over onto Blizzo. I love that timing from Tony Cat, popping that Tiger's Fury, increasing physical damage with the Dark Archangel, so his Drestagath does massive damage. That combination of cooldowns is certainly how they're finding these huge burst windows. If they can line up that Tiger's Fury Drestagath again, perhaps they net a kill. We see a pre-sacrifice. Casuo baits out the freezing trap. Wildcard Gaming have changed up their strategy. They're going after the Feral Druid a lot more, but they are definitely taking a beating at the moment. Look at the health bars, all below 50%. A full freezing trap has landed. Tony needs to dispel the Hex. They dispel it, but they have to trade out their entire defensive lineup. If they get Tremor on this push as well, how do they survive the next one? How do they survive this one? This is looking like an entirely different My Way in game 2.
I mean, it definitely is My Way with perfect offensive trades. Wildcard Gaming really struggling, but Looney still has the Divine Shield. The Avenging Wrath's coming back up, and he should be able to top everyone off with those 2 cooldowns if he needs it. Hydra forced to kind of run away, and this damage onto Tony is all of a sudden becoming really, really scary. Bozo charging to Hydra, but with Thorns has to really, be careful. Now, here it is. It's the offensive go from My Way. This is potentially where they close it out. Zeepai taking a huge hit of damage. The Divine Shield, the Blessing of Protection, is enough to keep Zeepai alive. But, I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, there's absolutely no defense left whatsoever. And Hydra with a preemptive barrier is not going to let them get any momentum during this moment. Full stun now on Hydra as he's forced to use every man for himself and run. He's running. He's trying to hide. But Wildcard Gaming, I'm afraid they've kind of run out of time. If My Way can get their setup, I feel like they can just win the game.
They swap back to Tony. They're desperate, but Casso is just waiting in the wings to land a freezing trap. They stun the Divine Favor heal. They freezing trap him, and Zeepai is going to get crunched. They rally. They hold on by a thread once again. Defense MVP Blizzo keeps the team in it, but now Casso roots up Looney for Hydra to get in position for a fear, but Zeepai has Tremor to deny. His Astral Shift comes up in 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Can they last 2 more seconds? Zeepai is going to recover. They're swapping over to Looney. Are they going to just kill the Paladin? He doesn't have many options left either. It's a race. It's a healer race at this point. Tyre is lobbed out. Hydra, will he fall? He's at 10%. Thunder connects. Hydra goes down. Looney denies the kill on himself. My Way are looking better and better, but Blizzo's defense will not be cracked.
That is the second game in a row where it really looked like someone on Wildcard Gaming was going to die, and then they just turn it around and kill someone over on the side of My Way. And honestly, Zico, it seems at this point that this team is unstoppable.
I think both of these teams are just playing out of their minds right now. I feel like this matchup, when we saw it last week, it didn't look close at all, but now we're seeing like goals that should result in a kill where you're expecting, okay, Zeepai is going down here. Okay, maybe Looney's going down here. Blizzo in game number 1. And it was the same thing here. They had the perfect storm, kind of. They got the full trap. They had the CC. They had everything. But by some miracle, Zeepai just holds on. They always hold on to that lingering psychic shell. When they have literally nothing, it comes out. The rallying cry comes out. And, just 1 or 2 heals from Zeepai, and it's going to be enough for them to survive. And then after that, they're going to have cooldowns rotating back up. So, of course, My Way did the right thing, which was to go for the healer race. But Blizzo and Zeepai, they just responded perfectly and countered the healer race with their own healer race. And while they were doing that little healer race, Blizzo also dropped the banner to try to back up Looney, from range. So it's just small things like that. Both teams are playing amazing though. Sure.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I forget who said it, but My Way has really stepped it up from the last time we saw them play, and even from game 1 to game 2. What is it that they're really improving on, Venriki, from how we've seen them previously play?
It's just their offense, quite honestly. It's their offense and their defense. So it seems like they're doing a lot better job saving their burst damage for those right moments when they actually are able to land that full trap. And I think just their synergy as a team is quite nice. Hydra has been rotating through his defensive cooldowns quite beautifully. Every time he's in trouble, they know, okay, we can no longer kind of tank through this damage. We don't have the barrier. We don't have the Vitality Conduit. It's time to try to run and hide and create more space. So that's when Hydra gets the the freedom call from the Hunter, and he's able to cross the map. You can see him sprinting across with the feather, and it's nice to see the defensive gameplay. They're not overlapping any of their cooldowns, and that's allowing them a lot of opportunities and a lot of time, quite frankly, to sort of burn through some of the defensives that Wildcard Gaming has available. And I think, they've created a lot of opportunities for themselves. Both game number 1 and 2 were exceptionally close, but moving into game 3, they just need to basically do the same thing, and maybe with a little bit more luck, some bigger crits, they could actually end up winning game number 3.
Yeah, and it's a really good point that you mentioned also, Elliot, is, synergy is also really important. You're seeing the top 2 teams that are coming out are Method Black and Wildcard, and both of these teams have been playing together for quite some time, especially when you compare it to a team like My Way. So it's clear, like you said, that the synergy for this team is really coming together. But one thing I want to ask you, Supati, is with Hydra, we were talking before this game about him potentially swapping over to that Mistweaver. Now that we've seen 2 games with him on that Disc Priest, how do you think that healer choice is working out for them?
I think it works out for them fine. I feel like they're so close to winning that they don't necessarily need to change it right now. But the matchup where he needs to play Mistweaver is the Mage Warlock. Now, Wildcard Gaming actually don't have Mage Warlock as a comp, so My Way can sort of get away with this for now against them specifically. But if they ever face Method Black or the 2 teams in the lower bracket, there's going to be a lot of Mage Warlock. That's where Hydra needs to have a Monk. Wildcard are going to try and take advantage of the fact that My Way have been locking in big maps. Looney's going to switch to Mistweaver. His throughput's going to be through the roof, but Zico, you seem to think that he's going to die as a target, so I'm curious to see if My Way can exploit that as a weakness.
Well, the thing is, they keep locking in these big maps, and that's why I kind of expected, maybe even in the last game, that, well, maybe we just see Looney lock in the Mistweaver here. However, I think it makes him a better target, but at the same time, the good thing when you have one target like that that's extremely exposed is that if you have several targets like that are high threat targets, it can still make it a little tricky for your opponent who they should go on, because right now I think Zipa is a really good target, and so is Blizzo. Then you're going to add in Looney into the mix as well, and now you have 3 good targets. And if you leave Looney open, you're not going to have you're not going to be able to kill unless you have a perfect CC chain. And if you go on Looney and you don't kill, then you're going to leave, 2 kind of squishy, high DPS targets, free. So if you're My Way, you kind of have to pick your poison. But I do think that Looney could potentially just get destroyed. One thing that makes me think he locked in the Mistweaver here is just because it's a big map.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will see. It has come very close a few times for My Way. We'll see if they can maybe pull it off here on this game 3, or is Wildcard Gaming going to take it home with a 3-0?
I really like Tony Cat Meow's build here, running the Blood Talons, Soul to Forest, so he stacks up to get a massive rip, and he's running Masterful Instinct, so his mastery is increased at the end of his Survival Instinct, so he can go for a really big physical damage push with the Dressigath and the Guidance device. So it's the first time I've really seen the Feral Druid go all offense like that. Let's see if it works out here on match point.
Ooh, Looney uses both Chi Torpedoes to get on top of Hydra and land that precious leg sweep. But now Looney in a full trap. Where is the damage? Tony and Kasu, do they have a target? Doesn't look like they're able to really get too much rolling. After Looney, they almost completely one-shot him. A huge all-in. I was wondering where the damage was, and they were saving it for Looney, almost completely annihilating him from the game. And that's one of the things Zico mentioned. I mean, the Mistweaver Monk's susceptible to those swaps. Luckily, Blizzo was there with the commanding shout to keep him alive, but definitely a vulnerability now that he's not on the Paladin.
Yeah, so Survival Instincts is normally a defensive cooldown. The way that Tony's run his Azerite traits, it turns it into an offensive cooldown. At the end of it, he gets a massive boost of Mastery, and all of his physical damage just goes insane. So he may use that again aggressively to try and take out Looney. Z-Pie's defense is cracked as well. The Mistweaver is looking a lot more fragile. They're going to swap over to Looney again. Bike from downtown. Looney ports. Is he going to be able to stabilize? Hydra's moving on top of him, but he can't get there in time. Blizzo is stalling him, but then they switch over to Z-Pie. Now Looney needs to heal 2 targets. Grappling hook over by Kasu, looking to root Looney in place. They've got a 2-pronged assault. It's a 3-pronged assault. How is Looney going to deal with 3 targets dying? He life cocoons 1. He vitality conduits the other. Looney has managed his resources quite effectively, but he's running so thin. He gets stunned up. He breaks. He runs. Kasu is chasing after him, but the Dark Archangel gets denied by the Ring of Peace. Blizzo now gets swapped to. This could be a die by the sword, and this 3-pronged assault from My Way is preventing Wildcard Gaming from just simply tunneling the Priest. It's looking good for them on match point.
Ooh, Zipa gets caught into a maim stun. Do they have the damage to really punish him? Unfortunately, there's no crowd control on Looney. They're actually going for a bit of a split strategy here, as it does look like Tony is going to get bursted down in a Stormbolt. A beautiful grip there by Hydra. If you look at mana, Hydra's burning through his resource quite quickly to keep his team stable and in this fight, but pressure has to be in favor of My Way. Full trap now onto Looney. Blizzo caught into a maim stun. Is there any more damage? He did get into defensive stance. The Vitality Conduit will land. Wildcard Gaming should stabilize, but the next really scary moment is going to be when those Drestagath trinkets once again get off cooldown. They can make that all in onto Looney, and I really am afraid for Looney in that situation. My Way, I definitely think they have a shot of just completely annihilating him, and Dark Archangel is available.
Tony activates Survival Instinct, so when it's over, he's going to get big boost of Mastery. He could swap to Looney and just one-tap him. He's going on to Zeepai with it. He gets Life Cocooned. They're not going to be able to crack Life Cocoon. There's no way. Tony kills the War Banner. Looney is freezing trapped. Tony's big hit there gets totally denied.
Oh,
He's going over to Looney to try and do it, but he gets double feared away. Is the bash going to be long enough here? Looney ports. Looney doesn't have much defense if they can get on top of him, but they just can't get on top of him. His positioning, the map is backfiring heavily here for My Way. Their mana not looking good here. They need to find a kill soon on match point. Tony gets Stormbolt off Looney. Casso is trying to go for the solo kill. Looney fakes out the interrupt from him, pops that Vitality Conduit, gets stunned on the Vitality. 2 motorcycles! Is he going to be able to survive? He is not going to be able to survive. And My Way's double aggressive trinket build puts a point on the board here against European Titans Wildcard Gaming.
Ooh, they are really fighting for a win here up against Wildcard Gaming, and one of the things I really love about AWC is when these teams are put up against the wall, when they feel that pressure, they really step it up and come off with a victory like we just saw with My Way. Zico, break it down. How did they pull off the win? Was it those trinkets? What else were they doing there where they were able to beat Wildcard Gaming?
I feel like a lot of it is the fact that they have an extra target to hit. Kind of stopped Wildcard from just being able to be super aggressive. That's the thing about the Paladin. He's going to be, a high plate target, a lot of different ways to, stop an all-in. Whereas the monk can prolong a fight for a really long time by just healing. But whenever Cocoon is down or whenever he's stunned, he's extremely squishy, and that's what we saw here, A lot of attempts onto Looney where Zeepai or Blizzo kind of deflected the attack, but then eventually My Way were able to find that one perfect storm and capitalize on it.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a lot to unpack from that last game. However, Zico, you had one thing in particular that you wanted to highlight for us.
Yeah, so it's just a nice clip where essentially we see exactly that happen. Looney is getting trapped, and there's no real kill threat on the DPS here on the side of Wildcard Gaming. So they're stacking up their damage, and then they go for a big swap onto Looney. And if Looney here doesn't get the help that he needs by Blizzo, he's gonna go down. But this is why we're always praising Blizzo. He goes in, gets the triple fear, gets all of those peels that his healer needs, the rallying cry, and then Looney's able to survive long enough to port away to safety, get himself back up to full HP. And every single time an attack like that happens, Blizzo or Zeepai kind of needs to just defend their healer, and that's stopping them as well from being aggressive and actually just winning the game very fast, like we saw with the Paladin.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can repeat that coming into this next game and potentially tie it up against Wildcard Gaming. Given that it was Wildcard Gaming's loss, it is their turn to lock in the map, and they did choose Ruins of Lordaeron, and that is going to put My Way on their choice for the composition. Venruki, what are your thoughts on that map? How do you think that My Way is going to respond here?
I think My Way, they don't have much of a choice. It's going to be the same thing from them. Not too much flexibility in their roster, I think. They obviously are making the jungle work quite nicely, but for Wildcard Gaming, I feel like going to Ruins of Lordaeron, an excellent choice for them. They're going to be limiting any sort of pillar potential that Hydra has, and I think it's just going to be an all-in swarm all over Hydra. Looney's going to be locking in the Paladin once again, would be my prediction, and they're just going to try to, from start to finish, sit on Hydra, pressure him down, and then when Looney's on the Paladin, they're not going to have that same sort of vulnerability where he can just get absolutely one-shot by the Drestagath as well as the motorcycle trinket. So I think it's a smart pick for My Way. This is going to be really, really difficult, but I'm extremely impressed with how they're playing. I think for targeting, they're just going to have to try to maintain those swaps between Blizzo and Zeepai and try to really keep Looney guessing on which one they're going to be going after.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with My Way as well, Sipatis. They're definitely stepping it up. What kind of, like, let's talk about behind the scenes here with a team like this. What kind of practice does it take to get the synergy that we're seeing today? What kind of work needs to be put in for wins like this?
I mean, Hydra pretty much streaming every day, and he's practicing with his team every day as this jungle. I guess jungle's been put in a tough place in terms of its practice because for a lot of the time it's been about can they survive long enough to get a kill, but now this playstyle is like the original jungle where it's like we need to be getting everything as soon as possible on the enemy healer and getting damage out as quickly as possible, which plays into the strengths of jungle as a comp. So My Way are actually able to shine here as opposed to the Mage Warlock matchups where you're kind of just beating your head against a wall, like trying to get something done doesn't work, so you need to try drag the fight on, but you're not a monk. So this actually has put My Way in a nice spot. I would say that they're somewhat lucky because Wildcard Gaming doesn't have Warlock Mage as an option, which I would imagine they would play. Maybe they don't need to. Like the turbo seems fine with Paladin. It did confirm Zico's statements though that the monk will die. Like even on a really good monk map, the monk will still die to jungle. And that might be Method Black see that as well for their next series against Enlight, which is a similar matchup. So is Method Black gonna run the Paladin turbo as well? They could, and it's gonna be really interesting to see if they can pull off the same victory against Enlight. But here on Runes of Lordaeron, I am really wondering if they are going to just keep bouncing between the targets. The other disadvantage of the Paladin is that they have Blessing of Freedom. So one of the main tools that jungle has to save the priest is that they can root the shaman or the warrior, but they really can't because there's a paladin. And Kazuo actually switched from hunting pack to tracker's net that last game when there wasn't a paladin. I think that was a major contributing factor. They were to just root a target and then Hydra walks away from them, whereas they don't get that against the paladin. So I'm really wondering how they're going to navigate this one, if they're going to keep playing the same strategy they did in game 1 and 2 where it's just a warrior and the shaman, or if they are going to try and attack Looney a little bit more on paladin.
Well, we will find out shortly. Wildcard Gaming up 2-1 against My Way. Will My Way be able to get another win here against Wildcard Gaming, or is Wildcard Gaming going to get a 3-1 and send them down to the lower bracket?
Well, let's see what Wildcard Gaming can get done. I expect this to be a really quick game. From start to finish, Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be running in, getting on top of Hydra, putting out as much damage as they can, and if My Way doesn't rotate defensive cooldowns, basically perfectly, Hydra is going to really struggle here. That being said, My Way, their offensive pressure has been great so far. Every time they get the trap onto Looney, they've been able to get out significant burst damage, but here we go. Game starting off strong here for Wildcard Gaming as they make a push on Hydra.
Hammers down, match point, Runes of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery, but My Way look to deny their own funeral. Will they be able to pull it off? Reverse sweep here. They're 1 point up in the series, but they have to beat the Paladin variant that has been terrorizing them. Will they crack Blizzo's defense here? They're posted up at the tombstones on the side here. Looney looks to move in with the Avenging Wrath. He also will deal a lot of damage with that cooldown active. Kazuo would love to freezing trap him on it. They're going for burst damage onto Blizzo, but going for burst damage when you have no crowd control and the Paladin has Avenging Wrath, that could backfire. They do have follow-up pressure onto Zeepai now as he's stunned up. They war banner the Psychic Scream. Beautiful war banner timing, but even with that, they are falling behind. Blizzo at 30%. Huge heal from Looney. Now Looney moves in. Hammer of Justice once again onto Hydra, and he's been getting these on cooldown. And if he continues to get them on cooldown, I don't know how Hydra survives. They're going to use the Master's Call. They're trying to cross midfield and avoid the Warrior and the Enhancement Shaman. Hydra is repositioned entirely. Tony Meow is trying to get back to him at the cart side of Runes of Lordaeron, getting rooted up by Tony, really trying to stall Zeepai, but there we go. The Freedom's active. He makes his way. He's back on target with that Storm Bolt. There's still so much defense that they need to work through. Hydra's resources are limited. They're going for offense. They trap up Looney. They stun up Zeepai. Rallying Cry, along with that Dwarf Racial from Zeepai, removing the bleeds. Blizzo really utilizing those racials effectively. Double Dwarf is very powerful. Psychic Scream going to land from Hydra, but Tremor Totem to deny it. They jump over for an interrupt. Nice interrupt from Kazu. Beautiful interrupt, actually. Might put a point on the board. Can they go to match point here? Game 5. Looney is struggling. Tony's on top of Looney. They're attacking him as well. Blizzo stuns him away. Looney tries to go for some Holy Avenger heals. They stun Hydra. Hydra breaks out. Look at the entire team is just dying, but Looney has Avenging Wrath. He can activate it, but he's trapped up. He may have to Divine Shield. Zeepai pre-lingering Psychic Shells the stun, negates the damage, and Looney's going to come out of this crowd control with Avenging Wrath, but he gets bashed on it. If they can keep Looney locked down for a few more seconds, they might be able to deny the Avenging Wrath. He doesn't have Divine Favor for a moment. He's just trying to use instant heals here with the Holy Shocks. But is instant healing going to be enough, or is he going to have to risk being interrupted? Divine Favor, big heal is connected. Can Hydra stay alive here a few moments longer to find a kill?
I can't believe Wildcard Gaming. I mean, that was such a scary moment for them, but they did not overreact at all. They always just rotate their defensive cooldowns absolutely perfectly. It's astounding, quite honestly. Blizzo now taking quite a bit of damage. Is forced to use the Die by the Sword as he continues his push. Looney wants to enable Zeepai and Blizzo to make an offensive push, but beautiful positioning from Hydra, kind of baiting Zeepai behind the pillar. There's a stun on the Looney right now. Once again, the commanding shout comes in from Blizzo. Zeepai barely holding on. Vitality Conduit traded out by Looney as well, and all three members of Wildcard Gaming once again rotting down. The Divine Shield is available for Looney, but there's just not too much throughput. If they can continue this damage, Looney immediately realizing he cannot afford to fall behind. He has to use the Divine Shield. He has his sacrifice as well if he really needs to keep Zeepai alive. Hydra needs to hold on a little bit longer, and it's looking like My Way, they might be able to tie up this series. The pressure is just absolutely outstanding from this jungle.
Match point here for Hydra. Can he stay alive through the onslaught? Triple Sunder, double fear defensively here by Hydra. He's desperate. He's on the ropes on match point. Can he hold out a little bit longer? Pre-powered shield on the Stormbolt, but they cut right through that. A freezing trap has been landed. They have to win with this crowd control. My Way literally have to win right now, but the lingering Psychic Shell stops it. And now Looney's out of crowd control with Avenging Wrath. His team is likely going to full health. Tony tries to stall his healing, but Hydra's just getting interrupted after interrupt. He tries to line of sight the Paladin at the tombstones. He's running for his life. He goes for the Shadow Man. He gets it, but then gets stunned on the follow-up. Blizzo goes into battle stance. Blizzo knows that this is over. Tony tries to heal him, but gets shut down by Zeepai. Hydra will fall. Wildcard Gaming continue their dominance in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and that is not over for My Way. That we will see them later in the lower bracket. They will be facing off against AWC, but congratulations to Wildcard Gaming. They're going to be moving forward in the bracket, and they well done for both of these teams. It was really close there at the end. Zigo, walk us through that last bit there. What happened at the end? How did Wildcard Gaming pull off that victory?
I think it's a combination of Looney being insane and also a combination of Zeepai and Blizzo being insane. They use their lingering Psychic Shell right before the stun. Looney as well. There's so many times where I'm like, he has to bubble here, right? Like, there's no way. But then he doesn't, and nobody dies. So I'm just like, well, why? How is this possible, you know? It was like a 20-second period at the end there where everyone on Wildcard is low. Looney is just keeping his cool, healing up. Everybody's taking damage, gets a big Divine Favor, gets himself back up as well. And, you know, it just, things like that just allows his team to be offensive and to, ride their momentum. And it's a beautiful thing. But the jungle from My Way was also a really beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. We talked about it quite a bit. My Way definitely stepping it up. They improved greatly. I think even in that series, you guys were saying just from game one to that last game that we saw, they were really starting to sort of see like they could maybe get a couple wins there. There were quite a few moments where I thought Wildcard Gaming wasn't going to be able to pull off this win here. But yeah, My Way definitely stepping it up, Supatees.
That was the best performance we've seen now, though, in the lower bracket. It's a Mage Warlock no matter what. So yeah. Is Hydra's Monk ready? That's the question here for My Way, because if Hydra's Monk isn't ready, it might be a very slow, agonizing way to get knocked out of the tournament.
Well, yep, they are going to be facing off against AWC. Venruki, what do you think about that series? How do you think My Way is going to be able to do if they continue to play that comp? Or change their comp?
Well, I mean, when we've seen that matchup play out in the past, it's like Sid kind of said, the Disciplined Priest just eventually doesn't have the throughput to, last as long as you really need to for the Feral and the Hunter to get enough pressure. But, I mean, with how My Way's playing right now, I like I said, anything is possible. Jungle has absolutely insane burst damage, especially when implementing the Dark Archangel and those offensive trinkets. So there's certainly an opportunity for My Way in this matchup. ABC is going to have to play it well if they want to win. But yeah, that should be a really, really interesting one.
It should. And on that topic of jungle, we are going to be going to Method Black versus Enlight. Next up, that is the next match we're going to be seeing. Zico, what are your thoughts on this match? Are you excited? Anything you're expecting to see coming out of these two teams?
Yeah, I am excited because, Method Black they have the same composition here that we just saw. Wildcard run. Method Black got knocked out from Enlight last week, so I'm excited to see what is Method Black's strategy. Are they copying Wildcard, running the same comp? Have they been practicing that? Have they been practicing something else? What have they prepared? Because I think the main teams that Method Black are preparing for has to be Wildcard and Enlight. Those are like the two biggest threats. I think against most of the other teams, they have a pretty good time.
Well, we'll find out shortly. We're going to go to a break, and after that, we're going to see Method Black face off against Enlight. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinket trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about halfway through all of the matches that we're going to be seeing today, and now we're moving on to Method Black versus Enlight. And Rookie, you were talking about it a little bit before the break, so why don't you share your thoughts on this next matchup?
Well, I mean, after this series happened last week and Method Black got eliminated from Enlight, Swapsy tweeted out something which I thought was interesting. He said, you know, despite losing, I was really happy with how we played. I didn't expect us to beat Jungle a single game. So, I mean, I guess that kind of gives you your thought process, or it gives away Method Black's thought process and feelings toward this matchup. Obviously not an easy one for them. We'll have to see if they prepared something, because like Wildcard Gaming, Method Black, they have a lot of different options available to them. But we'll have to see what they decide to lock into the blind. I mean, Enlight, they're such a strong team coming forward, especially Zuniaki on that Mistweaver Monk has looked phenomenally strong. So I think this is one that could go either way. But that being said, Method Black really struggled with this team last week, losing 2 series.
Yeah, they certainly did. We'll have to see if they have come up with an answer, or is Enlight just going to send him home again, or send him down to the lower bracket. Zico and Sid, what do you guys think about this? How do we want to make predictions? What are we going to expect from this next series?
I think Method Black are going to copy pasta Wildcard Gaming's comp. We're going to see Waz Warrior. We're going to see Swapsy on that Enhanced Shaman, Chaz Pala. And I think maybe Enlight figured something out against it. Maybe Enlight even has a little curveball that they throw out in the blind pick. I think the blind pick could come out to be really important here if Enlight has, you know, a little something up in their sleeve, maybe something with Kara that they worked on to kind of counter Turbo. There's definitely a lot of mind games right now as these teams are getting ready.
And that's really what the blind pick is about for a lot of these teams. We've said it before. It really comes down to who is winning that first match, and it really sets you up in a good place for the rest of this series. Supities, do you think this is going to go to a game 5?
I mean, Zuniaki's team has to be worried about Mage Lock Mistweaver, so they kind of have to play Mistweaver jungle in the game 1, just because that's a risk for Method Black to run Mage Warlock. But then Method Black are probably actually going to play the Holy Paladin Turbo. So it's a question of, can the Mistweaver jungle do enough damage to win that matchup? Like the Discipline Priest that Hydra was playing added a lot, and they still couldn't get a kill on Blizza with the added Discipline Priest damage. So without that, do they have enough damage with Monk Turbo? It could be really challenging for them. But if they blind lock Priest and Method Black blind lock Mage Lock, then they just lose as Priest jungle. So it's a little bit of like a toss-up, a coin flip as to who's going to get an advantage. What is that? Why did they decide to go with... Okay, Method Black.
Okay, well, well...
Yeah, I can see it. No one else can see it, so I just look like a crazy person. I
No,
always look like a crazy person.
I'll throw it. This is Method Black versus Enlight. It is the first game of this series. Take it away, guys.
Do we actually not like this? I don't mind this from Method Black. I feel like this could work.
I feel like I saw TSG get owned instantly by Jungle last weekend. It wasn't Method Black TSG, but I don't know.
I can see it going either way. I feel like if Method Black just focuses on Cassidy, that could be a recipe for success. But at the same time, I could also see Enlight kind of outlasting Method Black and maybe killing Swapsy a little bit later on in dampening. I don't know. This matchup could go either way.
I think they're just going to run a Zuniaki. I think. I feel like if they can grip Zuniaki in, the Heartstop aura, the Delirium, that really starts adding up. It looks like they are going to be leaping over to Zuniaki right away. Swapsy trying to connect, and the Hammer of Justice consistently coming out from Chaz, if he's able to find it, is going to be really scary. And the thing is, the Frost Death Knight loves when everyone is grouped up, and if they can stay on top of Zuniaki, I mean, Cassidy and Facile, they basically have no choice but to stay on top of Swapsy, so the pressure could definitely be big, but it's not going to be easy for Chaz either. Definitely an explosive start here for Method Black as they pressure down Zuniaki.
Let's see if he can manage to escape. Running that Tracker's net, rooting Swapsy up. He can't connect. They land a double stun onto Chaz and Waz. So an interesting adaptation from Method Black here. Nice sacrifice from Chaz, breaking himself out of that freezing trap, staying right on top of Zuniaki. But Zuniaki knew he was going to be a target with that Heartstop Delirium, so he went Conflict and Strife. And if every time he's stunned, Cassidy and Facile move away from him, the Frost Death Knight does no damage. So they just need to make sure they're not standing on top of Zuniaki during Chill Streak. Unfortunately, he didn't move his Hyena there, so the Chill Streak was bouncing between the Hyena and Zuniaki, and he's going to have to use his Life Cocoon. But if they keep track of that Chill Streak and then they spread out and avoid it from bouncing, I don't think Zuniaki's going to go down to this composition, but they're going to have to play very tactically. And it does look difficult for them to get aggressive pressure, so perhaps they could just win on attrition. Freezing Trap has landed. Zuniaki drops Ring of Peace. Waz and Swapsy looking like they can't connect. They're going to switch back over to Cassidy.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on Cassidy, and I think it's intelligent. Don't just mindlessly train down Zuniaki. If you can't actually stay on target, you got to make sure you're just getting out as much damage as you possibly can. Swapsy now reconnecting. Hammer of Justice has been secured. Zuniaki going to be taking a decent amount of pressure here, and Chill Streak on the Hyena once again. Like you said, Sid, I mean, if Cassidy and Facile, they don't want to be grouped up for that Chill Streak, they have to micromanage the pet as well. Otherwise, we are going to be seeing that really, really strong Frost Death Knight burst come in.
All right, full Freezing Trap again lands onto Chaz. Motorcycle called in, but Swapsy eats it for Waz. If that motorcycle hit Waz, it could have been a die by the sword, so nice maneuvering from Swapsy here to soak that hit. Zuniaki stunned up once again. They bash Chaz at the same time, reducing some damage onto Zuniaki, and he transcendences away. He has been navigating the Frost Death Knight Heartstop Delirium quite effectively. Zuniaki's mobility is heavily limited when facing a Frost Death Knight. He really needs to pick his moments to get away. As you can see right now, he doesn't have anything just yet. Chi Torpedo. Waz jumps into battle stance. He's trying to go aggressive. Will he get punished for it? Activates the Lingering Psychic Shell to bolster his defense while he's in battle and buy time until he can switch back. Now he's into the defensive stance as they look to try and attrition down Zuniaki, but mana is even, so the attrition fight might not work out for them. The other downside is that they have no way to remove thorns. When they have the Enhancement Shaman, they can purge thorns, but with the Warrior, they can't. So every time Cassidy activates this, they either just taking damage back or they have to switch targets. Thorns could actually win them the game here.
Ooh, Zuniaki took a decent amount of burst, but definitely Conflict and Strife paying dividends for him. Every time he's in that stun lock combo, he's going to have massive amounts of damage reduction. And with a beautiful Transcendence, Chi Torpedo Zuniaki has completely crossed the entire map. I mean, right now, the kiting from Zuniaki has been absolutely beautiful. It is not easy to pull off this kind of movement against, a Warrior and a Frost Death Knight. But with good positioning, especially with his Transcendence, he's been able to do so quite nicely. Chaz with the nice heals over onto Waz. If we look at mana, Chaz is actually a little bit behind right now, but Zuniaki, if he's not careful, if he messes up even just a little bit with his defensive cooldowns and kiting, that's when all of a sudden things are going to snowball really quick for Method Black. And they do manage to force out that very precious Life Cocoon from Zuniaki, who still hasn't managed to top himself off.
But they're winning on mana. They might be able to just drag this out and win on damage. Chaz pre-sacrifices another Freezing Trap. Well done. They do disarm Waz here. He trinkets it. He's susceptible to dying in a stun now. Nice grapple weapon there. Blade storming through the Ring of Peace, but Chaz is stunned up, and Waz goes for a double fear. Cassidy and Facile both break that to get aggressive. Waz can activate the Lingering Psychic Shell and try and stay on target. Chaz is chasing him down, desperately trying to support him. Running the Avenging Crusader, not the Avenging Wrath. So he's getting a lot of damage procs with the Vision of Perfection. I feel like it's a long time since we've seen the Avenging Crusader. He's also running a full Ineffable Truth Holy Paladin to get a lot of cooldowns on
nice
those Blessing
drink.
of Freedoms. Full stun lock here. Big motorcycle. Double defensive blind by Swapsy. He's trying to stall out damage for Waz to survive. Avenging Crusader activates, but he's still crowd controlled for a moment. Can they pressure through for the die by the sword? No, the judgment is laid down by Chaz, denying the die by the sword push for now. Waz gets grapple weapon. Chaz is trying to get in line of sight to heal up Waz as soon as he can. Zuniaki is whittled down, but he's full mana. As long as he doesn't die, I feel like they will be able to win on mana in this game. Ring of Peace gets dropped down. Waz is so far away from Zuniaki, he should top off. They have to switch back. They're going after Cassie and the hammer. Zuniaki rolls up, dispels it to get the survival instincts rolling, desperately to pick up his team here. Nice swap over to Cassidy, but a freezing trap has now landed onto Chaz. Waz could be in trouble, but a pre-blessing of protection actually before the freezing trap land. Waz takes no damage. There's no way to remove that blessing of protection either. Cassie and Facile trying to go after Chaz, probably realizing that he's not running that versatility build. He could be susceptible to going down. Enlight mix it up here and pressure 3 targets. That's definitely going to tax Chaz's mana even further.
I mean, it definitely is. He's going to have to hold on to that Avenging Crusader if he wants to top everyone off. He's got 30 seconds on. He's caught into a stun. Can they force the Divine Shield? They do. This is a massive victory for Enlight. I mean, Zuniaki was able to sneak away. He drank to full, recovered his mana, and Method Black, that just feels like they're on a time limit at this point. They need to try to push through, but this pick may have not worked out too nicely for them. Zuniaki has been maneuvering the map very nicely. Chaz finally with the Avenging Wrath should be able to heal, but he gets trapped. He's got no way out. He's not going to be able to top off his team. He can't utilize it, although it was just a Vision of Perfection proc. Now has his real Avenging Wrath or Crusader coming up in just a few seconds. He needs to get to it. He needs to buy just a little bit more time. Wazo really struggling to survive in defensive stance. Chaz pops the heals, and this is when he can top off his team and have just a second to breathe. Zuniaki forced to run away once again, but they're still all over him. But I just feel like Zuniaki, he's done such a good job. He's got the Life Cocoon. I don't know how Method Black is going to win this one. I think it's going to be off the back of Zuniaki making a mistake, if at all.
Zuniaki's down at half health right now. He fakes out the Mind Freeze. He fakes out the Pummel. No interrupts. He's spamming out heals here during the chill streak. Nice fake outs by Zuniaki. Easily could have died there, but he's still getting pressured here at 11% dampening. Chaz gets stunned up. Waz saves with a triple fear for now, but maybe not. They all break out for a triple leg sweep. Reverse pressure with that motorcycle. Blessing of Protection saves Chaz for now. Hammer of Justice on Zuniaki, trying to take him out in that stun lock, but just not finding the damage here to take down Zuni. He ports away. Swapsy chasing him with the Wraith Walk. Waz leap charges over, pummels his heal. Nice pummel timing. Chaz and Swapsy know they need to kill Zuniaki soon. They've got no mana to work with, so Chaz is getting right into the action on top of Zuniaki as well. Waz gets stunned up. Chaz tries to stabilize him, move in for the Hammer of Justice. They interrupt Zuniaki. Zuniaki pre-fort brews the stun. He's going to be taking so much less damage with that activation. There's no way they're going to crack its defense. They go for a double blind defensively. They kill off the Warband. This next freezing trap could be the game. Chaz pops Avenging Wrath, but he gets CC'd on it for a moment. Would have liked to see the freezing trap first. Either way, if they've got a stun, they could just kill Waz. Grapple weapon removes his weapon. He can't attack. Cassidy being pressured down, though, as Method Black keep themselves in the game. They've got no mana left, but the defense of Enlight is starting to wane. He drops the Ring of Peace, preventing the reconnect on the stun lock, and they stun Waz away. Beautiful preemptive plays by Zuniaki here to stay alive, and Chaz actually has 0 mana at this point. What is he going to do? 0 mana, 20% dampening.
He's going to use Sacrifice, and that's really all he can do. Swapsy and Waz realize it is do or die, but Zuniaki responds with the Life Cocoon. But if they can continue this pressure, I mean, Zuniaki might really start to struggle. Chaz, he has to hold on another 24 seconds. Can he do it? There's not much defense. There's no defense, actually, in fact, left for Method Black. Waz gets caught into a stun. He trinkets out. Zuniaki crosses the map, and this is looking like it is going to be completely over here. If they can do it to Cassidy, they make a swap! Oh, no! Enlight, that game was looking so beautifully for them. Method Black, they basically had no chance except for that all-in onto Cassidy. Zuniaki, he got way too overconfident crossing the map. Cassidy got caught into a stun. Method Black, that was beautiful. That was absolutely the only way they were going to win that game. They managed to pull it off, and I'm sure they're extremely pleased that they were able to pull off that win. But that being said, that composition didn't look super convincing to me. I mean, that I don't want to say that was lucky, but it definitely, I don't think, should have played out that way.
That was a very quick turnaround. Cassidy seemed to just kind of go from 100 to 0 in terms of health really quickly. Zico, for those of us that didn't see it, the whole thing, how that played out, just break it down for us.
All right, so towards the end of that game, Zuni is behind the pillar with both melees on him, and he wants to port to the middle and then roll further out. The problem is he I guess because he's an alt, He doesn't know his port range like exactly. So you can kind of see him just stand still trying to port. Then he takes one more step and he tries to port again. He takes one more step and tries to port again, but every time he's out of range, and this is time where he's not actually doing anything. So he's forced to life cocoon himself, and then when he life cocoons himself, after that, he port rolls, and at that point, I mean, his whole team is full HP, and the entire enemy team is actually quite low on HP. Chaz is out of mana, but he doesn't have his cocoon, so he doesn't feel safe. So he ports out of there, beautiful swap to Cassidy, and he just gets destroyed behind the pillar. Zuni, even if he could get in his line of sight, wouldn't have had a life cocoon. So just, you know, a couple of missteps at the end snowballed into a win for Method Black.
And it looked like Method Black was on the back foot through quite like a majority of that game. We saw Chaz run out of mana quite a bit quicker than the other team, obviously, and Venruki, you think that comp wasn't as convincing. You said it earlier in the conversation here. You think that Method Black maybe should have switched into a different comp. Should they switch into a different comp for this next game? Or what do you think about this comp choice for Method Black
Well,
here?
the composition seems like it has a good chance. I mean, maybe it's not like an absolute counter. I don't know if anything really counters Jungle Cleave right now, but at least they've come up with something that looks like, you know, they do have win conditions. That being said, it did seem like Enlight, they were pretty comfortable in that matchup. I mean, the end was super unfortunate. I think they got a little bit overconfident that they were in this really winning position as long as Zuniaki survived, but ultimately it wasn't him that went down. That being said, I feel like Method Black, they could once again lock in the same thing. Like I said, not maybe a counter, but it does give them an option of winning this matchup, which is something they've really struggled with. I just think Chaz's mana has to be a massive consideration for them, and if it's not going to be Chaz's mana they have to worry about, they really need to stop Zuniaki from drinking, because when he went from 40% mana to 100% mana, that's when all of a sudden the tide is kind of swung in Enlight's favor. So they need to find a way to shut that down, which isn't really the easiest thing to do against a Mistweaver Monk, because eventually they will get away, but just have to really focus on mana management, as it seems like that could be a key element in the match.
Yeah, and on the subject of key elements as well, you know, we saw Zuni on that Mistweaver Monk really just flying around the map there. What does that do for a team playing jungle? We saw that Disc Priest with the jungle on the last game, and now we're seeing Zuni with the Mistweaver. Super Tees, what kind of advantages are we seeing with Zuni bringing out that Mistweaver with this comp?
Life Cocoon and infinite mana are like the main ones. So like being able to just press Divine Shield every 55 seconds, I believe, with all the cooldown reduction between the Honor Talent Chrysalis and the Azerite Trade Burst of Life, you just have a way to just totally stop all damage, and then he can actually get away, whereas the Priest almost never gets a complete reset. He's got Master's Call, which lasts 3 seconds, which can then just be charged or leaped to. Whereas Zuniaki can go around multiple points of line of sight in one cast of mobility when he transcendences. So you're trading more powerful cooldowns, better mana efficiency, mobility. The only downside would be damage output, but Zuniaki also brings in Mystic Touch, which anytime he attacks someone, it's 5% more physical damage, which Cassie and Facile love with those trinkets they're running with the remote guidance device. They're running I thought they were running Drestigath too, but they're actually not running the Drestigath. They're running this trinket that I actually use on my Demon Hunter, the Tiny Electromental in a Jar. It's just guaranteed damage on the target that you're focusing. It's not going to get split. It's more single target damage consistently. It's a lot less bigger of a punch, but the sustained damage is higher. I actually don't know if it's better for them though. I feel like getting these big hits with the Drestigath during a freezing trap would be better, but maybe that's why they were winning on mana. Maybe the extra little sustained damage from that trinket was actually the difference for them. That's interesting.
And if you guys want to see the gear and trinkets and talents that these teams are running, you can go to awc.gcd.tv to check out what these teams are running. It's also down below if you click on that show more button. Quite a bit of information down there as well. And Enlight, they have chosen their counter comp. Venruki, what do you think about this? What can we expect from this next game?
Well, it's going to be the same matchup. I mean, it's also just a similar map to Nagrand Arena, right? So I would say the map that's most similar to Nagrand is going to be Ashleymane's Fall. Zuniaki going to have plenty of space to kite around on the map. can really utilize that Transcendence to buy himself enough time to escape, get out of line of sight, potentially set himself up for some drinks. For Method Black, it's going to be all about staying on target as long as you can, trying to force Zuniaki to eat multiple interrupts or overuse defensive cooldowns. If he does that, then I could easily see Zuniaki falling, but if he plays absolutely perfect, it's going to be really difficult to take the Mistweaver Monk down, despite, Swapsy with the Heartstop aura, with the Delirium, really limiting that mobility. It seems like with the added defense of Cassidy and Facile and how much counter pressure they're able to get, Zuniaki has been able to handle this kind of all-in quite nicely.
I mean, looking forward into the rest of this match, can we even expect Enlight to really change anything with their composition? Like, they've had a pretty easy mistake, from what I can tell, to sort of fix going into this next game. Are they just going to continue with what they're doing here?
I think what Enlight is doing shouldn't be changed right now. I think the team that we could maybe expect to change things around could be Method Black when they have, a full-on counter pick. I think more so than anything, it's just going to be about maps. Like, obviously, Zuni on Nagrand, on Ashamains, he's going to have a good time on that Monk. But if Method Black loses, you can be quite sure they're going to take it to Hook Point, Dalaran, those kind of maps. And I think Zuni will be a lot more tested on that ground.
Well, the gates are opening here soon on Ashamains. Is Enlight going to be able to tie it up, or are Method Black going to take it to a 2-0?
All right, here we go. It was looking dicey for them. Chaz's mana not great, but they capitalized on Cassidy's positioning and destroyed him at the end of the game to put a point on the board. 2 targets stunned up, but no freezing trapped attempt from Facile. I believe he's trying to bait out a sacrifice. Goes for the trap afterwards. Unfortunately, ends up breaking early there, so Zuniaki could be in trouble, stunned up. He's going to roll to midfield, gripped on his roll. They activate Thorns while he can't escape. Oh, but then they overlap it with the Master's Call. I would really like them to save Thorns for when they know Zuniaki can't move. That way, they're getting maximum value. Do they hit Zuniaki that can't move? Well, they're going to take damage. But they overlapped it with the Master's Call, and he was able to get away, and then they didn't take any Thorns damage. I would like to see them change the usage of that ability. Waz stunned up here, but a triple blind from Swapsy is setting up for a chill streak. Stun onto Zuniaki, calling in that Cindergosa as well. Cassidy repositions away from the chill streak bounce, not wanting to add to the chaos that Zuniaki is about to have to deal with. Huge damage ramping up. He's going to activate the Life Cocoon, and that should stabilize him. Like that Crackling Jade Lightning there. And he's just adding that Mystic Touch on with the spinning crane kick. Very important that he does do that every once in a while to keep up its uptime so that his team is doing maximum physical damage.
Yeah, it's something you see high-level Mistweaver Monks do, and it's a great way to sort of additionally boost your team's damage. Double Life Sweep coming in, full trap on Chaz. Waz, once again, the main target in the match. I mean, look at Zuniaki. He hasn't even had to try to kite away on this match. He's just been able to basically face tank Swapsy and Waz at this point. Cassidy, though, taking a huge hit of damage as they make a swap over onto Zuniaki. And this is where you see the pressure of the Frost Death Knight really start adding up, making it much more difficult for Zuniaki to deal with it as he uses his Chi Torpedo to cross the map. Waz is going to be chasing him with a Heroic Leap and the charge. And this is where we want to see an all-in from Method Black, but they're trying to deny by actually going after Chaz. Are they going to be able to force the Divine Shield? If they can, that's going to be massive. Blessing of Protection trades, but he gets trapped on it. This is an absolute nightmare for Chaz. Can't top himself off in that Blessing of Protection, but Zuniaki, he's in some trouble. Nice blinding sheet coming in from Swapsy. Going to be slowing down the damage from Facile and Cassidy as well as setting them up to go after Zuniaki here. Fakes one interrupt, potentially a second. But his team is topped off. Good defensive plays there by Zuniaki. You can see his Transcendence is in the middle of the map right now. So what he's going to do, try to get behind a pillar, then use the Transcendence to cross the map very, very quickly. Double stuns going out on Zuniaki. And Chaz, if he has to use the Divine Shield, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. And it looks like he is going to be able to hold on to it. Zuniaki trades out the Life Cocoon here. But there's moments of opportunity for both these teams. But I'm kind of surprised at how easily Zuniaki's been able to heal through this damage so far.
It's because the Frost Death Knight damage is all front-loaded into Chill Streak, and they're not getting a bounce because Facile will disengage when he knows he's about to Chill Streak. Cassidy will shapeshift and move away. And as long as they move away during Chill Streak, the Frost Death Knight basically doesn't exist. Like, his damage is so non-consequential outside of that cooldown that it doesn't matter. They've separated Facile. Waz is carrying right now, along with Chaz's Avenging Crusader, and they do net an aspect of the Turtle. So switching between the Hunter and the Feral and the Mistweaver is important because the Hunter and the Feral are usually next to each other. So they could get Chill Streak bounces on them when they swap off if Zuniaki crosses the map. I think Chaz's build is also backfiring a bit. It's an interesting one, Ineffable Truth to get more Avenging Crusaders for more damage. The main problem that's backfiring for him is Avenging Crusaders are like the most expensive spell in the game. So if you get it more often, you just run yourself out of mana like twice as fast. And so it might not work out for him in that regard. And I actually would love to know how much damage he's actually doing overall with that talent in particular. I feel like he would get more value out of Avenging Light and drop the Avenging Crusader Ineffable Truth and just go for big Holy Light damage because it would cleave to every target around the teammate that he heals, and he doesn't have to spend an exorbitant amount of mana to do it. That's only if it doesn't work. I mean, you don't want to fix what isn't broken, but it definitely has weaknesses that Enlight could exploit.
Cassidy going to be taking big damage, and don't forget, although Zuniaki was the main target for most of the last game, it was Cassidy that ultimately fell. He's got no survival instincts, he's got no trinket, so there's a swap opportunity available for Method Black if they want to switch up their targeting a little bit in the game. Zuniaki is going to be using the Transcendence, trying to create some space once again, but Swapsy's all over him. Chi Torpedo to the pillar, buys Zuniaki enough time. Chaz kind of struggling right now. His mana isn't looking good. He's caught into a stun. Divine Shield forced to be traded out. He doesn't have too much throughput, so can't afford to be sitting in that crowd control. Immediately uses the Divine Shield, but I mean, look at Chaz. He's got basically no mana. He's got a little bit left, but no defensive cooldowns, and things are falling apart here a little bit for Method Black.
Oh, that grapple weapon, if it was 1 second faster, could have got Waz's Gliders Medallion as well. Possibly a kill. I mean, Enlight are focused entirely on winning on attrition. They've dropped they've actually dropped both of their motorcycle trinkets. So they're going for maximum throughput damage. Currently double stun, swap over to Cassidy. Is Cassidy running the Conflict and Strife? He's not. So killing Cassidy in a stun is definitely an option. And if they do that, what they did where Hammer Justice Stormbolt, it holds the Feral Druid next to the Mistweaver so Chill Streak can bounce, and they kill the Mistweaver. Or kill the Feral Druid. I think that's their best option, as he doesn't have the Conflict and Strife. This strategy keeps 2 targets stacked next to each other for Chill Streak, and this should be how they can win. And they killed Cassidy in game number 1 as well, but mana not looking good, defense not looking great. Only that Rallying Cry really for Waz here. Avenging Crusader has just faded. Facile is actually just punching Chaz. He might even solo an out-of-mana Holy Paladin. Cassidy's going after him now as well. Full stun lock. This could just be it for Chaz. He breaks out. He goes for a big heal, but that big heal doesn't look too big now. Cassidy gets stunned up around the corner. Blessing of Protection, but there's still quite a bit of magic damage from the Survival Hunter. He's going to Freezing Trap him. So unfortunate that Freezing Trap wasn't before the Holy Light. Zuniaki, though, still tunneled, popping that Fort Brew. Swapsy getting rooted. Wraith walks out of it. Chaz getting on top of Zuniaki, trying to push for some damage here. This is where they need a Stormbolt, Hammer of Justice. And you can see Cassidy moves away from the fight. He doesn't stand next to a stunned target. Oh, no, now he's standing next to him. This is a mistake from Cassidy. He moves away. Feign Death from Facile. He disengages from the Chill Streak. Now that Chill Streak was used, if I'm Zuniaki, I'm feeling very comfortable. Chaz needs to drink. Is he going to be able to? He's moving on the backside of the pillar. Facile is moving his way, though. I don't think he's going to find it. Waz lingering Psychic Shells while Chaz runs around the corner. And he's about to be Freezing Trapped, but they War Banner. Facile is so patient with these Freezing Traps. It's actually insane. He waits for the perfect time, lands a full Freezing Trap after the War Banner. Swapsy stalls the assault by landing a double blind. Stormbolt over onto Zuniaki, but immediately after that he activates the Life Cocoon. It's almost surprising Chaz keeps this game going without mana. The Vision of Perfection paying off for him here, just proccing his Avenger Crusader, and he can heal for free with the Judgments. Perhaps it's almost like a misleading concept. Like he's out of mana, but he's just healing every time Vision of Perfection procs back to full, so it doesn't really matter that he's out of mana. Zuniaki's mana isn't looking great in this position. His health isn't either. He gets Master's Called around the corner. Chaz is chasing him down. Waz looks to get there as well, but he's dealing with Cassidy on his way. Freezing Trap lands. Waz going to activate Avatar, and he's playing an Azurite trait, so he gets a shield when he avatars. Lands a Fear onto the DPS as well, denying a whole bunch of damage. Nice double damage here onto the Feral and the Mistweaver. Those are the 2 targets they want to prioritize next to each other here, as they are all stacked up. We're edging that 20% dampening mark, and Chaz is making this build work even despite not having mana.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz, it's looking not too bad for Method Black, but there's still a lot of opportunities here for Enlight. Divine Shield actually rotating back up. This is going to be good for Method Black. It is almost do or die at this point. Zuniaki gets interrupted. The pre-Fort Brew that should keep him alive. I mean, the Hammer of Justice is going to land, but with the Fortifying Brew, with Conflict and Strife, should be more than enough for Zuniaki to actually survive. Now a trap onto Chaz. Waz could take a little bit of damage here, but it look like Cassidy will be the one who's going to take most of it. Chaz at any moment can use his Divine Shield if he needs to. He actually gets stunned. Ooh, what a close call. Waz keeps himself alive. The dive of the sword, the commanding shout as well. He trades out essentially everything to stay alive there as Chaz got caught in crowd control at such a key moment. Really nicely done there by Facile, getting that crowd control. Waz going to be running away. The commanding shout will fade, and it looks like Chaz comes in at the nick of time with some nice heals as well as that Blessing of Protection to keep him alive. But you cannot leave Zuniaki alone. If he gets some drinking, it's going to be bad news for Method Black. I think he actually got one tick there from getting behind the pillar, getting a little bit of sips on water. That was enough to give him enough mana to stay into the fight. Whereas for Method Black Sid, I mean, they are running completely empty at this point.
Chaz could just fall over. Zuniaki's in midfield. They're not able to really connect. They're making their way over now, but they are taking a beating. Zuniaki rolls around the corner. Swapsy can't grip. Chaz still completely out of mana. They're desperate. They switch back to Cassidy. Zuniaki needs to make sure he's got his eyes on Cassidy, as he did go down in game 1 at around this same point in the match. Survival Instinct's activated. Cassidy takes less damage. They stun up Waz. They trap up Chaz. He has to break out. Blind under the DPS. Buys time for Chaz to heal, but without the Avenging Crusaders, healing is quite limited here. Will he be able to save Waz? He's still just at half health. They go for a fear into Hammer of Justice. Cassidy retreats away from the action. Interrupted on his support, though. Nice Mind Freeze. Zuniaki is floundering a bit here. Dampening is making it difficult for both sides to keep this fight going, as Zuniaki Fort Brews and Life Cocoons. Pummeled on a heal while Life Cocoon is active is great. Zuniaki gets through an interrupt for free. Nice pressure on Waz. He could just go down, and he will be out pressured by Enlight's jungle, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, well played on the side of Enlight. That's going to tie them up, as you said, Sid. And let's talk about those final moments there. You know, Zuni was quickly running out of mana. It almost looked like Method Black was going to be able to get a Game 2 victory.
Yeah,
but it just wasn't quite enough.
I feel like this game was just Chaz. Like, I feel like if Chaz wasn't as good as he is on that Holy Paladin, I think Method Black would have died a long time ago. I think most Holy Paladins, in fact, that one time when we were just hitting dampening and Chaz got swapped to, and then he got trapped after he got that big heal off, I think most Holy Paladins would have just died before that even happened. Chaz, though, played it beautifully, able to extend the game for a really long period of time for his team. However, it wasn't enough. Just, you know, Zuni able to get that little extra sip at the end, just able to kind of use the map to his advantage. Helped out a lot, I think, in this case. I don't know about you guys, but I really don't agree with the comp that Method Black is running. It feels like they're losing the whole game. Like it's good. It's good on a small map, but on a big map, I think they could potentially run something better.
I don't even know if it's good on a small map. I mean, maybe. The thing is, like, on a Grand Arena, it's like I said, that was, I don't want to say it was luck, because, I mean, they definitely picked their moment to close out the game, but it was not looking good for them. Like, it was
a mistake.
Like, yeah, it was a mistake. They won off a mistake, and I mean, that game, they had to be feeling a lot of pressure going into game number 2 and actually losing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that Method Black decided, hey, you know what? Yeah, we tried it. It's not as good as we thought. Maybe we have a better option. And I think maybe even trying Mage Lock on like Tolvaron Arena could be, you know, kind of a pocket pick here for Method Black if they decide to do that. But I'm not entirely convinced of this Frost TSG just yet. It seems like the team of Enlight is very comfortable with what they need to do to win the matchup. I mean, maybe there's a world where we see Chaz play something a little bit more mana efficient, so he's not burning through his mana as quickly. Maybe that's a way that this TSG could win, but I don't like it that much.
What about you, Supatis? Do you think maybe Chaz switches to another healer, that it's maybe a little bit more mana efficient, or do they just need a complete overhaul of their comp and their strategy here?
Enlight's composition, normally a Frost Death Knight is really good into a melee cleave, but that's usually assuming that the melee don't move away so freely. It's very easy for a hunter to just disengage when Zuniaki gets stunned, or Cassidy to shapeshift and move slightly to the left. And the Frost Death Knight needs this very specific window where at least one other target is stacked next to the stun target to bounce the chill streak. And as long as Enlight are aware of that and keep moving away when Swapsy wants to do damage, it's very difficult for him to actually get what makes Frost Death Knight good going. And they don't, with him playing Death Knight, they don't have a purge. So I feel like him switching to Enhancement Shaman and just playing the turbo.
Well, what about Unholy? I feel like it
I'll
could
tell
be a
you
good
why.
combo if they were
The monk will
Unholy.
just kite forever, right?
No. The reason why you literally can't play Unholy is Reaping Flames is a major. I think if jungle plays Reaping Flames and they reap
yeah,
the
true.
ghouls, it is absolutely unwinnable. Like the burst damage they'll be able to put out is insane. So I actually think just Reaping Flames in general has been super effective against Unholy Death Knights. And I think jungle in particular will really be able to punish them if they play it.
Yeah. One interesting thing as well about today is, you know, the zombie explosion build. Those zombies have 5 HP, and if you reap them, you actually get the bonus.
That's
so I
great.
don't think we're ever gonna see that build in competitive.
What
but
about
it's a
Demon?
build that you actually do see on ladder.
What about Demon Hunter Death Knight? Because the other problem too is usually Frost Death Knights are playing with a Windwalker or a Demon Hunter that have area of effect stuns. So when they do a chill streak, everything is stunned and can't move. So like Swapsy and Raikou playing, get Raikou in on Demon Hunter, and run a Demon Hunter Death Knight Paladin.
I feel like
They picked Hook Point. Method Black picked Hook Point. Do we think that maybe
Yeah.
They just want to
something
run
that
it
would
to
be good for
Niaki,
this?
right? I think.
it's just the map to do it.
Yeah. Yep, we do see Enlight's comp locked in. No surprise there. Now we're just waiting on Method Black to pick their composition. But given that they did pick Hook Point, what do we think? Do we want to make any predictions on maybe what they're, looking to do
they
then?
just want to run at Zuniaki the entire game. The big map makes it difficult because basically what happens is Zuniaki is able to keep his Transcendence in the middle of the map. He goes to one pillar, tries to survive as long as he can. When he's in trouble, just immediately with the Transcendence to the middle of the map and a Chi Torpedo, he completely crosses the map, and that gives him enough breathing room to top himself off, and it's just kind of a rinse repeat of that over and over and over. On the smaller map, you don't have that same kind of luxury. I mean, sure, there are places you can go, but it's going to be much easier for Swapsy and Waz to maintain their uptime and really, really pressure down Zuniaki.
Who would they swap off if they did play Demon Hunter? Who would they swap off for
Raikou
that?
would play Demon Hunter.
Well, yeah, but probably instead of Waz.
Well, Raikou would play Demon Hunter, but who would they? Okay. Yeah, no, I think that would make a lot of sense, and I think especially like you guys are saying, if they want to run after Zuniaki, those are both very mobile classes. So we'll have to see soon here. It's Method Black versus Enlight, definitely a match that I've been excited about all day, and they only have 20 seconds left on the board to pick their composition. Is this sustainable? I mean, Enlight, they're really looking good on this comp. It really doesn't look like Method Black has found an answer for them yet. Is this something that's going to be able to carry them throughout the rest of the tournament?
I mean, it has been what's carried
So-
them throughout tournament time and time again. This will be the third time they beat Method Black if they win this series in the past 2 tournaments.
Rest of the season, then.
It
Let me
seems like
ask
it's
a
good
bigger
overall.
question.
Like, they're going to struggle with Paladin Turbo, which is what I don't understand. Method Black isn't trying. Swapsy's just dead set on the Death Knight. Get it? Because Death Knights are dead.
Yeah, yeah. They.
Fine. No one got the joke. No one
We
got the
we
joke.
got it, but it wasn't that good. You've
that
done
was-
better than that.
I
Sid.
mean, I did, but like.
We're expecting
Not your best
this
work.
type of level here. I mean,
Not
Okay.
your best work. Yeah, Method Black, they locked in at HPAL. For us, DK Warrior against it. It sounds like
I
you
just
don't
think
like
the
that
Mistweaver
choice
jungle
still.
can move around the chill streak too easily. Other than that, yeah, jungle is one of the few melee cleaves I think that can deal with a Frost Death Knight. Anything else, you'll get stacked up and not be able to move and get blown up. So it's just one of those cases.
I really think. Sorry.
No, you can go.
I just really think that
Go, Zeke,
if
go.
you have a Holy Paladin and a Warrior and then another melee on a small map against a Mistweaver, you have a pretty decent chance here of making something happen. So I don't think that Method Black's pick is bad, but do I think that they could have picked something better? Probably. I feel like they're a team that has so many comps. They have so many different cleaves. I think maybe there's got to be a reason why they're not locking in the enhance. So I don't want to tunnel too hard on that, Sid. Okay. Yeah.
Tunnel.
Guys, come on, we gotta
I didn't
set
get
it
that
up
one.
here.
This is like tunnel, right? A tunnel
Is it
pun?
trying to tunnel the healer? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tunnel pun.
Not too hard on that.
Yeah, they're tunneling too hard on their
tunnel
tunnel
pun.
strategy.
I think if we have to explain our jokes to each
All
other,
right.
that we're not doing very well.
We're gonna think of some.
Wait,
good
I
puns
got
while we
it
speak.
though.
All right,
I got
anyways.
the joke. I just
Yeah,
explained
you did.
the
You were
joke.
the only one. I appreciate that. Sir.
I am also a done dad. Okay, like I get these jokes.
The dad
Are you
jokes.
trying to say that I'm not?
Yeah, that you're a young lad.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll take
Youngest one
that.
on the desk.
I'll take that.
What does that make mean? Goodness. Well, one thing I do want to point out also is, you know, they're locking in this comp again and again against Enlight. And Method Black, they're one of those teams that are very adaptive. They have like a huge range of compositions if we look at their past cups as well as their past seasons that they played together as a team. So I feel like from that we can infer that maybe they know something we don't. They clearly think that this is going to beat Enlight at some point here, Ven, and I don't know. I think that says a lot about their confidence with this comp in particular.
It could just be that Method Black is trying to make the best of a bad situation. I kind of led this series by talking about the tweet Swapsy made where he's like, yeah, I didn't expect to win a single game against Jungle. Like, even though we lost, it was close, so I'm happy. Jungle is really good. Like, I mean, it's just a really good composition. You have a ton of burst damage available to you. You're very durable, difficult to take down, especially with the Mistweaver Monk. And I think Enlight, they play this composition that's extremely well-rounded at a very high level, and Method Black is, you know, they've kind of struggled with it, or they have struggled with it, and I think the fact that they have a composition where, you know, they're picking up wins, the games are kind of close, maybe on the small maps it's going to be a lot more convincing for them. This could be just one of those games where that kind of fortunate kill Method Black got on game number 1 is going to be enough for them to pick up wins on small maps and close out this series, because they might just not have a better option than what they're running right now.
Well, this game is ready at last. We are tied up, Method Black versus Enlight, 1-1 here
See if they can
on
get
the
it done.
point.
This is literally the best scenario for them. A small map where Zuniaki can't run nearly as far. Frost Death Knight with Chill Streak to bounce onto multiple targets. They need to get that Hodge Stormbolt going, where they stun 2 targets at the same time next to each other. If they do that with Chill Streak frequently, I do think they will kill Cassidy with that strategy. But if they don't start executing on that double stun lock, then I'm not sure, because the Frost Death Knight's going to have such a hard time bouncing the Chill Streak.
Let's see what they do. Waz taking a little bit of damage early on with a stun over onto Chaz. It looks like Enlight, they're looking to get aggressive. But once again, I mean, Waz and Swapsy, they just want to be all over Zuniaki. And there's big burst damage. They actually managed to land the Dressagath. Double interrupt on Zuniaki. He's falling further and further behind. I like that. Get the interrupts out of the way and then throw in the stun lock combo. But Zuniaki, he's been able to sustain himself so much. I don't know where this healing's coming from, if Cassidy has just been throwing off a ton of off heals or what, but I actually can't believe that Zuniaki got pummeled. He got pummeled again. He got double stunned, and his health didn't go below 50%. I mean, that is quite a feat. He must be running a ton of versatility, and with that Conflict and Strife, it really helps him out. And now it's going to be Waz that's in some trouble here, Sid.
Yeah, Conflict and Strife, pretty good here when you're going to be the target stunned over and over. Waz is also running it, but that Rake stun goes through the defensive benefit of the Conflict and Strife, so Waz will be more susceptible to damage. And talking about damage here, Method Black can't afford to lose their swing match. They'll lose their advantage for the rest of the series if they do, and they almost did in that 1 split second. Triple Blinding Sleet sets up for the Chill Streak. How much damage can they get out here? Facile moves away, Cassidy moves away and starts healing. It's that simple. When the Death Knight's popping cooldowns, move away. And then the Chill Streak's over, get back in, and you're just eliminating so much pressure. It's great positioning by Enlight. They go for the Stormbolt on Zuniaki. Chaz moves up, looking for some damage with the Avenging Crusader. Even with the Avenging Crusader, I'm not like impressed with the amount of damage Chaz is doing with it. Maybe he can, instead of activating it, like use Vision of Perfection Crusader right now and don't actually activate it until dampening, because then you'll have mana to activate it. That's the only reason he's even running out of mana, is because he's pressing Avenging Crusader. So just don't press it until dampening, then get the extra damage from it when the Mistweaver Monk's healing is reduced. That might work for him, but I'm not the biggest fan of the build overall. It just doesn't seem as impressive as you would think on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. I mean, the main reason why we're seeing them lose is Chaz is going out of mana, and like you said, that Avenging Crusader costs a ton of mana, but it might be with the extra offense that they need to actually potentially take down Zuniaki. I really don't like Dress the Gas when a target is stunned. I feel like it's a huge mistake. I mean, Zuniaki's a little bit low right now, but if they can lead before the stun with a Dress to Gath or use the Dress to Gath after the stun, they're going to get just so much more damage and value out of it. And I think it's a big mistake that we see players make, is actually use their big hard-hitting ability before the stun or during the stun where he has the most damage reduction because of conflict. So I'm looking to see Method Black maybe clean that up a little bit, but it is going to be Zuniaki he's really struggling to get away. That being said, Waz has been under fire quite a bit. Commanding Shout will fall, and Waz actually in a bit of trouble. Looks like Blessing and Protection will trade by Chaz, and once again he's able to top off his team. But Method Black slowly but surely working through the defensive cooldowns, and Zuniaki looks like he's able to hold on quite nicely so far.
All right, Waz going to use Intimidating Shout while his healer is in a freezing trap, but it was on Diminishing Return. And finally, going after Cassidy. I really think Cassidy is the target that dies in this matchup. He's not running Conflict and Strife. He won't have that defensive bonus. Ferals are notorious for just dying in stuns. And then you just lock down Zuniaki at the same time. I actually don't even think you attack Zuniaki. I almost wonder if you play like a Repentance build and just crowd control Zuniaki and go after Cassidy the whole game. Because Zuniaki with Conflict and Strife, I mean, he's taking no damage every time he's stunned. And he's not running Vitality Conduit. So if you went after the Feral Druid, he doesn't have that big heal. Maybe if he's not running Conflict, you kill Zuni, but if he is, you should kill Feral. But they're going to keep playing this strategy out. Their mana is even here about 4 minutes into the game. Cassidy has no Gladiator's Medallion, so he could be susceptible to that double stun combo. They're still just chasing Zuniaki down. Waz gets grapple weaponed, trying to predict a stun here. Zuniaki takes the pummel while the warrior can't attack him. That was good timing there for Zuniaki to just get an interrupt out of the way. Drops Ring of Peace. Swapsy trying to get through it, but can't. He grips Zuniaki back to his side. Facile repositions away while Pillar of Frost is active. Chill Streak could start bouncing here, but they stack up for a triple leg sweep. Good punish by Zuni. Into the full freezing trap. Waz gets isolated, but his lingering Psychic Shell shield is quite massive. 80% damage reduction on that trinket along with an absorb effect. It's a very powerful trinket. Good damage on Cassidy and Facile. That could be another option too, is just attack Zuni until he's gone and then switch targets, cleave down the whole team. Right now, Waz stunned up. He gets Blessing and Protection out of it, looking to stay aggressive on Zuni. Zuni rolls back to midfield. Swapsy chases him down. Waz is waddling over, maintaining Mortal Strike on multiple targets as well as Rend. Cassidy gets caught though Chaz gets caught by Cassidy around the corner, and they do get his every man for himself, and now in a full freezing trap. Nice play there by Cassidy, swapping over for a bit, but Waz's avatar activates there for a big shield. Chaz easily sits through the crowd control. Chaz mounted up here on his Divine Steed, looking for a Hammer of Justice soon, but his warrior is stunned. He's going to drop that sacrifice, stabilize Waz, and try and get him back onto Zuni, but I feel like I don't see this working out unless Zuni has an absolute blunder, like portaling nowhere. I don't understand how this is going to work for them. It seems like Zuniaki is pretty bulletproof. That's the double stun combo I was talking about. Look how much more pressure it is. Cassidy down to 10%, SU Survival Instincts. That's what they need to be doing more and more. Stun 2 targets next to each other and go on the Feral that takes more damage than the stun because he's not running Conflict. If they execute on that, I do think they will win this, but if they continue to kind of just zug Zuniaki, it's not going to work.
I mean, it certainly appears that way. His mana is looking quite well. He lands double stun onto Waz, onto Swapsy. Chaz going to be taking a little bit of damage, and if I saw that correctly, I think Chaz is actually playing the Gladiator Safeguard as well, so opting for a little bit more defense there. In that trinket, if I did see that correctly. Stun onto Cassidy once again. Do they have any crowd control on Zuniaki? He's positioned very far away, forced to trade out the Life Cocoon. That was a really close call. Zuniaki greeting it, trying to get up, his Mana Tea before throwing in those heals, but ultimately had to trade out the Cocoon. And now it looks like Cassidy once again will be turning his attention over onto Waz. Avatar activated right now as we're trying to get out big damage onto Zuniaki. Can they find it? The Hammer of Justice does land. Nice fear coming in from Waz as well, trying to disrupt the team. It actually wasn't a fear from Waz. But yeah, trying to disrupt the team. Zuniaki gets caught into a stun. He's extremely low. But with the Transcendence behind the pillar, he might be able to survive. The revival appears to be enough. A beautiful kick there by Waz. If there was ever a moment in the game where Zuniaki could actually fall, it would be right here, right now. But he manages to roll away, top himself off, and he will survive. Fortifying Brew is rotating back up. He's got Thorns on him. He's got the Life Cocoon, and I think for now, Zuniaki should be completely fine, but it does appear that Cassidy is in a bit of trouble here, Sid.
All right, Cassidy down at half, caught in a double blind and sleet. Another pummel landed by Waz. These interrupts could win Method Black the game here and move them to match point. They've lost to Enlight 2 series in a row so far in tournament play. Will they lose 3 series in a row? Currently tied 1-1. Chaz stunned up Waz as well. Do they get follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Chaz trying to power through, but his mana is incredibly limited here at 17% dampening. Can they keep up the aggression with such limited resources? Another pummel on Zuniaki, but he pre-fort brews. So what he does is he activates a defensive cooldown and then just tanks the interrupt while he's bolstered up his defense and won't likely die during the interrupt timing. It's very clutch. Now we see the life cocoon active. Waz is in trouble. He's dangerously low. He pops the avatar for the shield, pops the rallying cry for a boost to health. Chaz gets stunned out of the freezing trap, breaks out of it with every man for himself. Big divine favor. Waz goes back up to full. Cassidy and Facile rotted down. Zuniaki trying to power them back up to full health into the fight, but he still needs to be careful. Swapsy's right on top of him. He gets stunned, I believe, on a chi torpedo. Zuniaki's rolls are going to be limited here. They pop thorns to try and scare them away, but Avenging Crusader does not care about thorns. Easily going to be healing through that damage and continuing to attack Zuniaki. Repositioning. Waz stunning up Cassidy, going after the Feral Druid a bit here, but the freezing trap has been landed. He Blade Storms to avoid being stunned. Nice Blade Storm timing by Waz. Freezing trap is over. Chaz out of crowd control. Powering through with the Blessing of Protection, chasing Zuniaki down. Freedom on Waz out of the root. Heroic Leap to reconnect. Ring of Peace denies the reconnect, but Swapsy's on one side, Waz is on the other. Zuniaki is pincered against the fence, but it looks like Enlight are actually going after Chaz in the back line. A bit of a healer race. Double blinding sleep from Swapsy stalled that swap for now. Zuniaki stunned up, but Chaz is still in trouble. Pops the Avenging Crusader again to go for some damage and heal himself up, but he's not really healing himself up. Is he just going to die outright? Divine Shield is available. He's boldly holding on to that Divine Shield at very low health. Cassidy gets swapped over to, but Chaz gets stunned up. Both sides in a lot of trouble here. Chaz recovers. Cassidy trades out with the Safeguard Trinket procced and Survival Instincts to recover. It looks like Method Black are slightly getting ahead here, but that freezing trap might turn it around for Enlight.
Definitely could. Waz could be in some trouble. He has the dab of the sword. Lingering Psychic Shell might be enough. He heroic leaps away. Actually, just continuing the chase on Zuniaki. Zuniaki gets out of line of sight with the Transcendence and now interrupted. He does have the Fortifying Brew available if he needs it, but Waz, he has to be very careful. He's caught into a stun. Chaz needs to heal him up. The Avenging Crusader should be enough to empower his heals, and now it's going to be Cassidy who is forced to retreat at 30% dampening. Both of these healers are burning through their mana very quickly. Zuniaki Chi torpedoes away, but Swapsy and Waz should be quick to reconnect, but Waz, not being chopped off, has to activate the Die by the Sword in order to survive. Chaz might have to trade out the ultimate sacrifice as well. Can he keep him alive? Waz uses the commanding shot, but that is going to fall in a couple of seconds, and unless Chaz can find some big heals, Waz could just fall down. Finally, the Divine Favor comes in, topping Waz off, and now it's Cassidy who gets caught into a stun. Zuniaki, though, has the answer with the Life Cocoon, keeps him alive, and both teams exchange blows, kind of recover, but right now Method Black definitely has a bit more momentum.
Oh, pre-Fortifying Brew here, as well as Life Cocoon. Nice read by Zuniaki, reducing the damage on the whole team. The War Banner, the Freezing Trap, trying to hit it, but they don't. Chaz pre-sacrifices. Facile is still waiting. He has a Freezing Trap waiting for Chaz, and Waz doesn't have much to stay alive after this sacrifice fades. If Facile lands the trap, it could easily be the end of Waz's life, and Enlight will steal the swing match away from Method Black and put them on match point, taking away their best map. They're stacked up. They could get triple stunned as soon as Zuniaki's out of this Storm Bolt. He rolls away. Freezing Trap has landed. There's nothing left for Waz. He pops the Avatar in the Lingering Psychic Shell. They shred through the Absorb. Do they have a stun for Chaz? They need a stun. Maybe they don't actually. Waz is absolutely getting shredded. He's going to pop the Rallying Cry, try and boost his team's health for a moment, but there's no mana left. Avenging Crusader is 10 seconds away, but I don't even think he has mana to activate it. Cassidy pops the Survival Instincts. He's very durable. Rallying Cry falls. Everyone's in trouble. Swapsy stalls the game with a triple blinding sheet. Will they be able to kill Cassidy in this? They can't. They fall during their assault. And Enlight steal the swing match away from Method Black, move to match point, and Method Black have to make a change.
You know, it really looked like at about 20% dampening, I think it was, Method Black was going to start to pull it, turn it around for them, but Enlight just pulled ahead. Zigo, where did it start to go wrong for Method Black there?
I would say when they decided to play this comp. I feel like this comp, we've seen it every single time. The same thing happens. They go after Zuni, they can't kill him. The game gets extended. Zuni's team wins on mana. That's what happened in game number 1. but you know, Zuni made a big error there. In game number 2, that's what happened, and they didn't make any errors, so they won. And in this game, on a much harder map, it was still, you know, in favor of Enlight. They were able to survive for a really long time, diffuse a lot of these offensive goals, and just have good pressure. And I every time, it's like, when I watch Enlight, they always get a little bit better. They tweak their gear a little bit better. They get the sustained damage trinkets. They change their strategy a little bit. Zuni looks a little bit better on the Monk, you know. This team is only getting better. And I think their weakness is pretty obvious that, you know, they only have really the one comp with, you know, 2 different healers. But I think the way that they're playing it, the way they're theory crafting with gear, trades, you know, talents, corruptions, everything, it's just really nice to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. One thing though, it did kind of look like, I mean, you said that this comp is really just not the answer though, and we were talking about mana management with Chaz as well. It seemed like though they were able to hold off a little bit longer in that one, Supatis. Do you think that worked out well for them, or what do you think their next move is
I
here?
mean, that was their best option. Hook point, small map.
Right.
But I don't think it's Zuniaki that dies. So, I mean, even in game 1, it wasn't Zuniaki that died. It was Cassidy.
I thought they were gonna go for Cassidy, like from the get-go, actually.
And I feel like they can. They can even just grip Zuniaki in, and then triple blinding sleep, and then try and kill Cassidy over and over. And then he doesn't have Vitality Conduit. He's gonna run out of mana spam healing a Feral Druid like that, I think. I just think their strategy of running at the Mistweaver isn't gonna work if he's running Conflict.
This is an interesting change. So Method Black, they're going to be taking a page from Wildcard Gaming and actually swapping it up to have Swapsy go on the Enhancement Shaman instead. And they are going to be running that Paladin Turbo Cleave for Enlight. I think this is a better matchup for Method Black. I think if they can play it out correctly, especially on Ruins of Lordaeron, they have a fair shot. They can go after Zuniaki, but they can also just make big swaps onto the DPS if they need to. Honestly, the Frost Death Knight didn't look super convincing. Maybe they have options of going after Cassidy, but still, it just doesn't seem like a great kind of counter that they were able to come up with. And I think going back to the Turbo Cleave on the small map is going to be nice for them.
Who do you think their target, Method Black's target is, given this comp?
Oh, I think Zuni is he's gonna be tested here for sure. But at the same time, they can swap around. I feel like anybody who gets stunned between Cassidy and Zuni is very likely to die. I think they're gonna have the most pressure by just kind of running at Zuni. I think the map is a little telling of that as well. This is, you know, Ruins of Lordaeron, tunneling the healer. There isn't a more iconic duo, you know.
Yeah, they did lock in that Ruins of Lordaeron. Supatis, this is your favorite map. What do you think about this map choice? What do we think we're going to see here in terms of
Come on, it
positioning?
is.
What do you mean?
You know it is. Don't lie.
What do you mean?
You're just itching to say
Come on,
it.
you want to say it.
Say what?
You're going to say the Ruins of Lordaeron, fitting final resting place, cemetery, you know, that thing. You know. Come on.
You
I don't
know.
know. I should make a
All
shirt.
right. Yeah, that was my idea.
I need to.
But you should make a shirt.
I need your help on making a shirt.
Yeah, we're gonna make merch for Sid that says fitting final resting place. But yeah, what are your where do you think that this map is gonna come into play here with Method Black? Are they gonna get an advantage here with this map choice?
I mean, this is the comp that we see Wildcard Gaming just stomping jungle after jungle after jungle. So maybe
We call it
it's
stomping. What happened
I
to
don't
my
think
way?
so.
I guess
I don't
yeah,
know
I
if
guess
I
yeah.
agree with that. I'm gonna
The
be honest.
closest-
I guess that's
I'm
why
serious,
Method Black
dude.
don't want to play it, right? Is because it's so close with Wildcard Gaming playing it, and it's not really their mains. Like Waz Warrior, Chaz Paladin. Maybe
But
it's not as
Chaz is
experienced.
insane on his paladin. His paladin is like 3k plus on ladder, and he plays it
Okay.
a lot. Waz Warrior, however, he likes to think that his warrior is, you know, all that, but I watch Blizzard every
jeez.
weekend, so I'm not sold yet.
Oh,
I
wow.
really not watching.
He's
my
a good
goodness.
warrior, but you know, it's a
Wow.
Blizzard warrior. You guys know how I feel about Blizzard. I
He
mean,
likes to
I-
think he's all of that, but it's Blizzo I watch every single week. Oh,
Hey, he doesn't queue with me anymore, okay?
Yes.
This guy has the nerve to tell me, oh,
Don't,
we're gonna keep
make
now
sure you
fight
don't
after.
deny Zico for threes requests, or he's gonna talk smack about your play style.
The players know.
Here on AWC. But so, do we feel like this is a comp that they're comfortable with, or are they just kind of pulling this out as maybe like a last-minute hope here against Enlight? What do we think? What do we think their thoughts are with this one?
I think they saw Wildcard win with this comp, and they were like, okay, this looked like a good answer. We have this comp, let's try it. And then they tried it a bunch this week, and maybe it didn't go that good in War Games. And that's why they were like, okay, well, let's try the DK thing, and maybe that went better in practice. And I think it is smart, though, if that's what happened, to still go for the Enhanced Warrior, try to change things up. I feel like even the game, like we said, the game that they won was more, I think, attributed to the enemy making a big mistake than them like playing, in a different way in comparison with the games that they lost. So I think when you're down 0-2, it's time to swap.
Yeah, and with teams that play at such high caliber, such as Method Black and Enlight, you really can't rely on mistakes happening. These teams are, playing at the top of their game. So I think Method Black switching their comp is definitely something that they sort of had to do if they were going to have any hope of winning this next game. But Enlight is here on match point. They only need one more win to win this entire series. It is Method Black versus Enlight.
Nice.
All right, it's a nice map here. We'll have to see how both teams implement it. Definitely some stuff could happen here, Sid. What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, Sid?
What do you think, Sid?
What do you think about this beautiful map here, and the fact that we're on match point?
They've updated a lot of the maps graphically, like Blades' Arena. It's like all new and polished. Runes of Lordaeron kind of got forgotten. I kind of want.
No, they added some stuff, right? They added those tombstones on the side, didn't they?
Yeah, there's definitely some updated features.
That green goo is 2004.
Hey, that cart in the green goo used to never exist.
The cart, but the green goo is 2004. We need some new green goo. We need some new goo. All right, Runes of Lordaeron. Both teams are slamming away in the midfield. It's match point. Method Black face being knocked down for the third time by Enlight in tournament play here in the AWC. Will they be able to pull off the comeback with the turbo cleave here, facing down a composition that has been challenging them so much? If they don't, it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery.
You got that right. Zuniaki now caught into a stun. And who are they going after? It looks like they are going to be trying to pressure down Zuniaki once again. He's actually not running the Conflict and Strife. So Zuniaki susceptible to big all-ins here by Method Black without that damage reduction. Full stun now onto Cassidy as they're getting pressure rolling all over the place. Chaz keeping his team nice and healthy at this point of the game. Enlight going to be looking for a big setup here soon. If they can get the crowd control on Zuniaki, they lead it with a win shear. Is there any more? Is there any follow-up crowd control? Waz leaps over, trying to continue the pressure, really force Zuniaki to second guess who he's going to be going after. And I like what Method Black's doing. They hit Zuniaki, force him to Transcendence, and then make a big swap on Cassidy. And this kind of pressure is absolutely unrelenting from Method Black. This is looking great for them here, Sid.
I mean, look at it. He life cocoons Cassidy and Facile dies. He has to activate the aspect of the turtle. This build and strategy is looking a lot better. They're even switching to Zuniaki a bit here, but Freezing Trap lands. Waz is in trouble. He can't afford to make a mistake here. He still has options. Is he going to be able to pop them in time? Rallying Cry, back to 50%. Chaz out of crowd control, leading the charge. Swapsy just going after Zuni, poking away with those maces, waiting for Waz to get back on target, but now gets stunned away. Maybe it would have been wise to save the leg sweep. He could hit a multi-target leg sweep. Waz gets grapple weapon. Zuni repositions. Chaz is getting ready with Hammer of Justice during Avenging Crusader. This could be devastating. Zuniaki ports back into the starting room. Nice portal positioning from Zuniaki. Good usage on this map. Waz leaps over for a fear. They're going after Facile and the Hammer of Justice. They're mixing it up. Battle stance Waz. Warbreaker. Big combo. Huge damage over onto Facile. No life cocoon for 5 more seconds. Zuniaki powers through. Lingering Psychic Shell acting like a pseudo life cocoon though. Does buy Facile more than enough time to survive. Freezing Trap lands. Waz activates his Lingering Psychic Shell trinket. Pseudo life cocoon there. He's going to survive the freezing trap. Swapsy switches over to Zuni. Let's see how Zuni deals with another swap.
Ooh, Chaz getting swapped too, though. Cassidy and Facile mixing it up, but Zuniaki can't be left alone for too long in the match. He's got the Divine Shield active and ready to go if he needs it. Hammer of Justice secured onto Zuniaki to make a swap onto Facile once again without the aspect of the turtle. It's going to be scary, but honestly, I feel like one of the unsung heroes in this match is Cassidy with his off heals, throwing in regrowths. I'd really like to see how much healing Cassidy is doing in this match, because anytime his team is in trouble, he's out of cat form, throwing in regrowths. It's really nice. I mean, when Swapsy, Waz, and Chaz can actually get a stun lock on someone, he's immediately out of cat form, spamming regrowths to keep them alive and allow Zuniaki the time to get that life cocoon. So I'm really interested in seeing how much healing he's actually doing in these matches.
Oh, full freezing trap. Swapsy can also heal Waz quite a bit there. Zuni rolls up for a triple stun. Good positioning there. Immediately retreats to safety. They swap over to Chaz. Enlight really mixing it up here, but Avenging Crusader is available. He can turn this around quite quickly with that increased damage. They pop the Ascendance. Cassidy immediately responds with Survival Instinct, so now they switch over to Zuni. He's not running Conflict and Strife. He is susceptible to dying and stuns. He breaks out. He rolls back, but Swapsy is a ranged class during Ascendance. He's just owning Zuniaki right now. Zuni ducks for cover in the starting area. Swapsy switches back to Cassidy and Facile. They've both been rotted down by Waz. The pressure is insane. Mana slightly in favor of Method Black. I'd say the game as a whole is slightly in favor. Maybe even just ending right now. Method Black look to take this to a game number 5. Life Cocoon denies it on Cassidy, but Facile gets swapped too. He's got no defense for 12. Zuniaki gets locked down in a stun. Facile disengages away from the fight. Good avoidance by Facile. Cassidy tanks them with that shield. And now Swapsy and Waz get whittled down. Chaz moves into position. He still has 2 Blessing and Protection, so he can totally immune all the physical damage here onto either target if he needs to, but it's all 3 targets just dying at the same speed. It may still be difficult to recover. Waz trades out his Dwarf Racial to remove all of the bleed effects there and stabilize. Zuniaki repositioning at the Tombstone. Chaz gets freezing trapped. Who are they going to go after? Waz and Swapsy just holding strong out in midfield. They're not even having to pop any defensives. Avenging Crusader activates. Zuniaki bounces Chaz away from himself. He's trying to stall that Hammer of Justice as long as he can, but Chaz manages to sneak in and find it. Now going after Facile. They crack through the lingering Psychic Shell on Facile, but it's still more than enough. Zuniaki survives during the stun lock. Mana evens out between the teams. Fear, Hammer of Justice combo. Beautiful crowd control here by Method Black, but oh, Life Cocoon on 1% denies the kill.
That is heartbreaking for Method Black. They must. I mean, I would be very upset. I didn't even see Cassidy's health before he gets a Life Cocoon for his entire health bar and manages to get topped off. Zuniaki, though, he's been burning through a lot of mana. The one thing I've noticed about this matchup is Zuniaki is a lot less comfortable. The Enveloping Mist, the Renewing Mist are being purged off by Swapsy in the match, making it much more taxing for Zuniaki to actually top off his team. So mana could actually go in favor for Method Black in this matchup. Facile getting caught into a stun. Nice Ring of Peace by Zuniaki. Going to deny most of the burst damage available for Waz and Swapsy. Interrupt now onto Chaz. It does look like Cassidy's going to be making a swap there. And both teams kind of bouncing all over the place, keeping their opponents guessing. Chaz with that Avenging Crusader will easily top off his team and now can start getting aggressive. But the scary thing in this game is Zuniaki. He managed to recover a lot of his mana via drinking, or a decent amount of his mana. So it's a good heads-up play by Waz to slow that down. If Zuniaki had completely recovered there, I think that would have been a horrible situation for Method Black.
All right, Enlight just need one more win. Can they hold on? It's been very narrow in terms of their ability to survive so far in game number 4. Waz targeted down at the moment. Mana is getting dicey on both sides as dampening starts to ramp up. Chaz gets stunned up. They swap over. They net a Divine Shield. Nice swap there by Enlight, but they're being cleaved down. They need to avoid the fight. Cassidy retreats over off into the distance. Facile roots Swapsy to prevent him from reconnecting. Cassidy casts out some entangling roots. They use the Tracker's Net on Swapsy. They're just holding Method Black at bay for now to buy time for Zuniaki to breathe, but the roots have subsided. They're getting back on target. They're chopping up Facile. Chaz is just waiting for that Hammer of Justice to come off cooldown. If they land that Hammer of Justice, he's charging in. Is Zuniaki going to be able to avoid it? He ducks for cover in the starting area, rolls away, but gets caught. He immediately breaks out of that Hammer of Justice. They double stun like Swapsy and Waz at the same time to deny all of their pressure during that Ascendance. They Tracker's Net Swapsy as well. Rudium, but oh, that grappling hook got Blessing and Freedom. Swapsy is able to reign freely here with his Ascendance. He Windshears Zuni on a heal. They fear Zuni and they could swap. They switch over to Cassidy. Nice fear swap onto the Feral Druid. Zuniaki has Life Cocoon available, choosing not to pop it. Lingering Psychic Shell instead. Both Facile's Lingering Psychic Shell as well as Cassidy's here in this push. Avenging Crusader subsides for now. Chaz really only has mana to activate it one more time. Can they find a kill with that activation? He gets crowd controlled on it. If they freezing trap this, it could be devastating. Doesn't look like it's available, though, unfortunately, there. For Enlight, Zuniaki gets stunned up. They swap back over to the Mistweaver. He has Life Cocoon. I like Facile and Cassidy's positioning. Zuniaki gets stunned, so they move away, so they can't also be targeted down. And then Zuniaki doesn't need to worry about them being swapped to immediately. Now he repositions when he's not stunned, powering through the damage to pick Cassidy up back into the fight. Windshear on Zuni for a moment, but trap onto Chaz. Waz is stunned up. Waz could be in a lot of trouble here. He still has time by the sword. He needs to think about it. He's going to activate the lingering Psychic Shell instead, and that's going to be a great trade as it's only a 1 minute cooldown, effectively an ice block for about 2 to 3 seconds.
Yep, Swapsy caught into a stun now. Chaz is burning through a lot of his mana, and now things have really evened out for both of these teams. 20% dampening. Hammer of Justice on Zuniaki as Cassidy gets caught into a Stormbolt. Nice setup here by Method Black, and I think going after the Feral Druid is a great option. He's playing the Reaping Flames as his major essence, so he is very susceptible to getting bursted down into stuns, but Waz could be in a little bit of trouble as well. Chaz caught into a maim stun, but Cassidy on the back foot, forced to retreat, get in bear form. Big Life Cocoon get a land from Zuniaki, saving the day once again. I just don't know, Sid, if either one of these healers are ever going to be able to recover their mana, and I just don't really see this game going longer than about 30% dampening at this point with the way things are playing out. Waz with his avatar wants to not only keep himself alive, but also get that damage rolling on Cassidy and really protect Chaz if he can. Cassidy's getting some damage out onto him. And it looks like Waz will be able to cut away. Lingering Psychic Shell once again activated. The Avenging Crusader from Chaz.
Oh.
Another big setup here. Fear with a Hammer of Justice on Cassidy. Stormbolt out. Do they have the Life Cocoon? The Revival, is it going to be enough? Cassidy is just so low. He's in execute range. He's trying to kite. He's trying to run. He's trying to hide. But Zuniaki manages to save the day once again with the Vitality Conduit. Now Cassidy, completely full health, is going to be charging forward to try to continue the pressure on Waz.
0 mana on Zuniaki. It looks like he's trying to drink in the room. Chaz is chasing him down. He knows that they need to keep him out of mana, hitting him with a Judgment. Stunning up Zuniaki. They could switch to him, but I think just staying on Cassidy makes a lot more sense. Ascendance has been popped. Life Cocoon trade. Zuni runs into the room, so he can't be swapped to. He needs to stay out of line of sight of Swapsy's Ascendance, but he gets Windsheared instantly. The entire team is just being destroyed right now. They Warbanner the Freezing Trap. Nice play by Waz, breaking up that chain exactly when Chaz needed it. That Warbanner could actually clutch out a win here. Stun onto Chaz for follow-up. He pre-rallies the stun. Will it be enough? It's 2 more seconds away from Chaz's Avenging Crusader. He's likely to pop that immediately as he does. His damage is going to be ramped up. Cassidy's Lingering Psychic Shell activates with the Vitality Conduit. Facile has to play away from the fight. He can't afford to take any damage. Zuniaki has 0 mana. They root up Chaz. They're trying to avoid the Avenging Crusader as long as they can. They stun Swapsy. They're on the run. Waz goes back into battle. He goes for the Blade Storm. There's 0 mana left in the tank. It's absolute desperation for Enlight to simply stall the game. Chaz moving into position with the Hammer of Justice. 2 targets on Enlight, critically low at 34% dampening, and the damage is absolutely overwhelming for Enlight. It would be a miracle for them to be able to pull off this game at this point. Facile buys time with the aspect of the turtle. Cassidy has shielded up by the Life Cocoon. Enlight do everything that they can to try and take game number 4. Zuniaki hides in the corner, tries to sit down for a drink. Is he going to get a tick of any mana? He gets a tick!
Did!
How many ticks? Only 1 tick, but 1 tick might be enough. Absolutely insane defensive play here by Enlight as they hold on, and it's actually Chaz who has 0 mana left.
I cannot believe Enlight is still in this. They really want this series. And to send Method Black to the lower bracket once again. Chaz, no mana left whatsoever. He has a Divine Shield, but is there any throughput? Waz right now, he's caught into an Intimidation Stun, gets off the die by the sword in order to keep himself alive. That big defensive cooldown, but that's it. That's it. There's nothing left. That's Divine Shield. That's die by the sword, and both of those have now faded. And Enlight is looking to push through and close out the game. Life Cocoon available for Zuniaki in just a few seconds. And I think that's going to be enough defense to keep his team in it. Full fear, though, on Zuniaki as they just shred through the Life Cocoon. Cassidy gets topped off with the Vitality Conduit, so now Zuniaki has actually burned through all of his major cooldowns as well. Facile with the Exhilaration, and all of a sudden, Method Black, their pressure is unrelenting. Zuniaki, there's just no way he can recover, and it looks like Facile will ultimately fall, but in the meantime, Waz could also fall. Chaz has nothing. Cassidy is pushing forward. Swapsy's going to have to throw in some Watt Heals to keep Waz alive. Are we going to a 2v2? Swapsy looks for a full Hex on Zuniaki, and it looks like Cassidy will ultimately go down. Big heals coming in from Chaz. Method Black, and what a close game that was. I mean, there were so many moments in the game where Method Black could have won, to be fair. I mean, that game could have ended so much sooner if they just had a little bit more damage on Cassidy, a little bit more damage onto Facile, and that matchup, to me, looked a lot more convincing.
Oh yeah, I mean Method Black was putting tremendous pressure on Enlight throughout that entire game, Zico. But we saw Zuni get off that drink at the last minute there. I thought maybe they could turn it around. Where was it that they fell short and enabled Method Black to get that win there?
Well, I think the Turbo has a slight edge in the matchup. I think both teams played out of their minds to even make it to this point. When a game goes for this long, usually it's because either comp can't really land a kill. But this game was full of kill potential, but both teams just played really well and kind of navigated through those tough situations. And in the end, I think a lot of it comes down to Chaz's build. Like when he's running around and he's just out of mana, if he gets one single proc from his vision, that's, it's such a huge momentum swing. Because not only is he going to be healing everyone, but he's also going to be adding in extra damage as well. So it's so impactful later on in the game, and I think that was a big reason to why they were able to extend the game for so long and hold on to a lot of those cooldowns until they really needed them.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Zico, there were a lot of moments there where Method Black could have gotten a kill, and then we did see them finally get that kill in the end there and pull off that victory. What moment from that game did you want to highlight for us?
The best moment, of course. I mean, you already know. This moment was it was such a nice moment here. You can see Waz gonna go in, get the full fear onto Zuni, and then after that goes back to his target, which is Cassidy in this case. They get a nice Hammer of Justice on Cassidy, then they follow up the fear with the Stormbolt, and by some miracle, Cassidy is using up all 9 of his lives in this match, survives barely on like 5%. Then they get a revival. He manages to kite a little bit, get around the corner, and then the vitality comes through, and they kind of survive. And that's exactly what I mean. This game was, it could have ended much, much sooner if these players weren't, just min-maxing everything and really just playing, at the top of their game.
Yeah, and the first couple of games, Method Black, we really did see struggle against Enlight's composition, and we talked about quite a bit how are they going to find an answer. Then, do we feel like this is Method Black's answer to Enlight here?
It's looking like their best option so far. I mean, to be honest, if they go back to the deathmatch, I'm going to be questioning them just a little bit. That just seemed like they had a lot more offense, a lot more opportunities to actually swap around in the match. I think Swapsy's really showing why he is considered one of the best shaman in the region, able to log on that. And the Turbo just looks solid. I mean, all 3 members of Method Black doing a great job. On the flip side, though, I mean, Enlight, they're playing absolutely phenomenally. This is a great series. High-level plays from both these teams. Not a lot of mistakes whatsoever. And it just really goes to show what phenomenal players all 6 of these people are.
Yeah, they for sure are. And Super T is like Elliot was just saying, these teams are both playing at the top of their game, and it's really... Given this, where do these teams find their moment to win here? Is it just based on how long the games goes and trying to run the healer out of mana? What's the win condition here for these 2 teams if they decide to play the same comp again?
Zuniaki drinking more. I feel like if Zuniaki was full mana, then they just attrition Method Black. And so maybe here on Tiger's Peak, a bit bigger of a map, a lot more space. They can just set that up better. Zuniaki can go maximum distance away from the fight, trade a defensive cooldown to regenerate mana, and then play the attrition game. It's very interesting how Enlight have adapted their jungle to be the comp that outlasts other comps that were normally built to just outlast people. But they make it work, and they're running trinkets that allow them to do it as well. They're the only team, I think, that have run this tiny Electromental in a jar trinket rather than a Drestigath or a Bike. And they're just going for sustained pressure, win the game late into the match on mana, and I think it can work for them. It's like they're almost playing Demon Hunter Death Knight, except they have Freezing Trap and Mortal Strike. It seems like it's like a super version of Demon Hunter Death Knight. Like, you actually have crowd control, you can avoid damage, you have utility support, you have a lot of sustain healing from the leader of the pack on the Feral Druid, so all the melee attacks on the team start healing the team. It seems like a super version of Demon Hunter Death Knight, like the more that I look at jungle when it's played with a Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Zico, but it seems like jungle is one of those comps that's like almost really diverse. Like, we see quite a lot of teams playing it in the past. We had Reformed, we had Dilly's team, and now we have Enlight and My Way as well, and it just seems like this comp is really capable of quite a lot of things.
Yeah, I just feel like right now, at least, jungle is kind of in a strange spot. Usually, jungle is very aggressive. I mean, it is aggressive now as well, but usually jungle is like you win or you lose on your aggression. You land the CC and you one-shot somebody. Can't do that, you're probably gonna lose. But I think with the addition of having that Mistweaver and having a little healer flexibility, you can just go a long way, especially when it comes to extending the games. And I think Enlight, that's what kind of separates them from these other jungles, is that they can play both styles. They'll play the aggressive style, but they'll also just have Zuni on his Mistweaver and just play around keeping him alive, playing around keeping him, high on mana, and then finding win conditions later. And I think we're just starting to see what people can do in the meta. I think when people get a little more brave with what they experiment with in terms of comps and corruptions, I think we're going to see a big meta shift.
Yeah, and they are on the TR. They have that option of basically whatever pick they want in terms of gear and trinkets and talents and all of that good stuff. So it's definitely cool to see what these teams are coming up with in terms of gear. And it is 2-2 right now. Method Black versus Enlight, and the gates are about to open. Guys, take it away.
That last game was a nail biter. I mean, if Zuniaki didn't get that drink, they wouldn't have got those a couple extra seconds. They pick a good map here to play out a longer game. Zuniaki maintains mana. I do think it's Method Black that are the ones who need to close the game out with those Fear, Hammer of Justice, of Intimidate, Shout Zuniaki, Hammer of Justice Cassidy. Repeating that frequently is going to be very important for Method Black to win.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for Zuniaki, it's going to be important that he is kiting away and looking for those drinks, but he also has to be very careful that he doesn't leave Cassidy behind. Enlight, they ended up losing game number 1 because he got a little bit overconfident, a little bit overzealous to actually just, cross the map entirely. And I think if Cassidy doesn't have his trinket, they have to be very careful of just, kind of leaving him to die. So that's what I want to see from Enlight, just really, really cautious plays. And it looks like Chaz will be put into a freezing trap. Waz gets a grapple weapon quite early on as Enlight looks to get aggressive. But once again, the wind shear on Zuniaki, the damage is rolling on Cassidy. And if they get crowd control on Zuniaki, I really fear for Cassidy here.
I mean, he's still just dying, even without crowd control into Zuniaki. They have to use Survival Instincts and Life Cocoon. They switch over to Zuni, but he ports back to the Tiger Statue, out of harm's way. Swapsy gets stunned up here, trying to stall that burst damage remaining from his Ascendants. Waz now stunned as they switch over to him. Chaz repositions, but while he's repositioning, Waz takes quite a huge beating. Almost going down, but a big hit from Chaz clutches it out. Zuniaki needs to always be playing max distance from the fight here. He wants to avoid being wind sheared and Hammer of Justice. Freezing trap on Chaz. Waz the pressure point here. It's match point between these teams. Winner will be going to the upper bracket final to face Wildcard Gaming. Loser will go back to battle for their lives against Diabolis in the lower side of the bracket. Zuniaki gets stunned up. Waz wants to switch over. They pop that heroism. Big boost of damage for the team, but even with that big boost of damage, they're not really denting anyone's health. Wind shear on Zuniaki, Facile targeted down here, trying to mix it up and go after different targets, make sure that Jade statue from Zuniaki isn't getting maximum healing output on their damage target. Swapsy switches to Zuni, but Waz is stunned, Chaz is stunned. Swapsy gets on top of Chaz to try and soak a freezing trap, uses the grounding totem, but Tracker's net freezing trap will be secured. Good patience by Facile. However, Swapsy's lingering Psychic Shell is absorbing all the damage while Chaz is crowd controlled. So he is going to be able to survive after that chain. It's Cassidy who's in trouble. He's stunned up, but Chaz wasn't in position to land the hammer, so Life Cocoon stabilizes Cassidy. They go for a swap on Facile, hitting the non-Life Cocoon target. A good plan, but Facile using that mobility to avoid the fight instead with Disengage, while Zuniaki waits to get out of the Hammer of Justice, which he has now just completed. Swapsy stunned up at low health. He trades out the Fire Blood Racial, removing a lot of pressure on himself, boosting up his defense while Chaz is in a freezing trap, and Enlight switch to Waz while Swapsy's defense is bolstered, trying to exploit the weakest target at every moment. These teams are playing at the highest level.
I mean, there's really no question about it. Cassidy now into a Stormbolt. Zuniaki in a good position, actually keeps Chaz at bay to avoid the Hammer of Justice. That was really nicely done. Chaz wanted to move in and get the Hammer of Justice, but Zuniaki with a beautiful Ring of Peace denied that completely. Now Facile, he's going to be looking to run around, trying to avoid damage at all costs while Zuniaki is caught into the stun. Preemptive Fortifying Brew as well, as it is Waz now on the back foot. Chaz with the Avenging Crusader should be able to top off the team, but a beautiful triple leg sweep by Zuniaki as he dive bombs in to the team of Method Black. Not really going to be netting too much. He does get the sacrifice from Chaz, and of course the Avenging Crusader is rolling right now, and that will top off everyone on Method Black as they look to make a swap here on Zuniaki.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Zuni ports away from the fight. Swapsy gets hit. Chaz gets trapped up. Swapsy could be in trouble. Trades out the Astral Shift during this attack to bolster his defense. Waz could get swapped too. He activates his Fire Blood Racial to reduce damage on the swap. Good defensive reactions here from Method Black. Mana not looking hot here for Chaz, though. It's 3.5 minutes in and he's already falling behind on a map where Zuniaki could look to drink. Cassidy holds on to Gliders Medallion, a very important cooldown to avoid being bursted down in the stun, but they just switch over to Vasile. Zuni responds immediately with the Life Cocoon. Method Black switch targets in anticipation. Cassidy denies the swap with the Lingering Psychic Shell. Waz now getting set up on with cross crowd control on the entire team. He activates his Lingering Psychic Shell to deny the kill. Chaz popping the Avenging Wrath, looking to turn it around with some big damage, but Zuniaki lands a grapple weapon on Waz to stop some damage. Waz breaks out of it with his Gliders Medallion to get aggressive, but is it worth it to use that cooldown aggressively? He's going to be susceptible to dying in a stun, currently locked down in a maim. Chaz goes for a big Divine Favor, topping off Waz. Then they switch over to Swapsy. Both of these teams switching so frequently. Full Freezing Trap, Hammer of Justice laid down. Can they take Cassidy down during that critical moment? They don't even get the Gladiator's Medallion. Devastation for Method Black. Very important that they get Cassidy's Gladiator's Medallion during that crowd control. They're trying to take advantage of what they can by switching to Zuniaki, but he ports away from the swap. Vasile roots them up on their reconnect. He Lingering Psychic Shells the swap, disengages on the reconnect. Now they have to go after Cassidy, but Zuni can freely heal. The positioning from Enlight to bounce in and out of the fight is very entertaining.
It's just beautiful. They're able to avoid a ton of cleave damage that way as well. Both Swapsy and Waz can put out a ton of damage if they're grouped up, so trying to avoid that cleave is very, very important to maintain Zuniaki's mana. Full trap now over onto Chaz. Waz once again going to be using that Lingering Psychic Shot. I think all 4 DPS are using that trinket. It's just so powerful. That tank trinket from N'Zoth really prevents, these sort of all-in setups. It's a great defensive cooldown that you can rotate through in a matchup like this. We're now 2% dampening in the match, and we look at mana, relatively even for both of these healers, so no one really has a significant lead in that regard. Chaz caught into an Intimidation stun. Now they're actually going for damage. A little bit of burst damage on Chaz, but they're actually making a swap over onto Waz. Of course, having to use that commanding shout to keep himself alive. Chaz needs to find some heals, and ultimately he will. The Fire Blood Racial once again for Waz will keep him alive. It removes all the bleeds of Cassidy, gives him basically a fresh reset. It's an excellent defensive cooldown, and I mean that's why Swapsy and Waz are running it. It's particularly effective against the jungle cleave because they do have so many bleeds that give you that consistent damage. You can free yourself from those bleeds and allow yourself to fight a little bit longer. Trap once again onto Chaz, but really not too much damage going to be going out. Waz gets grapple weapon, but easily topped off there by Chaz. Make a swap over on to Swapsy, and I like the fact that Enlight is able to go after multiple targets in this match, really burning through Chaz's mana. I think that's one of the reasons why we are seeing that Avenging Crusader from Chaz. There's a lot of spread healing, so you not only keep Waz alive, but he also just tops off himself and Swapsy during these moments where Cassidy and Vasile just have managed to generate a ton of pressure on all 3 members.
Zuni needs to set up a drink if his team's going to find victory here. Stun up on Chaz on his Avenging Crusader. He breaks it with the Everyman for himself. Cassidy pops Thorns to try and scare them away, but Avenging Crusader can easily heal through Thorns. They trap up Chaz. Unfortunately, they end up breaking it prematurely. That Freezing Trap could have been critical to force a defensive. Cassidy pre-survival instincts, but they wait for it to subside. They go for the double stun lock. Cassidy instantly responds, breaking out of the Stormbolt, jumping into bear form, looking to retreat away, but you can't run away from Ascendance. They grapple weapon Swapsy during Ascendance. Cassidy runs with the dash out of line of sight on the balcony, healing himself up with a regrowth, then jumping back in onto Waz, but he jumps into a triple fear, and with that triple fear, they net the second survival instincts of the game, and Method Black have blown through all of the defense that they really needed to be able to find a win. If they execute perfectly on crowd control, there should be absolutely no way that Cassidy will sustain himself. They get through a Vitality Conduit. They go for the hammer right after it. Cassidy jumps to Zuni to retreat. Waz charges over, switching to Zuni with the Bladestorm. Swapsy gunning down Cassidy. Zuni ports to the distance, comes back in line, barely getting the cocoon in time to save Cassidy. They're desperately trying to dent Swapsy or Waz, but they're not finding any dents in the armor of Method Black. There's still a Rallying Cry, an Astral Shift, a Bubble, a Sacrifice, a Die by the Sword. So many options remain for Method Black to stay in the fight. If Zuni doesn't get the mana to sustain a long fight, it could be good night and light.
Chaz gets caught into the stun as well as Waz. Enlight still trying to make those offensive pushes. Nice war banner there, drop down by Waz, denying some of the incoming crowd control. Now using the avatar to get aggressive here on Cassidy, but a preemptive lingering psychic shell actually gets shred through by Swapsy and Waz. But Waz, I mean, he might have overstayed his welcome. Just attacking into Thorn's going to be taking a significant amount of damage that now Chaz has to try to recover. And that is not easy at 20% dampening. They make a swap over onto Chaz. If they can get the Divine Shield, it's going to be massive. Triple leg sweep coming in from Enlight, from Zuniaki. Beautiful plays. The commanding shout from Waz once again keeps his team nice and healthy, keeps him alive, and prevents that Divine Shield. Nicely done. Grapple weapon now into Waz as he's looking to kite around and use the lingering Psychic Shell himself to prevent some incoming damage and allow Chaz a moment to breathe and actually top off the team. Big setup once again on Cassidy as Zuniaki uses the Life Cocoon. And look at him! Zuniaki's positioning across the entire map. He wants to go for a drink. Shutting down the damage with the Life Cocoon, then repositioning to a spot where he can get out of combat and try to sit down for a drink. Unfortunately, not able to recover that, and now it's going to be Facile, who is a little bit scared at this point. I mean, he does have that aspect of the turtle, but at 25% dampening, if they can get that cooldown out of the way, it's unlikely we're going to see a second one from Facile.
All right. Freezing Trap on Chaz's Divine Favor, but no way to remove it, unfortunately. Big stun lock here. Heroism popped going after Cassidy. Zuniaki drops that Ring of Peace to bounce them away, but now he's locked down in a Hammer of Justice. Facile repositions. He knows he could be swapped to. He does not want to be anywhere near Waz or Swapsy. Waz gets instantly grapple weaponed on his reconnect with Facile. Facile grappling hook away from Waz, looking for the Freezing Trap, but trying to bait out a sacrifice, not finding the bait just yet. The team is starting to be whittled down on the side of Method Black, but mana is a problem. Actually, more so for Chaz at this point. Life Cocoon onto Cassidy, almost rotationally. They're switching to Chaz a lot more frequently, trying to find a weakness there. Rallying Cry from Waz will stabilize him. Facile runs away from the fight. It's all about Enlight's ability to stall and drag this fight on. Look at the pressure. 3 members are low. Chaz has Avenging Crusader. They need to crowd control that as soon as possible, but it's Zuni who's in a full fear. Chaz Divine Shield, so he can't be crowd controlled. They drop the Warbanner to go all out on Cassidy. It's match point, and Method Black take it. Redemption. They will not be bested 3 times in a row by Enlight.
Method Black has found the answer to Enlight. They are sending Enlight down to the lower bracket, and Method Black has come out with a victory 3-2 against Enlight. Zico, okay, they swapped that comp. They struggled a little bit in the last game, and now we're seeing them really flourish with this comp. Any takeaway from this? I mean, what an incredible well done job.
But the other takeaway is that I think Mistweavers against comps where they can get one shot and their teammates can get one shot, I think that just opens up a nice win condition for Method Black, because you can go on the Mistweaver, force out Life Cocoon, then after that you can maybe fear him and go after the Feral Druid. We saw them do setups like that a lot of the time, and I think it's a winning strategy, and having a comp that can just run at the Mistweaver and then open up the game, and then swap to the Feral, that's what kind of just opens up the game in general. So I think just a little strategy adaptation and comp swap hit Method Black a lot in this series.
And, you know, we talked about this a whole lot. We thought that comp that they were originally playing Method Black in those first couple of games wasn't quite doing it. They switched to that Turbo Cleave and Rookie. Is this a comp that you think that they're going to try and perfect, and maybe this is just going to be their answer to Enlight every time?
On the Frost Death Knight, it didn't work out as planned, but these things can sometimes happen. You know, they may have played in a war game against a Mistweaver jungle and thought, you know what, this is looking great. You know, the Mistweaver monk has such a hard time getting away, and then you play against Zuniaki, you play against Enlight, and it doesn't work out quite as nicely. So I think it's nice that they had a different option prepared. With the Turbo Cleave, obviously worked out beautifully for them. All the games looked convincing. I mean, of course, there was moments where Enlight looked like they could have won, so I don't think it's an absolute counter, but I think it absolutely is their best option. It does seem like the Turbo Cleave is favored in the matchup. So for Method Black, if this is the only team that's beating them, Enlight, I mean, this is the one composition that allows them to sort of get back in the series, defeat Enlight, and I think they absolutely are going to put a lot of time into practicing it even more.
Yeah, and well played by Enlight. They definitely didn't go down without a fight, but Method Black will be continuing on to play Wildcard Gaming. But next up, we are going to move on to My Way versus ABC. This is another elimination round. We're going to be down in the lower bracket. Coming up, we're going to go to a break here, and then we'll come up with that series after this break. My Way versus ABC.
chance. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows the kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Arena World Championship. We have an excellent series coming up for y'all. We do have now just 2 more elimination series in this 3rd European Cup. The next matchup will, of course, be My Way versus AWC. But before we get into that, I am Elliot Venzel, joined here by Zico and Supatees. That last series we had, Zico, was absolutely insane between Method and Enlight. Obviously, we're going to see a little bit more from Enlight later today as they go up against Diabolis. But, I mean, how do you think they're feeling after that game?
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane series. I think I just needed, a second to just kind of, take it all in and relax.
Yeah.
And, I mean, most of us did. That was a crazy series, back and forth, went all the way to Game 5. And, Method Black, they had the answer for that jungle in the end. Enlight, though, going to be in that lower bracket a little bit later, fighting for their lives against Diabolos. Coming up, though, we got another jungle, My Way, Hydra's team, going up against ABC, another mage lock here in the lower bracket. So a lot of jungles and mage locks down here. I feel like mage lock has the edge, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Both these lower bracket games are essentially going to be a jungle cleave versus a mage lock. I mean, those are the primary compositions we've seen all 4 of these teams run. Sid, how do you think this matchup plays out?
Well, with the Priest version, the Priest runs out of mana and then the jungle dies. Is what has happened time and time again. And then Zuniaki picked up Mistweaver. Mistweaver doesn't run out of mana, jungle doesn't die, and then they managed to pull off a miracle kill. So if My Way don't have a Mistweaver prepared, or I mean, perhaps ABC aren't, maybe it does take a little bit of finesse for the Mage Warlock to be able to pull it off. We haven't seen ABC in the top 8 in some time, so perhaps they're a little bit behind in terms of the meta, whereas My Way seem to be heating up series after series. So they could potentially pull it off just based on the amount of effort that My Way are putting into this comp with the Priest, but if it doesn't work, let's say Hydra tries Priest in game 1 and it doesn't work, I really want to see him break out the Monk just to start practicing it, if anything, because he's going to need it.
Ooh.
It looks like Hydra does have a little bit of a surprise in store. Not so much of a surprise now that I just spoiled it, but it looks like he actually will be playing that Mistweaver Monk. And like we've kind of said, when we've seen this matchup play out in the past, it has been one of those things where the jungle definitely has enough damage and enough survivability to bring it to a late game and try to find a kill. That being said, there have been some changes this week we haven't really talked about. Gushing Wounds has been, nerfed a little bit, and that was something that really played into the favor of the jungle cleave. So I'm curious to see if they still have that same sort of pressure in a matchup like this. But for My Way, they're going to try to have to last as long as they can in this matchup. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination series between My Way and ABC. And I have to say, I feel like for ABC, there's a lot of pressure to win this series because they are not so comfortable in their top 8 positioning. They need to be picking up as many wins as they can.
All right, Alec choosing to play the Frost Mage. I feel like he's going to regret that. Without Greater Pyroblast as a threat, I feel like he's going to regret it here in the blind pick, but Hydra at the same time is going to be tested on a new healer, switching from what he is known for on that Mistweaver or Discipline Priest to a Mistweaver Monk, and we have to wait and see if he can avoid Fear and Polymorph, keep his team alive for an extended match here, as this one is going to be a long haul.
One thing that I'm kind of interested to see, Kazu is running Breath, and so is Tony, so that Water Elemental potentially, if it does go down, it's a very squishy target, and if you can stack your Reaping up by killing it, Alec is going to have a big hit coming his way, most likely in one of these setups.
No, I mean, I'm definitely glad you called that out. I think it's one of the reasons why Frost Mages struggle right now, and why a lot of Frost Mages don't play Water Elemental, because it is so susceptible to being, reaped, and then the person that does manage to kill it with reaping gets that massive bonus, and that could be enough damage to just push you over the edge. I mean, you're getting hit by a reaping for 200,000, a Drestigath for 200,000 by a single player. That damage can become quite overwhelming, especially, I mean, for the Frost Mage, you don't have too much. And here it is, the double, once again, double strength going to be coming in out on Alec. He does manage to hold on using the Icy Veins, trying to counter pressure, and they do manage to find it. Seduce into Polymorph onto Hydra. Tony in some trouble, he takes a huge hit. He might just fall in the early game, and he does. I mean, right there you could see, I mean, My Way, they tried to get aggressive, but they got punished very quickly by Alec and Walrick. Nice setup by them.
I said it was going to be a long haul.
Hydra doesn't play long games.
Looked like a short trip to the grocery store. All right.
It's picking up a few ingredients.
I don't think Tony back though.
Aw.
Wow.
That's kind of sad. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's unfortunate for My Way, but sometimes that's the way it goes. ABC, they're going to be able to pick up a quick win on the Grand Arena. There was a moment where it was a little bit scary for Alec, but they quickly turned it around. And I think it honestly caught My Way off guard, because normally that's a matchup that takes a little bit longer than that one. For map number 2, I mean, going to the next map, it is of course going to be My Way's not only map but composition selection. What do you think we're going to see, Zico?
Valorant or Hook Point. I think I would take it to Hook Point probably. I think Alec's gonna have a harder time kind of getting things going there, and you're just gonna have an easy time kind of swapping to Asgarath on that monk, maybe test him a little bit, and it's all about those kind of opening up the game by being able to hit the monk. On a big map against the Wizard Cleave, there's no way you're gonna ever really be able to kind of test Asgarath. Smaller map though, things can change.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll have to see how that one plays out. I mean, Sid, normally these matchups, they take a lot longer than this. What do you think led to sort of that really quick kill?
Probably inexperience, maybe. Hydra not anticipating Alec's ability to just get on top of him and land a polymorph. And then as soon as he landed the polymorph, they pop Icy Veins and Dark Soul. They used a Ring of Peace to prevent the Feral from retreating away. And if you're out in the middle with Icy Veins and Dark Soul and your healer's in the polymorph, yeah, you're dead. Like that's checkmate right there. So they now have seen that is a possibility, and they have that information. So avoiding polymorph or retreating earlier when polymorph has landed are going to be options for them. I'm curious what map they do go for, because we've seen Hook Point picked a lot as like the jungle map, but I think it can backfire. And they've actually decided to go to Dalaran Sewers instead. I think that's a bit safer overall. The monk will have Hydra on the monk will have a better chance of avoiding polymorphs with the boxes, as opposed to Hook Point, where the mage can get in line of sight very easily. So I think this is a good move, not going to Hook Point.
I'm back, by the way. Thank you.
Welcome
Sorry,
back.
I was working through some technical difficulties, but I think everything is good. I was just a little bit desynced with you guys, so I went and fixed it with production, and they're awesome, and we're good now. What did I miss? I'll let you guys talk a little bit while I get caught up here. Looks like both comps are locked in, and we have a map now.
Yep. So basically, you missed the quickest game of the entire day on the Grand Arena. Yeah, My Way, they tried to make an offensive push, but ABC immediately punished them, and were able to pick up a quick win. And now, of course, it's going to be My Way's map and composition pick. And I'm actually a little bit... I was kind of hoping that we'd see Hydra on the Discipline Priest on the small map on Dalaran Sewers. I think it could be an option, but I like the fact that he's confident enough to actually still play the Mistweaver Monk.
Did he play the Mistweaver on the first game? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, he
Okay.
did. And they lost.
Okay. All right.
You just had to throw that in there.
Good point, though, Ben.
Just being factual here.
I mean, it does say something to his confidence that he is playing that in the game, too. But it looks like the game's about to start here. They are on Dalaran Sewers, and if I'm correct, I didn't see the first game. ABC won the first one, so now My Way looking to tie it up.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of mentioned it earlier on. I mean, this game obviously matters a lot for both of these teams, but I think it matters significantly more for ABC. My Way, they've been doing well enough in these tournaments where, you know, making it into a top 8 is completely, I mean, it's probably going to happen at this point. For ABC, still not, you know, their spot isn't secured by any means. They need to definitely have a good showing here in this tournament to sort of catch back up on some of those points. So, I mean, if they can get far in this tournament, that's certainly going to be an excellent start for them. So, if they could pick up a 3-0 victory here, that would be absolutely great news for ABC.
All right. This composition has been challenging Mage Warlock, the Mistweaver jungle, but perhaps Hydra's inexperience is not going to allow them to be able to win. He's going to have to step up his game here in game number 2, pull off a win for his team on their map pick. Tony is a bit reluctant to line of sight Hydra here and go downstairs, but he finally has decided to push forward. Only for a moment, though, just to skull bash Walrix and then poke back up. And maybe they're just trying to wait for dampening because Casu has not engaged. He's playing at the boxes. He actually survival instincts is... I mean, why? Tony is effectively doing nothing but taking damage standing where he is. If they're going to stall, just stay at the pillar. They're already down to survival. I think he's finally realized this. Like that just didn't make any sense. Tony standing there tickling the Warlock while he has to use cooldowns to stay alive. And My Way are going to try and drag this fight into dampening, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's how they're going to win. So I think the main ways they win is either we go deep in dampening or double Drestagath, one-shot on Alec, I think is definitely a reasonable option as well, especially if they can get the Reaping Flames. And I think Alec, I mean, look at his water elemental. It's literally parked as far away from the fight as it can possibly be. I'm kind of wondering why I didn't just go for Lonely Winter in that case. Just, you know, he's not really going to get too much damage out of the water elemental. You know, Pet Freeze isn't really going to be a great option, but... I mean, maybe it's just a bait, a distraction for Tony and Casu, you know? It can be so nice when you do get that massive reaping. But ultimately, it looks like Alec should be able to survive. Potentially, full shield on that burst. Very nicely done. Heads-up play. Asgrath easily recovers. And now, once again, it's going to be ABC who looks to get aggressive. They managed to get the full polymorph on Hydra. Icy Veins, Dark Soul traded out once again. They're looking for that big all-in kill. But lingering Psychic Shell from Tony, as well as just line of sight from Casu. They are going to be able to survive those major offensive cooldowns. And now, Sid, I feel like this is the moment where there's no offensive cooldowns. As for My Way, they can actually just push in and try to get something going.
The question is, who do they attack? The Frost Mage or the Warlock? They would like to get Ice Block out of the way before dampening, but I still don't even think they win this game at 7 minutes in. Even if they get a 5-minute cooldown, it's likely that that cooldown will reset before the moment where they try to push for the win. That's why you see a lot of teams opting to just not risk anything, because if they even do get an Ice Block, it's of no consequence later in the game. Nice Temporal Shield here from Alec right before being stunned. He absorbs all of the damage. Oh, they waited for it to be over and then pumped out their Drestagath, though. That was a bit scary for Alec, but he is stable as Asgrath is out of Freezing Trap. Walrix is running the Succubus pet. We can see the Succubus at the pillar here, just whipping Hydra. Tony's going to come back to try and kill off the Succubus or chase it away, and then potentially use that Reaping Flame, get a buff of damage before moving in. He does at least protect Hydra from the Seduce. Looks like Tony's freely attacking Walrix. Stun on Asgrath. Freezing Trap lands. Good pressure onto both the targets here. Hydra needs to make sure he's using that Crackling Jade Lightning to get Mystic Touch on the target when they use Freezing Trap. Otherwise, they're going to miss out on 5% physical damage. It's very important that Hydra applies this during crowd control. He paralyzes the Succubus. Line of sight's its Seduce here at the box. Doesn't look like it's chasing him. The Succubus could be the start of a big chain. That's why I'm just keeping my eyes on it. Seeing when Walrix decides to move in for that crowd control. But Tony retreats. Man, Hydra, his mana not looking great. He is getting that Crackling Jade Lightning out now, though. Making sure he's got the 5% physical damage. Tony's trying to re-stealth and reset. They've left the Hunter out in midfield. Hydra gets seduced, but they break it? Hydra gets countered. What is happening to Hydra's health right now? It's just... I swear he's getting owned by the Succubus. Like, nothing is hitting him. What?
I actually don't know what's going on, I swear. I legitimately don't know why Hydra... Was it a Vitality Conduit? Or, like, what was that? It looked like the Succubus was, like, the MVP of the map, actually almost killing Hydra. I legitimately have no idea what that was. Except maybe Vitality Conduit, but...
It's what it had to have been.
Yeah. Oh, that was amazing. Hydra forced to, use defensive cooldowns on just a Succubus that was hitting him behind the pillar. Hydra gets interrupted once again. Alec looking for some damage, but keep in mind, there is a huge potential that Alec just gets absolutely obliterated. Playing the Frost Mage means you don't have that Cauterize, and believe me, that Cauterize is a huge safety net against Dress-to-Gath Trinkets against Jungle. So for Alec, it's definitely going to be a bit more of a scary game, but so far he's been positioning quite nicely. Icy Veins, as well as the Dark Soul, traded out once again as they're looking to get really aggressive here on Tony. Polymorph onto Hydra, he's stuck in crowd control. Tony with the lingering Psychic Shell might be able to hold on. Shadow melts the Chaos Bolt, now trying to get out of line of sight, but unfortunately the Ring of Peace knocks him right back into it. Walrus able to get out tons of damage, and once again, My Way is forced to retreat.
I really like these Ring of Peace that Asgrath uses to prevent the target from running away. I feel like we haven't seen anybody doing that, at least not as frequently as Asgrath is. That could win the game. You think that you're about to run around the corner and the line of sight the Chaos Bolt, and then you get bounced right back into it. That definitely could win the game there if he's able to net one of those. Hydra, again, just seemingly getting owned by nothing at the pillar. His health just drops. It has to be the Vitality Conduit. There's nothing else that would make any sense. Asgrath freezing trapped. Double Mortal Coil from Walrix during the crowd control. But now he's stunned up. Walrix gets stunned. He gets knocked off the side. Beautiful knockback. Asgrath has to roll desperately back in the line of sight, but now that he's there, he should pick Walrix up immediately back to full health. Heals now over onto Alec. Ice Barrier to buy some time for Asgrath. He's a bit afraid of being interrupted, I would imagine. Both Tony and Casso have their interrupts up, so he's going to reposition back at the box. Dampening about 1 minute in here. Seduce lands again. Tony gets stunned up, but he pre-walls the stun. Nice read by Tony. He reduces a significant amount of damage there and is trying to stay on target now that Hydra is out of crowd control. I'm curious to see how the Frost Mage works here. It did win game 1, and Icy Veins looked good, but if he can't find crowd control the same way that he did in game 1, will it work out for him? So you see Casso getting controlled. Fear on Hydra. 3 versus 1 on Tony. He's going to run away on the bottom side of the stairs. Ring of Peace knocks Casso back out into midfield. Walrix is trying to resummon his Succubus as it is likely died. They stun the resurrection on the Succubus. If they can keep the Warlock pet dead, that could give them an advantage, but they decide to pull away from the fight, and Walrus is able to resummon the Succubus into the fray. Seduce into a Fear is definitely a win condition for ABC, and there's the Seduce. Mortal Coil. Nice dispel on the Havoc by Tony, so that Mortal Coil only hits one target. And now Tony is trying to retreat. This is where I'd love to see a Ring of Peace behind the box. Knock them off the backside of it. Asgrath rolls up for a leg sweep. He's going to stun Hydra. What is this damage on Hydra? He's just getting owned by Cataclysm and the Infernal around the corner, but looks like he's picked himself back up, and My Way are able to continue to stall.
I wonder if Hydra's just using a ton of Corruption and not moving out of the circle. Like, it could be that. I mean, the Eye of Corruption could just be absolutely destroying him on the map. But yeah, it's going to be Seduce on Hydra once again into a full polymorph. Tony, he has to run, he has to hide. He's got no trinket, no survival instincts, but he has line of sight and a ton of mobility on that Feral Druid. Hydra uses the Transcendence to get behind the pillar once again. It looks like Castor's going to be moving forward. Big hit here on Walrix. Can they just take him down? He's caught into a stun. The Unending Resolve is forced to be traded out. Beautiful push there by My Way, and the second push like that with no Unending Resolve just wins the game. Walrix realizes it, and he's going over to the Imp. Yeah, instead of going for the Succubus to get that extra crowd control, he's going to be using an Imp for the Dispel on the Freezing Trap. And that will give him a little bit more freedom to get Asgrath out of crowd control. As, I mean, like I said, one more nice setup from that, and Walrus could easily fall.
Ooh, Alec gets knocked off the side. Asgrath gets trapped. Beautiful combo there, but the Imp is able to dispel, and then Walrix switches to the Succubus for crowd control. Nice pet management from Walrix here. If he can keep this up, it's definitely going to be a way to win. Tony gets bursted down to half. He needs to run away. Vitality Conduit will stabilize him likely here as My Way retreat back, look to sustain mana. They did get a major objective point for being able to win this, the Unending Resolve of Walrix, at a critical moment where there is a good likelihood that it won't come back again in that 3-minute time span before they can get a kill. Asgrath stunned. It looks like they're trying to go after Asgrath. He's going to use the Demonic Gateway. And this is now Casso's Pillar as Asgrath repositions. But Hydra is drinking. I believe it doesn't look like he got too much mana. Casso is now left alone over here, and he's very slow from that Frost Mage. Trying to make his way back to his healer. Disengaging, but Ring of Peace back into the open. Not during any cooldowns. I think he should save the Ring of Peace. I actually think it's very important to save Ring of Peace during Dark Soul to keep them in line of sight of the Dark Soul. Asgarath stunned up. Freezing Trap snipes Asgarath. Walrus could be in trouble here, but he switches to the Imp and dispels the Freezing Trap. No crowd control, no kill. Tony has to retreat, and so does Kasu.
And I couldn't have said it better myself. They definitely need that crowd control if they want to end up securing this game, unless they go for just a massive all-in one-shot, which is definitely a possibility. Water Elemental getting loaded up with Poison by Kasu, who does want to get it a little bit low. They're still going to be looking for those Reaping Flames on the Water Elemental if they can. We are now at 30% dampening, where really anything can happen. Asgarath's going to get opened up on by Tony, but it doesn't look like Tony's able to really push in and get too much damage rolling. The positioning is a little bit odd right now. Tony's kind of all by himself. He actually goes for a re-stealth, getting a little bit of damage on Walrus. Going to be looking to load him up with some damage. Do they have a trap on Asgarath? That is a question. Can they get the trap? And is it going to get dispelled? If they get the trap and it doesn't get dispelled, they have a great opportunity to really take down either Walrus or Alec. Maybe even looking for burst on Alec here. And I think the scariest thing is just going to be those Drestagath trinkets. I mean, it's going to be looking really safe for ABC, looking really safe, and then they're going to get immediately exploded when Drestagath is available for the team of My Way. So look for those moments, and if ABC can survive them, they're going to be looking to be in a good spot.
Sorry, I was just taking a drink of water. Alec, temporal shields right before the stun, but it has subsided. Hydra's interrupted. Both teams could be in trouble. They deny the freezing trap with a fear and Immortal Quill. Nice combo by Walrus. Hydra's in a full polymorph. Icy Veins is popped. This is where we saw Tony go down in game number 1. Is he going to be able to survive this onslaught? Insane pressure from ABC, and Tony will not make it to Hydra's side. And that's now down 2 points in the series on match point facing ABC. And they just keep dying to the same setup, a polymorph during Icy Veins. And they're not going to have a second chance if they lose another game.
Yeah, that is going to put, that's 2-0 in this series. And, you know, I was dealing with technical difficulties. I didn't see game 1, but my question for you is, Zico, do we feel like My Way lasted a little bit longer against ABC in that last game? How did they do with that game 2, considering they decided to play that same comp?
They did better here for sure. I mean, they were kind of pulling back, running, and they had that one big push onto Warwicks as well, where, you know, we started to see maybe some kill conditions coming up for them. But at the end of the day, it's just Alex securing that sheep. They're securing the Chaos Bolts in the stun onto Tony, and they had a clean setup. The lockdown in that setup was perfect. They had the, you know, leg sweep into the Infernal stun. And there's not really much that could be done there. Hydra's playing Relentless. Tony was, you know, without his trinket. So not too much that could have been done in that situation. I think the only thing is, you know, having a super experienced Monk who's going to pre-Cocoon or pre-Vitality. Those kind of setups is really the only thing that they can do kind of survive there.
Because, I mean, what other options does My Way have? We've already seen them swap their healer for this series. Are they just going to have to stick with this comp, Sid? I mean, do they really have anything to switch to?
No.
F.
They don't. I mean, if they played a priest, it would be just, you're out of mana. I don't. It's the same thing except you're out of mana. I don't think you can do priest.
Well, like Zico was mentioning, they did play a little bit better that game for that game 2 against ABC. Then do you feel like that maybe if they keep sort of improving the way we've seen in this series, that they could maybe get a one win against ABC?
I mean, certainly possible. Jungle Cleave has an absolutely insane amount of damage available to them, so they can find those big one shots kills. But it just seems like ABC, they're playing the matchup extremely well. You know, playing as defensive as they need to, just avoiding damage, just poking with, you know, Frost Bolts, with Chaos Bolts when they can, and then when they have their big all-in offensive with the Dark Soul, with the Icy Veins, with the Infernals, that's when they can push in and try to really overwhelm. And it's just, it creates a situation where for My Way, they can't really trade, you know, during the downtime just because of how defensive ABC is playing. And, you know, during those really big pushes, they have to play exceptionally well defensively, but ABC is not making it easy. Obviously, these guys have great coordination. We're seeing beautiful ring of pieces, like Sid kind of mentioned, that are keeping Tony in the open on that Feral Druid, where it's really difficult for him to actually escape and get out of line of sight. So I think this is going to be really difficult for My Way. They have a chance, but I think that chance really revolves around either 1, getting into late dampening, or 2, just getting big Drestagath crits. And at that point, it's like it's almost like a little bit lucky, and I think ABC has to kind of throw away the game with just how this matchup's playing out.
Well, if My Way's win does ride on them trying to get into that deep dampening against ABC, Zico, what are the things that they're going to be looking to do to survive until they get into that deeper dampening?
Well, I think it's just about coordinated assaults, It's all about risk versus reward. If your push has too much of a risk for it, don't do it. The beautiful thing about the jungle is that it's kind of a nice thing for them to reset. The Feral can just go back behind the pillar, get a dispel from his healer, and then he's just going to re-stealth. And it's quite annoying when a jungle gets kind of a stealth opener. The Rake is going to do more damage. You're going to have an extra stun during their go. It's going to just make their next go kind of good. So, naturally you want to, get in the face of the jungle and try to stop that from happening. And that's when you can have a low risk trade, because you're going to have one of the casters like Warwick's or Alec be within the range of the pillar, and that you can go out and hit him, and if he goes back you can go back, if he goes in then you can try to commit. So I think a lot of it is just kind of a dance with positioning and just finding a crack in the armor that you can take advantage of.
And it looks like My Way has locked in their comp. Hydra is going to be going back on that Disc Priest. Disc Priest. Sid, what do you think about that choice for Hydra?
I mean, it's just a comfort pick, but why did they pick Ashamane's Fall?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so...
That's not very comfortable. Like, you expect the Priest to be comfortable and then pick the most uncomfortable map.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll expand on that a little bit. Why is it a bad idea? This was My Way's map pick. They did lose that last game. They locked in Ashamane's Fall, and then they're going again with that jungle cleave, except they switched on to the disc. Sid, why do you think that's a bad choice for them?
Mage lock, big map. You chase them out in the open, you die. You don't chase them out in the open, you run out of mana, and you lose.
So eloquently spoken. Thank you, Sid. Thank you for that insight.
I like to keep it simple.
Right.
Keep it simple, yeah. I mean, if we go back to even just earlier today, we kind of saw what it looks like to be a Discipline Priest against Mage Lock. I mean, all, relate to Ratipai and his struggles a little bit earlier on today. I think Hydra might be facing, similar challenges here.
Yeah.
The thing is, especially against a Frost Mage, it's so difficult, right? I mean, Hydra, he's going to want to go for Fears, but yeah, Blizzard and Frozen Orb might be able to shut that down just a little bit. And if they just get stuck at the pillar, like Sid said, Hydra's probably going to go mana. I don't think this map was set up very nicely for them, but I mean, maybe they have a strategy we're not really thinking about.
Well, we'll certainly find out
Maybe it's a
soon.
takeaway.
Hydra hopping back onto that Disc Priest. ABC 1 game away from winning this 3-0. It is My Way versus ABC.
A takeaway for what? Like the next game that's not going to exist because they're going to lose?
Well, the way I see it, they're going to have to play a game on Asherman's and on Tolvir anyway.
May as well get it over with.
Maybe they're like, yeah, well, if we win here, then we just got to win on Tolvir as well, and then we're chilling. So
Yeah,
maybe that's the strat.
should be easy, yeah.
Could be true. Freezing Trap lands, but Alec Temporal's Imp dispels it. They're really going to need to focus up on using Entangling Roots during the Freezing Trap on Asgarath, so that's at least a 50-50 chance. We see My Way retreating back on the pillar. Alec going to just gladly throw a Blizzard on the entire team and get a lot of damage out with that Ice Lance with 5 Icicles. 10% of the Feral's health, that's a lot of damage.
And to be fair, not all the Icicles launched because he went out of line of sight, but yeah, I mean, early on, the Frozen Orb, the Blizzard, they tickle a little bit, but that damage starts really adding up a little bit later on and dampening. And I mean, if ABC can keep them at the pillar, can just keep them snared, Frozen Orb, Blizzard, it's definitely a good spot to be in. It makes it really difficult for them to actually make a push. Succubus going to get stunned up, potentially looking for a Reaping Flames if they can find it. Walrix, if that gets reaped, it's going to be very, very scary, but he does resummon a new pet, and it looks like that opportunity is not going to be available for My Way. And I'm curious what My Way is thinking. I mean, how are they going to set up here? They got the stun into the trap on Asgarath. Do they get the trap? Doesn't look like there's a trap. Gateway from Walrix will save him, but now without that gateway, could be a little bit scarier. But you have to keep in mind, I mean, Walrix kind of pushing out as far as he is. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't need to take any risks in the match. But it always is interesting to me that we see Tony split up from the rest of his team. Is it just because he wants to go for restelts?
I mean, that has to be, right? He gets a lot of extra damage and a stun. similarly to how a rogue would get a buff on their Garrote silence. So he jumps in, he stuns Alec, he gets a big bleed, does a bunch of damage. Kasu leaps over to land a freezing trap, Imp dispels it. They did at least Entangling Roots during that one, so they went for it. They just lost the 50-50 roll. Hydra gets fully polymorphed, he premonitions it. That is the advantage of the Priest over the Monk. If Alec gets on top of him, he will defend himself from polymorph, which is what they were losing to. So they gain that advantage to avoid crowd control, but then they gain a really big disadvantage, that is the Hydra probably just runs out of mana and can't heal anymore. Which is a little bit more devastating, but it doesn't impact you until much later into the game. As we see My Way retreating back to the pillar, and they're just going to continue to take these dice rolls. Jump out, freezing trap, Entangling Roots the healer at the same time, and the Imp takes a roll. Does it dispel the root of the freezing trap? If it dispels the freezing trap, not going to get a kill. If it dispels the root, might get a cooldown. And you have to keep rolling that 50-50 over and over and over and get lucky on it probably like 3 or 4 times in a row. And then you might be able to kill something. That's my vibe right now with having seen Priest Jungle against Mistweaver Mage Lock throughout this year. So My Way are taking this on a dice roll. They picked a really hard map to win on too, but maybe they just wanted it to be over quicker. I don't know, because they would have had to play this map anyway if they won on a small one. Nice premonition here from Hydra. Breaks the poly. Alec is overextended. They're trying to go after him, but no crowd control on Asgaroth, no kill.
Hydra's actually not even playing the Dark Archangel, so they lose that extra bit of offense, I believe. Yeah, he's not playing it, so no Dark Archangel available, which means they don't get that big extra boost of damage during their all-ins, and it just really makes me think, I mean, what were they trying to set up with this map pick? I mean, maybe these constant restells from Tony will allow them to generate some pressure, but I get scared for him as well. If Walrus can catch him in a fear, he gets caught into a leg sweep, that's an opportunity for ABC to really get some damage rolling onto this Feral Druid. Mortal Coil sets up. Here it is. Potential leg sweep. Big damage on Tony. He's in so much trouble. He could easily fall right here, right now. Lingering Psychic Shell will be able to keep him alive with his survival instincts, but, I mean, those setups, that's what happens when you get separated from your team. ABC finally capitalizing on it. And, I mean, Tony, his life must have flashed before his eyes. Luckily, he was able to get a new life with his unending resolve. Not his unending resolve, his survival instincts and that lingering psychic shell. But without those defense, he's going to be really scared to push in again.
You chase the mage out in the open, die. Don't chase the mage out in the open, run out of mana and die later. This is a great position to be in as My Way right now. This is why we saw Enlight adopt the Mistweaver, so they at least don't have the run out of mana problem. Hydra is trying to drink, but Frozen Orb gets placed right on him. He's not going to find it. Now he's trying to get back to the pillar. They could even cast on Hydra. I think they should. When they aren't able to, if they don't have a diminishing return, just cleave 3 targets. Now they are. Big Comet Storm on Hydra as he's interrupted on a heal. Tony's charging into the middle of the map. This is a dangerous place to be with a mage and a warlock on the team. They're going for the 50-50 roll. They don't win the 50-50 roll. Alex back to full health. Now if you're My Way, it's time to run, and they're going to take this box. But Hydra gets feared into a full polymorph. Tony needs to be careful. He's mortal coiled. Asgrath rolls up. Leg sweep available, stun locking him. But Alec is taking some damage from Castro suddenly out of nowhere. Good pressure from Casso, but Asgrath's life continued to deny the kill there. Tony has to immediately survival instincts. His Dark Soul is popped. Walrus is a big threat right now. They need to avoid him, but Alex on their back. Walrus in the front. Where are you going to go? Hydra's getting cleaved down. Frozen Orb is pinning him. He's interrupted on a heal. Goes for the penance instead, but he just can't move. They're all over him. He's trying to get around the corner and pick himself up back into the fight. Tony going to retreat alongside Hydra. Castro repositioning to maybe stop Asgrath from drinking, but he's all by himself on that pillar. He might regret it.
Looks like Casu, he's going to be pushing in, continuing some damage on Alec, and I like the fact that My Way repositioned a little bit. Obviously, what they were doing was not working at all, so, repositioning, going to the smaller pillar, forcing maybe Alec and Walrus to have to push in a little bit more so they can get some damage rolling is definitely nice. Alec now getting bursted down, nice temporal shield, but keep in mind, Alec, he's playing maximum versatility. He's also playing the Honor Talent Netherwind Armor, which reduces the chance he will suffer a critical strike by 15%. So playing a very durable version of the Frost Mage, basically as tanky as you can possibly get to avoid those all-in one-shots. I mean, Asgrath, he's been, having quite a nice time in this match. He's completely full mana, being able to drink basically whenever he wants. And Hydra has done pretty well with his mana management, but it's at around the 20-30% dampening mark where the Discipline Priest starts immediately burning through all of their mana. Nice mind control on Alec. He's caught behind the pillar. If he gets caught into a stun, they might be able to take him down. Asgrath rolls over, does have the life cocoon, and decides to just activate it. Doesn't want to give My Way a moment to get any sort of pressure whatsoever, but I kind of fear that life cocoon was a little bit too preemptive, and Casu and Tony really didn't commit anything onto that assault, and now Asgrath doesn't have it available for this next push.
All right, let's see if they can find an opening here. Alec's Temporal Shield is absorbing a lot of damage. Walrix deflects a double Mortal Coil. Hydra moves into Fear. Walrix install. Ring of Peace knocks Cassio back in Alec's line of sight. He can't escape the Frozen Orb. He's just getting bounced back and forth. They root Walrix to prevent him from moving in line of sight. Nice decision making from Tony, denying him from getting some Chaos Bolts there on the pin down Casu. Now Tony switching back to the Mage, but they're chasing down Hydra. ABC are not afraid of anything here on match point, chasing down the Discipline Priest of My Way. They bait out a Vitality Conduit. They drop the Infernal. They roll up for a leg sweep. Icy Veins available in 2 seconds. Dark Soul already rolling. ABC are going to be a big threat. Devastating damage on Tony. He runs for the hills here. Line of sighting at the statue, which may be made in his image, as he is a Feral Druid and he's about to die.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a struggle here as Hydra does get interrupted. Mortal Coil as well. They're just trying to make a big swap here onto Hydra. Nice Ring of Peace once again from Asgaroth, forcing Hydra to stay into the open. He's caught into a Fear. The damage from Alec and Walrick has been quite high in this game, and I mean, My Way has just been pressured away. Tony trying to get something going here onto Alec. Can he get the damage? No Temporal Shield available. Alec taking a huge burst. That is going to be the Ice Block, and that is the scary moment we're talking about. The double Drestigath nets the first Ice Block of the game, but can they survive until the next double Dressed really is the question.
They just need to sit on a cooldown, like sit on their Icy Veins or their Dark Soul, one of them, and that way if there's at least one of them available, if My Way pushes out too far, you pop that, reverse it, and then just slap them down. If they jump on top of My Way with both of them active and don't kill, then there's just this huge window where they're not really threatening. And I mean, My Way are punishing it right now. Are they actually going to win the game? They roll the 50-50. They win the 50-50. Walrix isn't trading wall. He Mortal Coils on very low health. Maybe Chanimal DM'd him or something after the Unending Resolve usage earlier on in the tournament from some Warlocks. He holds on to it, keeps it. Hydra polymorphed. Casu, Tony on the run. I'd love to see a swap to Hydra here out of the polymorph. Asgrath is in position for leg sweep. He's going to leg sweep him. Not casting Chaos Bolt, though. It seems like a bit of a waste of a leg sweep if you're not going to go for burst damage. Tony stuns up Walrix. Casu is waiting to get topped off and run into the fight. He pops his coordinated assault. Stun on Asgrath. They're going to roll the 50-50 here again on the freezing trap. Do they win the 50-50? Nope. And Alec eats the motorcycle with a temp shield, soaking the hit and healing himself back up. That was a nice play by Alec. Good dispel by Walrix. Now Dark Soul is available. Hydra's in a polymorph. Casu is on one side of the map, 40 yards away from Tony on the opposite side of the map. Hydra has to heal both of them. Asgrath is chasing down Tony. If I was Tony right now, I'd be terrified. He's all alone right here. He's caught in a blizzard. He's trying to make his way home. He gets feared away. Hydra might be drinking. That's the only saving grace here. He is behind the pillar for some time, not really doing too much, but Ring of Peace bounces him off the pillar. Infernals have been called in. Icy Veins are popped. Full poly on the Prem. I don't know if Survival Instincts will be enough here if they decide to pop the Dark Soul. They don't even need Dark Soul. Chaos Bolt flies through, and My Way is eliminated from the tournament, and ABC look good in Cup number 3.
They certainly do, and My Way definitely put up a good fight at the end there, Zico. There were quite a few moments we saw that they maybe would have been able to take it down, but it just wasn't quite enough there.
Yeah, that's the thing. They need to somehow, on this large map, navigate their way through Asgaroth, crowd control him before he uses Life Cocoon or Vitality or anything like that. And then, in addition to that, they need to reconnect onto Alec, get rid of his Temporal Shield by, either dispelling it or using Maledict, and then they need to combine a double dressed kind of reaping. They were able to do it one time and force out that ice block, but just felt like it was a little bit too little, too late. They were setting up for a drink, and then Tony, Asgrath stopped the drink, and then Tony also got caught, in a bad spot. Forced Hydra to leave the pillar. He premed the poly, but wasn't enough. Too much follow-up CC, and unfortunately for My Way, that is going to be the end of them.
Yep, they are going to be eliminated. This is a lower bracket series. ABC will be moving forward. And now we're going to be moving on to Enlight versus Diabolis. We saw Enlight have a bit of a back and forth with Method Black earlier, and then Diabolis beating Go next in the lower bracket earlier. And now they're facing off against each other in our final match of the day. Venricky, what do you think about this next series? Are you expecting anything from either of these teams in particular?
Well, I mean, it's going to be similar to what we just saw, except I feel like Enlight has the Mistweaver version of the composition a little bit more well polished, if I'm being completely honest. So I think for Diabolis, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. That being said, Diabolis, I don't expect Gelu to play the Frost Mage. I mean, he certainly can, but it seems like he definitely prefers the Fire Mage. So going to see lots of greater power blasts coming in from him. Mercy, lots of chaos bolts, and it's going to be a similar story, except I feel like Enlight is just, you know, a little bit, I don't know, they're more polished with the Mistweaver Monk. They look for those all-in setups, but still, this is going to be a really difficult matchup for Enlight. I feel like with sort of the Gushing Wound changes, not having that extra little bit of offense just means that Diabolis might just walk away with this one.
Well, we will find out soon enough. Enlight and Diabolis facing off against each other. We are going to go to a quick break, and after that, we will go to that Enlight versus Diabolis series. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but it gets caught on a polymorph. Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterine's about to trigger. 4 seconds. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. Dion blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Diabolis. Supities, we didn't get to hear your thoughts on this matchup before we went to a break. What are you expecting from these two teams?
Magelock Mistweaver from Diabolis, and then Mistweaver Jungle from Enlight. Same matchup as we just saw, except Enlight have been winning the matchup more often than not.
Nice. He was gonna say, same matchup we just saw, except the playing the jungle is better.
All right, well, let's talk about that. What is Enlight doing when you compare them to My Way? Just a little bit. You were saying, I think, Zico, that was you that was saying they were just a little bit more polished. What are they doing differently with Enlight?
I think that their synergy as a team, defensively especially, is a little bit better. And obviously, I think Zuni on his Monk is a little bit more polished. This was the first time we saw Hydra even play as Monk in tournaments. So I think it's a big step for My Way to kind of bring that out and start actually getting tournament games in on it, because I think it's going to be big for them later on. But at the same in the same breath, Enlight has been doing that for like weeks, months now. So they're obviously going to have the strategy down a little bit better. Min-maxing with their trinkets and just small things like that. They're just going to do a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, and both of these teams are going to be playing comps that they're very comfortable on. They've had great success with in previous cups as well. Then how difficult do you think this matchup is going to be? Like, is there going to be a clear victor here? Do you think this is going to go to Game 5? Or how do we expect this to end up?
Honestly, I mean, I feel like Enlight more often than not beats the mage locks they go against. So I mean, if history is to repeat itself, I feel like Enlight will come out ahead on this matchup. But Diabolis, they look good so far today. I mean, obviously phenomenal roster. What we did see from them earlier, I think they played it well. Gelu getting to play a spell cleave now instead of the rogue mage is also nice to see when backed up by Cly and Mercy. So I think Diabolis is definitely going to make it a difficult matchup for Enlight, but like I said, I mean, Enlight, they have a great track record against Mage Lock. The only one key difference we kind of talked about today is the Gushing Wounds nerfed might just mean that they don't have enough damage to actually close out the game later on before they're forced to kind of run away and retreat. And I feel like if Diabolis can keep Enlight on the back foot and really avoid them pushing in, then that's when the game's going to go really well for them. But if they cannot, and Enlight can kind of maintain these really nice hit and run setups that we've seen from them in the past, Diabolis is definitely going to have a difficult time surviving.
What about you, Supties? Where do you think Diabolis is going to be trying to get the edge over Enlight for this next game?
It's kind of just another game of like baiting them out into the open and then trying to land a polymorph on the Mistweaver when he moves out to heal at the same time. Maybe there are going to be some differences. Frost didn't look that bad. I'm trying to think if we've seen Frost Mage Lock into jungle as often as Fire, because I feel like it's almost always been Fire. But Fried Kitty...
Raikou played it and lost,
Raikou
if you
played
remember.
it. Oh, they won with it.
Are you sure?
We thought that they would lose, but
So do you think Gelu should be Frost?
That game wasn't.
No period.
I personally think Fire. This is what I think. Okay. This is my line of thought. Who's the best mage lock? D9.
Uh-huh.
What is Wealthy Man doing? Respect.
All right.
What is everyone playing on ladder? What is everyone playing in PvE? What is the best mage spec? Fire. Fire. I like when you guys queue ladder, do you guys ever see a frost mage? I don't. I see plenty of fire mages though. I think fire is just has a little bit of everything. The only thing you don't really have is spammable roots and slows. But you have a warlock on your team who's gonna have spammable roots, and you're gonna just have so much instant damage late in dampening. And if they go on your warlock, you're going to be a much bigger threat. And also the whole dynamic with having two kind of high threat targets makes it just hard. You go for the mage, you leave the warlock open. You go for the warlock, you leave the mage open. But against the frost mage, you leave the frost mage open. Well, you're leaving a frost mage open,
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that it's not that scary when you compare it to a greater pyroblast.
Not much is scarier than a greater pyroblast coming at your face, but you will see which one they decide to go with, fire or mage. The other question I have though for you guys is Enlight. They, the last time they faced off against Method Black, they've 3-0'd this team before, and then they just fell into the lower bracket from them. Do you think this is a place that they expected to be? Is Diabolis a team that they expected to face off and maybe practiced against?
Well, I mean, I would say that if there's any jungle cleave in the world that is well practiced against Mage Lock, it's Enlight. So I think they're definitely prepared for this matchup. It's something, to make it this far in the tournament, they've had to overcome that adversity quite a bit. Because, a lot of players, a lot of teams are running the Mage Lock, and I feel like Enlight, if they weren't able to beat it, we wouldn't see them find the same success that we have been seeing. So I think they're going to be prepared, and I actually am I can't believe what the blind pick is. It's not that outlandish, but it definitely, I did not predict this whatsoever. So once it's revealed, I think it's going to be interesting to talk about for sure.
Well, and this is, like you guys were saying, this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Diabolis. Definitely a great matchup, Enlight versus Diabolis, two powerhouses of a team, definitely stacked rosters on both sides. The gates are opening. It is game one of Enlight versus Diabolis.
Both teams pick a healer that I don't think anyone was expecting. I thought they'd be Mistweaver monks, but it's a priest and it's a paladin. Paladin can be pretty threatening aggressively if they get crowd control and Zuniaki like Polymorph, and then Hammer of Justice of Feral, 6 seconds of a mage and a warlock casting on you. That's a scary moment. I'm very interested to see how this Paladin plays out. Immediate damage from Enlight onto Gelu. How's Clyde going to deal with it? They grip Cassidy right before Polymorph lands. Nice play there by Zuniaki. Cassidy can line of sight at the pillar easily now. They may set up damage on Zuniaki though, as we see Clyde rolling up. Hammer of Justice down. Facile has actually just been rotted to 50% health. They could switch to him. He's still dangerously low. Zuniaki out of crowd control, looks to pick him up, and Enlight looking like they want to be the aggressors as Zuniaki moves out into midfield.
Yeah, Zuniaki in the midfield, but as a result, he gets punished by a full fear. Mercy looking for a Chaos Bolt, finds one on Cassidy. Infernals drop down as well. Do they have crowd control on Zuniaki? Unfortunately, they do not. Cassidy gets behind the pillar, throwing a regrowth on himself. He's going to get topped off, throwing heals onto Facile as well. Beautiful backup heals there by Cassidy. It's something we've seen consistently out from him in these matchups. Always coming in with the regrowths when he needs to, when his team needs that extra assistance. It looks like Enlight has been kind of struggling at this point to generate pressure. They are now pushing in, getting some damage rolling onto Gelu. Potential full Ring of Frost does land. Nice crowd control. Facile now taking a huge hit of damage as well. A second Chaos Bolt lands. Once again, Cassidy coming in clutch with some big regrowths, buying Zuniaki enough time to connect that Vitality Conduit. Now Enlight can look to get aggressive once again.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. I don't think it's going to be too much. Clyde's Avenging Wrath is up. His healing should be enhanced. He gets feared on it. Nice fear timing by Hydra, but the Temporal Shield is soaking all that damage. Gelu heals himself back to full. Clyde gets out of crowd control, goes for a clutch Divine Favor on that double Drestigath. Clyde gets interrupt though, and they're still trying to cut through, but Facile has to duck for cover as Mercy was showing no mercy. Now pulling back into midfield, looks to snipe the freezing trap, lands it over there. Is there an imp on the battlefield? There is, but he's currently entangling roots. It loses the 50-50. That's devastating. They could push for the cauterize here. The Paladin's healing is substantially lower than a Mistweaver when crowd controlled, so these big pushes from Enlight will be devastating if they can get long chains, stun, trap, fear. Zuniaki feared away. Looks like he premonitioned it. Clyde's moving forward. Is he going to go for the Hammer of Justice? He's trying to heal Gelu while going for a hammer. Pretty risky. He gets stunned in midfield. Zuniaki's in position. Gets the Psychic Scream. Devastating here. Clyde decides to Divine Shield and sacrifice. Zuni gets caught in a poly. Cassidy is locked down in a Hammer of Justice. Greater Pyroblast being channeled out here by a Mechanome? Maybe?
Yeah, I just noticed that too.
Okay.
Easy like a second cheat death, right? I think, I don't even fully understand. I mean, I should probably know this, but I'm pretty sure it gives you a second cheat death.
You
in
get
the
a
matchup.
Safeguard trinket, a 3-minute cooldown Safeguard.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're just trying to prevent that big all-in. Big damage now onto Zuniaki. Ella's going to be taking a huge hit of damage once again as Clyde, I mean, he's basically burned through all his defensive cooldowns. There's no Blessing of Protection, there's no Divine Shield, there's no Sacrifice available for him, and as a result, I mean, Gelu's going to be very susceptible, but Gelu with beautiful counter pressure forces Cassidy to the pillar. That's actually going to be a Maledict trinket that lands, and that is it. Nice Maledict coming in from Gelu, soaking up Cassidy's heals. Zuniaki was just caught in crowd control, and that was, I mean, that was a beautiful game from Diabolis. Unexpected that both these teams aren't just playing Mistweaver monks, but it's definitely refreshing to see.
One of the quicker games we've had today as well, Diabolis was able to shut it down before dampening even started. Zico, walk us through those final moments where they were able to pull off that victory.
Well, there's a couple of things that we just got to commend Diabolos for here, because I feel like this is a team that's been doing their homework. Number one, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, the strength of Maledict. Seeing Maledict employed and used properly, that's a nice thing to see, especially against a lot of these hybrid classes, you know, like Ferals. These classes, they survive so often because of those, you know, instant regrowths, because of those instant, you know, self-healing things that they have, frenzied regions, things like that. Having the Maledict is, in my opinion, gonna outvalue, you know, something like a Claw. And then also, I like that Gelu's playing the Mechanome here, playing, because a lot of mages, so with mages, you typically opt for one defensive trinket and then one offensive trinket. Most of these tournament mages, they go for the Claw and then they go for the Battle Master. But against the dressed one-shots like that, the Safeguard is just better because you're going to get stunned up and they're going to force your Ice Block before the stun ends, before you can use that Battle Master. So what Gelu is doing, he's getting the best of both worlds here. He still gets that Safeguard and he gets to use you know, another trinket slot basically. So I like that a lot. And then of course the other thing that we have to commend is also that I see a Paladin here. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, having, you know, the Mistweaver kind of being the thing that opens up the game, being able to target him. Well, you're not going to have that option when you're playing against a Paladin.
So well done by them on all fronts. Do you guys think that since we see Gelu doing very well on that Fire Mage with the Mechanome, are we going to see more of those on the live ladder?
I mean, maybe. You have to unlock the rep. I think
I don't know.
That's the major hurdle.
I don't have any of those unlocked. I'm so lazy.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting.
I don't have any of the
I'm
old
just waiting for
stuff.
Shadowlands to come out so that I don't
Shadowlands.
have to do any of the work.
I don't even have flying. I'm just still waiting for
You're
Shadowlands.
joking.
I just got my mythic N'Zoth mount yesterday, and yes, I
You
don't
are
have flying.
joking. Okay.
100% for serious. But one thing about Gelu though is he is an innovator. That's one of the things that I like about him. Gelu he's not really one of the people that just follows the meta. He experiments himself with different builds, with different races. We saw this even last year when he was competing. He would play Panda Mage, and it was a Druid healer meta, as you guys might know. And he would just Panda Racial the Druid and then do a DR ring, and sometimes they would force big cooldowns or even land kills because of it. So this is not something that I'm surprised to see coming out of Gelu as well.
It's also good to see him on a team where he's playing a majority of the games. It seems like in previous years he's sort of been that fourth team member, and there hasn't really been a way to utilize him that well. When, you know, Gelu is a veteran player, he's been on some really powerful teams, but here on Diabolis he's really able to shine as a Fire Mage, where we really used to seeing him there.
yeah, I mean, he was on Reformed and barely got to play any games. They still qualified for BlizzCon. They still had, you know, some great tournaments, but it was always one of the things that we were kind of criticizing. We're like, well, they should try to incorporate Gelu more to the roster. He's a great player. They just need to build some comps around him, and they're going to be even better. A lot of those teams, they kind of just were, you know, one-trick ponies. So it's definitely nice to see Gelu kind of be on a squad that's a little bit more built around him. It kind of reminds me of Smexton, because we used to say the same thing about him. He used to be kind of just a bench warmer, but now we see him, you know, on Space Station Gaming, and he's shining, you know, greatly, always playing, you know, for them. So it's good to see, you know, a lot of those high-skilled individuals kind of actually become utilized. Delay is another one like that. I would love to see him a little bit more incorporated.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Diabolis up 1-0. The gates are opening there on Black Rook Hold. It is Enlight versus Diabolis.
All right, let's get it underway here. Looks like the Paladin variant could be a way to crush jungle. It seems like Paladin in general is pretty good into jungle. Even the Turbo opting for it, so Mage Warlock variant now trying it. I'm curious if they have success with it, if that'll be something that Method Black utilize too in the future as a threat for Enlight, if their Turbo stops working for them, as that it still has. It seems to me that it's Enlight that need to employ Kara as a fourth if they really want to have some runs here, because teams are getting answers for their jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just one of the problems, right? If you're a team that only really has one composition that you can run, if that composition happens to get nerfed, or, you know, people figure you out, then all of a sudden it's just not looking nearly as good for you. And that's why we're seeing, you know, teams that have a 4-man roster that, you know, can be a little bit more flexible. They're the ones that normally succeed in the long run, but Enlight, they're certainly not out of it yet. They're having a great performance so far. Despite losing game number 1, Gelu actually getting bursted down right now. Temporal Shield will be forced out. Will he be able to survive? Cassidy going to be pushing forward, trying to keep the damage rolling. Clyde gets out of the crowd control. Nice mind control coming in from Zuniaki, denying Clyde's heals, and they can't stop it. He actually gets feared up there by Mercy to avoid him going behind the pillar. That was actually a nice fear there by Mercy, as Gelu was caught into that crowd control. Now Gelu once again going to be bursted down, but Clyde with the Avenging Wrath should be able to keep him alive. Big setup here from Diabolis. Hammer of Justice on Cassidy. They're trying to push forward. Polymorph on Zuniaki. Can they take him down? He's using everything he can. The Maledict does land. It gets enough healing, and finally Zuniaki can recover, but that was such a scary all-in. And I really feel like that Maledict trinket is just so powerful in denying the off heals from Cassidy and almost allowing them to close out the game in the first minute.
Paladin is bringing a lot of lockdown. Nice banish on the Shadow Fiend here from Mercedes, negating a lot of damage. I mean, it could be a Cauterized Force if he didn't banish that Shadow Fiend. Gelu is hovering incredibly low on health. They're pushing hard for it. They get it! Finally, some counter aggression from Enlight pays off as Gelu burns away off into the distance with that sprint effect from Cauterized. They're looking to get an Ice Block too! Enlight's aggression is equally powerful. They get it. They mass dispel it. He double Frost Nova as he blinks back to the room, but Clyde is still in crowd control. Is he going to Divine Shield sacrifice? He uses every man for himself and sacrifices. Basically, the entire defensive lineup for Diabolis has been blown out in that single assault. Enlight keep themselves in game number 2.
Wow, this is a really explosive game just 2 minutes in. At this point, Gelu, no Ice Block, no Cauterize. You can bet he probably doesn't have that Mechanome racial as well. Clyde basically has burned through everything except his Divine Shield. He does have the Avenging Wrath. Cassidy on the run. Full Polymorph on Zuniaki. Nice defensive plays here from Diabolis. Looking to reverse the pressure, but Cassidy gets out of line of sight, avoiding all the damage. Now pushing in as the crowd control fades onto Zuniaki. Can they get crowd control on Clyde? Can Zuniaki push forward and land a fear onto Clyde? That really is the question. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to just yet. And once again, Cassidy, he's taking a huge hit of damage, but with that Vitality Conduit, should stabilize. And it's going to be Enlight's turn to strike back here soon.
All right, let's see if they can get it going here. Zuniaki's down to half mana, 2.5 minutes into the game. Dark Soul Combustion available. Clyde in a stun though. Gelu likely needs to retreat. Freezing Trap lands, but it looks like Imp was able to dispel it. Cassidy jumps into the fight anyway to try and pressure through and keep them on the back foot. If Zuniaki gets caught in any crowd control, I think that's it for Cassidy. He's going to explode. Combustion and Dark Soul available. How does he escape from that? Zuniaki's at the pillar running along with Cassidy. Facile now left out in the open. They could switch to him. Cassidy decides to jump back into the fight, but if Gelu sneaks over here and finds a Polymorph with a blink, I don't know how they're going to make it alive here. Vision of Perfection proccing an Infernal. Mercy could double that Infernal down with his own here. they're taking a long time to decide what they want to do. Full polymorph gets premed by Zuniaki. He re-polymorphs the premonition. They stun up Cassidy. Are they going to pop Dark Soul here? They're trying to bait a cooldown. They're not finding any baits. Cassidy ducks for cover. And it looks like Clyde is the one who fell behind in that exchange. He used his sacrifice and his avenging wrath. Gelu and Mercedes need to get something with this combustion Dark Soul.
Yeah, Mercedes doing a good job, though. He's sitting on his Infernals. He's sitting on his, basically all his offensive cooldowns to try to counter pressure, and he might need to do it just now. It's a big damage onto Gelu once again. A fear now onto Mercedes, but that means there's no fear for Clyde. Polymorph is secured. Hammer of Justice on Cassidy. Immediate Trinket, Survival Instinct, but this push might just overwhelm Zuniaki. Can he connect the heals? It doesn't look like he's able to. And Diabolis claim game number 2. Scary moment, but these all-in pushes with the Maledict, the Paladin crowd control seems to be overwhelming for Zuniaki. Diabolis definitely have a great game plan, and they've been able to get 2 quick wins.
Yeah, that is a 2-0 for Diabolis. Enlight is only one loss away from being knocked out of this tournament. This is a lower bracket game, Zico, and honestly, this is not a place where I expected Enlight to be at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of people who didn't expect Enlight to be in this situation. And I think Method Black right now, they're like, okay, Method mode, all right. Paladin, all right. Swapsy, you play Warlock, right? Okay. But I mean, honestly, this is just great games here coming out of Diabolis. And Enlight as well, they had that one push where they got the Cauterize, they got the Ice Block, Cassidy had an insane kick there onto Clyde, they got the Master Spells, you know, they had good momentum, but they needed a second push like that, and they were never really able to find it. Mercy as well, holding on to, you know, his offense until the very, very last second there, and then they are able to land the Sheep, and once again, Sheep go with Maledict, immediately resulting in a kill. In fact, they almost won in the first couple of seconds of the game with the Maledict push, and I can't see how a damage trigger would be more effective than that. Both times Cassidy was, you know, on a slither of health, and the second time when he died was both because of Maledict.
Well, moving forward, if you're Enlight, Sid, what do you think that they are going to be looking to change? Maybe something in their composition, or is it just about getting that setup executed properly?
I mean, they're pretty close to winning. It's just Combustion and Dark Soul when your Hammer of Justice is available is like, that's the scariest thing. I feel like aggressively, Paladin version is terrifying. And it seems like you don't lose too much defense, at least in this particular matchup, to trade off for it. So I'm impressed that they've managed to make this work, as no one else did. Everyone else kept trying to do the Mistweaver Mage Lock, and they were getting farmed by Enlight. So playing a Paladin seems to be very important. And now Enlight need to be figuring out what can beat a Paladin. I'm trying to figure out for them, like, what would their best option be. A Red Hunter is not. Priest. You think? Into Paladin?
I like it, yeah.
But then what if they lock in, like, let's say they win this game, and then they lock Priest blind, and then Clyde plays Mistweaver on a big map?
Well, I don't think lock it blind. It is a Priest we're talking about here, Sid.
Okay, so eventually they will have to win with the Monk version.
Well,
eventually they're gonna have to win on Tolvir with the Monk version, most likely.
Are we sure? I mean, I don't think... Why don't we like the Paladin on the big map? I don't feel like it's going to be that bad.
Oh, we're talking about Enlight.
What does Enlight lock
Enlight.
blind?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Like if he goes Priest?
Well, yeah. I feel like... Why do we think he's going Priest in the first place? Is just to deal with, like, the Blessing and Protection? Actually having the Dispel for that sort of defense?
Mass Dispel.
I think just double Dispel, Mass Dispel, more damage. I feel like they're losing these games so quick anyway, which is the strength of the Monk, that you can kind of drag it on. So I think what we're going to see is either the Monk, and they're going to try to really drag it out, or just play Priest and go full aggression, maybe pick a small map and just try to run them over. Either way, it's going to be tough to recover in this series for Enlight. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like Zuni did lock in that Mistweaver as well. Again, instead of...
Well, it can't go any worse. That's for sure.
He locked in the Mistweaver on the small map. Like,
does that surprise you?
Well, yeah. I feel like you want to play it on the big map, where you can kind of just be super far back and just heal and chill. I feel like on this map, Diabolis gonna push in. Like Clyde is gonna have Hammer of Justice with Zuni's name on it, and if he gets it off and they can follow it up with CC, it's gonna be it's gonna be rough. And if they can get some polys, dodge the Feral, I can just see the same kill setups that we've seen happen a lot easier, because it is easier to CC a monk over a priest, at least as a main.
Yeah, and given that Enlight, they did lock in Dalaran Sewers, that was their map choice, and then they also decided to keep Zuni on that Mistweaver Monk. Sid, do you feel like that they maybe know something that we don't, or are they just making a mistake here?
I mean, it just might be a matchup thing. They want to test it out. No one's thrown Paladin, Fire Mage, Destro at them. Aggressively, it makes sense because the priest brings so much counter to the defense of the Paladin. But Life Cocoon, so you got a heavy weight there. Like all of the Discipline Priest utility or Life Cocoon. Life Cocoon might be more valuable, and he'll also have the Renewing Mist active with likely the counteract magic, so he'll have consistent healing when he's crowd controlled. That's the big deal. He'll have a Jade statue healing the Feral while he's running away, whereas it's effectively no healing going to the Feral if the priest gets crowd controlled. So it's safer defensively, and it seems like going for defense is never really bad. So I don't really blame him. Just play what's more turtly and lives longer and see what happens. I feel like that works more often than it doesn't. So
2 damage, don't die.
Yeah.
But would you guys pick this map?
I mean,
it's okay.
No.
I don't know.
Does anyone agree with this map choice, or do we just all
you
around
said
think
no,
this is a
and I
bad
said
idea?
okay. I said it's okay.
I said no. You said it's okay.
What's
Ezekiel,
better?
what do you think?
Well, I think I don't think it's great. I think Zuni's gonna have a hard time avoiding CC here. I think Zuni can get swapped to here. I think if you're going for an outlast strategy, pick something neutral like Tigers.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if it works out for them. We'll see what Zuniaki is able to do. He definitely needs to avoid crowd control. The all-in pushes from Diabolis with the Hammer of Justice just seem to be really, really difficult to deal with for this jungle cleave so far. Zuniaki forced to get off of the Discipline Priest, and basically their tournament life is on the line for this game. If Zuniaki can't make it work with the Mistweaver Monk right here, right now, they will be eliminated from the tournament.
Okay, do or die for Enlight. They would like a good tournament performance to guarantee and sort of lock themselves into that top 8. I feel like it's unlikely that they don't at this point, but it would definitely surely lock them into the top 8 for the circuit stages if they make a deeper run in this tournament. Diabolis are the ones who really need to do well. They have not had good performances in Cup number 1 and 2. It's the first time we see them really in the top 8. They've got a new roster, Mercedes on that Warlock. It's definitely been working well for them. Mage Warlock, a strong comp overall. I like the flexibility of Clyde between all of the healers, Priest, Paladin, and Mistweaver. They could have a deep run here, secure a lot of points for themselves, but they definitely need to. There's a lot more pressure on them. Nice trap bait by Gelu. They send up Cassidy. Vitality Conduit from Zuni. Soaks a lot of hits, but Zuni gets feared. Cassidy's Mortal Coiled out into the distance. He has Survival Instincts rolling, so they're saving their damage. They fear Zuniaki again. Cassidy going to run around the corner, heal himself up, but now Zuniaki is polymorphed. They switch over to Facile. He's still out in midfield. They activate the Lingering Psychic Shell, catch a big heal from his Exhilaration. Finally, Zuniaki out of crowd control. Gelu being pushed back as they try to get a Cauterize here. 2 seconds away from the Avenging Wrath. They don't net it. Big heals from Clyde, saving the day. Cassidy feared again into the distance, but Ring of Peace knocks Gelu and Mercedes into an unfavorable position. Gelu going to blink back to Clyde. Mercedes waddling his way back up the staircase on the opposite side. Clyde moving away from Facile. He wants to land a Freezing Trap, but he can't outrun it. They land the Freezing Trap, but the Imp instantly dispels it. Unfortunate there. Actually pre-freed him the trap, I believe, so that there was no entangling roots. He still has to Divine Shield anyway. Despite that play earlier on, they get Divine Shield and Cauterize, and Enlight's offense doesn't appear to be suffering, while their defense is going to be bolstered a lot, bringing the Mistweaver.
Yeah, that was actually really nicely done there by Enlight. They get the Cauterize, they get the Divine Shield. They basically get everything. I mean, this next attempt will certainly be the Ice Lock of Gelu if they can get the crowd control on Clyde. There's an Intimidation Stun. Gelu's going to be in some trouble. Does he have the Temporal Shield available? Unfortunately not. It doesn't really matter because of the Blessing and Protection coming in from Clyde. That will free him from any kind of melee damage. Gelu needs to be kind of pushing in here and getting the damage rolling as Mercedes is looking to make an offensive push. Zuniaki gets caught into the fear. Unfortunately, it immediately breaks. and they're going to lose out on that crowd control. And now I feel like Enlight's going to be confident to push in, unless Gelu can sneak in a polymorph. He gets one, unfortunately, on diminishing return. And now I feel like without crowd control, things are going to be looking really scary here for Diabolis. If Cassidy can just survive this big damage availability of Mercy, they need to survive. They need to hold on just a little bit longer. This is the Infernals. This is the Dark Soul, really just trying to counter pressure is Mercy, and he managed to do it. He got Enlight to the pillar, but they're still making an offensive push, and I feel like this might be a mistake here by Enlight.
Well, they've got Live Cocoon, Lingering Psychic Shell active. They're trying to push while their defense is up. Gelu is baiting them into a bad position downstairs. They're not falling for the bait. Mercy is also going to go and lay a trap here. They stun Clyde. He pre-freedoms, but it's faded now, so it's a 50-50 roll on dispelling this freezing trap. I don't even think the imp is in line of sight. Clyde manages to survive through the freezing trap. Gelu is looking for a Greater Pyro. He actually gets the Greater Pyro. That's a big hit on Cassidy. They may regret letting him land that. Vitality Conduit, though, before the fear. Cassidy back to full health, stealing that away from Facile while he's polymorphed. Zuni does get polymorphed. So crowd control. Gelu is the one that's just dying, though. The Paladin healing is suffering a lot without that Avenging Wrath. Zuni almost lands a leg sweep there that could have got the Ice Block. Facile backs it up with a freezing trap. Gelu's in trouble. He's at the box, but he's surrounded. Is he going to have to Ice Block? Clyde uses Sacrifice instead, redirecting damage to himself. Gelu is casting Greater Pyro. Blinks, he gets it. Doesn't find a second one. Zuni's full mana. Good management there and efficiency. Cassidy's greatest weakness right now is that he can't use a Gladiator's Medallion for another minute and 20 seconds. So if he gets Hammer of Justice from Clyde and Zuni's in a polymorph, pretty much guaranteed that he's going to die. And Enlight need to get ready for that.
Temporal Shield by Gelu, preemptively trying to avoid some of this damage. If we look at mana, Zuniaki is now way ahead, and this is the strategy Enlight normally implements. Just slowly whittle down, slowly get through the defensive cooldowns, and just have all that extra defense of the Mistweaver Monk, making it really difficult for Diabolis to actually secure a kill. And this has just been looking like a much better game in general. Gelu looking for a blink to eat the trap, but unfortunately does not land. Gelu now gets a double Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Facile. He will slow down that offensive push from Enlight and keep himself alive. Very nice defensive plays there by Gelu.
Alright, let's see if we can keep it going here. Paladin at above 50% mana. Dampening has just started. Cassidy's on the run back to the boxes. Gelu's looking for a polymorph, trying to fake out the interrupt. Doesn't find it. Casts a Greater Pyro, blinks away. Ring of Peace to try and interrupt the Pyro, but didn't land. Lingering Psychic Shell from Facile absorbs the hit. Cassidy jumps into the fight. Stuns up both targets. They need a freezing trap. There's the Entangling Roots. Does the Imp land the 50-50? It does. Dispelling Clyde out of the trap instead of the Entangling Roots. With that Dispel, Enlight will have to retreat away. Cassidy line of sights at the waterfall. Facile is trying to jump off the side. Line of sighting the Greater Pyroblast, very important here. But he goes for it again anyway. Over on the Cassidy, not able to find it. Double Dragon's Breath, stalling, waiting for the next big push with Hammer of Justice. Cassidy has survived long enough, though, that his Gladiator's Medallion is available. He'll be able to escape that Hammer of Justice and survive if need be. Greater Pyro is still a big threat here as Facile and Cassidy need to stay on target. I like these Crackling Jade Lightnings from Zuniaki, maintaining that Mystic Touch. Freezing Trap lands. Does the Imp get it? Yes, once again, Singe Magic going to remove the Freezing Trap. Without that Freezing Trap, I don't think it's possible to kill Gelu. With a Skull Bash, it could be, though. Chaz is it, or Clyde is interrupted on a heal. Facile dips a bit low. He disengages off to the side, line of sighting at the boxes. They Life Cocoon Cassidy in midfield to soak the hit. Good defensive management from Enlight, but there's that Hammer of Justice. Unfortunately, the Seduce was 1 second late. Zuniaki instantly dispelled it. Now Cassidy, in that scary situation, completely avoids it, and they continue to assert mana as a way to win here. Clyde gets stunned up. They're going to roll it again for a freezing trap. No! Gelu's on top of him. Facile gets feared into a poly. Trap will not be found. Avenging Wrath is rolling. Clyde uses Blessing of Protection still. And the thing is, Blessing of Protection could actually have some offensive usage. There's no way to remove it on the side of Enlight, so it guarantees that Gelu can cast. I'm curious if Clyde utilizes a Blessing of Protection like that in the future, just to guarantee a polymorph and then go for a combustion while he can't be hit or stunned. Seems like it could be a good way to win. Fear on Zuni, stun and Cassidy immediately. Has to use his Gladiator's Medallion. And that's the most important cooldown, really, for Enlight to survive. Now they've got an opening. Diabolis could take this 3-0 if they hold on a bit longer.
Yeah, Gelu's going to play greedy. Manages to hold on despite the big Dressed Gastrings coming in. Now has his Cauterize available as well as the Ice Block. So he's going to be feeling very safe. Polymorph onto Zuniaki. The second one gets denied by a nice Maim stun coming in from Cassidy. Interrupt now onto Clyde as they are getting the damage rolling onto Gelu once again. Dampening is ramping higher and higher for both of these teams. Mana is heavily in favor of Enlight and Zuniaki. And I feel like Diabolis, they need to try to make an offensive push, but it is not easy. Gelu is really being punished in this matchup. Now looking for a polymorph onto Facile, potential greater pyroblast as well. There's the Hammer of Justice. Big combustion and big damage. Zuniaki gets there to save the day. He has the life cocoon, he has the healing, and despite the big offensive push there by Diabolis, Enlight easily shrugs it off.
All right, 56 seconds before that trinket. Zuniaki is seduced. Infernals have been called in. Cassie immediately activates Survival Instincts, but Greater Pyroblast might not care about that defense. They use Life Cocoon as well to stabilize. Enlight are looking to push. Clyde gets interrupted on a heal. They're trying to get that cauterized. It's a race against the clock. Temporal Shield soaks a lot of the hits, but Freezing Trap is landed. Mercedes switching pets to the Imp, dispelling it. Well timed there. Clyde's out of crowd control. Avenging Wrath is rolling. He just needs to go for a big heal. Should bring Gelu back to full health. Facile now getting blasted. He ducks for cover. Zuniaki rolls over. Clyde's moving in. He stuns up Zuni. Ring around the corner. Can't find it. Gelu's getting hit pretty hard here. He blinks in for the polymorph aggressively. Is he going to get punished? They did use the Blessing of Protection to immune Gelu during this push. Looking for a greater pyro. Gets bounced away by Zuni. Cassidy gets Ring of Frost dispelled. Chasing down Gelu, but he gets Mortal Coiled right as the greater pyro finishes. Zuni runs into the ring while he's on diminishing return to try and buy some time for his team to get aggressive, but Facile is literally just taking so much damage. Triple Dragon's Breath into fear. They are dogpiling on top of Enlight right now. Diabolis are unafraid, looking to close out game number 3. They need to set up for a drink. I believe Clyde is trying to do that right now. Double Shadow Fury into fear. Gelu repositions. Clyde is drinking. He's getting mana. That was the one advantage Enlight had, but Clyde brings himself back into the fight. He's stunned up, but he pre-sacrifices. No damage going to be found. Cassidy retreats back to the pillar, healing his team back up with Wild Growth. They stun Zuni. Gelu moves in position to Poly. They get Fear instead. They do need to back up more crowd control. Unfortunately, the Infernal breaks it here with that cleave damage. They go for a double Mortal Coil. They're going to swap to Zuni is the question. Gelu is taking a beating standing on top of Enlight. I'm not sure that Diabolis can get away with this much longer.
Ooh, nice blink interrupt there. But it's Gelu who does get hit by a huge hit by Facile. Clyde trying to top him off. Gets caught into an Intimidation stun. Do they have any more crowd control? There is. There is a full trap. Gelu has to stay alive. I think he uses the Hellstone, the Temporal Shield, and that is enough for him to hold on to his Cauterize for now. Big heals coming in from Clyde, but he is burning through that mana. He was able to recover really quickly here. Meanwhile, Zuniaki, I don't think he sat down for a drink one time. 35% dampening. He's still, 90% mana, so things are looking really, really healthy. I don't think mana is going to be a win condition here for Diabolis. They need to try to get a kill if they can, or need to find a big crowd control chain. They do manage to get the Polymorph with the Hammer of Justice on Facile. Can Facile survive? It's a big hit! And it will be the aspect of the turtle, but he's still not out of it yet. Zuniaki does manage to get in line of sight. The Aura Mastery, it seems to be enough healing. Really reluctant to use that Life Cocoon, but now forced to as Gelu pushes in and forces his hand. That was a great setup by Diabolis. One more like that and Facile will ultimately fall.
I mean, there's a lot of damage available for Diabolis, although they're falling behind on mana. Dark Soul is rolling, full Freezing Trap, Poly on Zuni. Zuni breaks out of it. That is very unfortunate for Diabolis. They could have maybe won the game off of that. Temporal heals Gelu back up to full. Avenging Wrath is rolling. Diabolis need to go during this time while Clyde has big healing output, but they're not pushing. They're actually pulling away, trying to drag Cassidy into a more favorable position. Zuniaki is being left behind. Cassidy line of sighting at the waterfall. If this comes down, it could be devastating for Cassidy. Gelu gets stunned up though, and Light are pushing for the kill. Are they going to find it? Cauterize could be triggered. Clyde denies it with the Divine Shield sacrifice, valuing Gelu's cooldowns more than his own. Now Clyde charging forward, looking to chase them down. Ring of Frost around the staircase, locking them here in place. Zuni's Poly. Cassidy is stunned. This is the scariest moment of the game. They pop Combustion, Roar of Sacrifice to negate it. Survival Instinct soaks some hits. They're going after Gelu on the stairs, and Diabolis seem unafraid once again to stand on top of Enlight. Clyde gets Freezing Trapped. Where's the Imp Dispel? They get it. Clyde pre-freedoms these Freezing Traps so much to avoid being rooted, but it doesn't even matter. Gelu gets popped there. His Cauterize is procced. He's on the run. Diabolis finally being punished for this all-out aggression. I don't blame them for doing it, but it has taken some time for them to feel the exchange. Now with only Ice Block and a Blessing of Protection, 10% mana, Diabolis need to get a kill soon.
I mean, they definitely do. Cassidy and Facile are going to be running and hiding behind the pillar. Clyde actually moving in he might get punished for this. Are they setting up on Zuniaki? I think they want to, but Clyde just cannot get there. And now full trap lands on Clyde. Gelu immediately into the ice block, and this is how this matchup normally plays out for Enlight. They bring it to around 50% dampening. They get the crowd control. They manage to slowly work through the mage's cooldowns. Can they take down Gelu, or are Diabolis going to be able to turn around this game? The Seal gets the life cocoon and now going to be feeling confident to make an offensive push once again. Mercy actually rotting down a little bit low. Enlight is looking really good in this matchup. Zuniaki's mana doing absolutely fantastic, but it might not matter if he gets caught into crowd control. He really needs to avoid it. You can tell Enlight they don't want to take any risks in this position.
All right, let's see if they can close it out here. Zuniaki sitting through a spell lock. Vasile is very low on health. Triple Dragon's Breath. Infernals have been called in. Dark Soul is popped. Combustion's up in 1 second. Everybody on the Enlight is going to get lit up here in a second. As soon as Gelu decides to pull the trigger on this, he blinks back with a Greater Pyroblast being channeled. Will he find it? No. Line of sighted. Freezing Trap gets sacrificed. Clyde breaks out. Enlight are on the run, waiting for that defense to start to falter. But Zuniaki gets spell locked again. Combustion gets popped. Vasile gets dropped 1 second away from Esric to the turtle of 1%. Is he really going to hold on here? He's so low. Life Cocoon available. Zuni's trying to hold on to it. Opts to just drop it anyway right before the Hammer of Justice. A clutch timing. They survived the Dark Soul. They survived the Combustion. They've survived the storm that is Diabolis. Can they push forward and find a kill now? They're chasing Gelu. He defensively Dragon's Breath, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Divine Favor, Avenging Wrath. Big heals from Clyde coming in, holding on, but now stunned. He bops off the stun. If they get this Freezing Trap, it's going to be GG, but Gelu eats the Freezing Trap. Clyde's got Avenging Wrath. They're going to stabilize. Greater Pyro on Zuni. Big fireball in the sky. Meteor falls down and Chaos Bolt connects. They're still going to try and 2v3, but at this point, Clyde looks like he's stable. Diabolis appear to have the answer as well for Enlight as they clutch it out to Championship Sunday.
Such a good game.
That was an incredibly good game. My cat is on my lap right now. I think he came to support Cassidy. Please God. So many moments there to unpack at the end there, Zico. So many back and forths. Break it down, those final moments for us. What do we want to unpack there from that win from Diabolis?
That was a nail biter right there at the end. There were so many things there happening. You know, Gelu, no trinket, no cauterize, no ice block. All of a sudden, Mercy comes in with the hero spell lock. The Seal, 2 seconds left on his aspect of the turtle. He's on 1% when he came back up. All of a sudden, he recovers. Zuni gets his life cocoon. Then they're on the aggressive. They're going for Gelu. They get the trap. Gelu eats it. And Clyde barely gets a Holy Light off just in time to keep Gelu alive. Then he gets another one. And then all of a sudden, they manage to turn everything around again. And it was just so back and forth. It was both teams really playing to their full potential here. And I mean, this was I think this was the game of the day.
Yeah.
It's got to be this one or the Enlight one against Method Enhance.
Yeah.
The first game there. I think one of those two has got to be my favorite games of the day. It's got to be this one, honestly. This game was so close.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know, but I really didn't expect Diabolis to pull off a 3-0 there, but Enlight certainly put up a good fight, but what a fitting way to end the day here. And that is a lower bracket match, so unfortunately Enlight we won't be seeing them anymore in the tournament. That's going to be it for them, but congratulations to Diabolis. Sid, anything you want to make note of that last game or any of the games that we saw being played today?
Well, I was super excited for tomorrow because Dilly's team made it into a top 6, and they run the jungle comp the same as My Way and Enlight, and they picked up a Mystery Reaver. They picked up Smooth as a 4th, so they have the Priest and the Mystery Reaver version. I think they were looking to try and replicate what Enlight was able to do, but now NA got to watch EU, and it was like, oh, Paladin. Okay, Paladin farms jungle. So now I'm kind of worried for Dilly if the teams in NA start to play Paladins into them.
What do you think about that, Ben?
I mean, the math checks out, right? It's looking pretty good so far into the jungles. I mean, the next time we see these European teams, I think it's going to be really, really interesting. In the lower bracket, of course, we have AWC and Diabolis. That's setting up for an excellent kind of wizard mirror. And I'm curious to see who comes out ahead. If Alex is going to continue to play Frost into the Fire Mage of Gelu. But I will say this, just looking at the bracket from Europe, both AWC and Diabolis were sent down to the lower bracket by Wildcard Gaming and Method Black, and I think both of them were 3-0s as well. So, I mean, ABC and Diabolis definitely still have their work cut out for them. They have to go head to head and then battle up against, the two best teams in Europe.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams really stepped it up today, especially considering where some of them started today, as well as how we've seen them play in previous cups. Everybody's really sort of shaping up to be really, really strong contenders, and I think that just goes to show how tough this competition is. Here's the bracket today, with the games that we've seen so far, and some of the games that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Not tomorrow, on Sunday as well. Zico, any takeaways from this bracket? Any games that you're excited about? Any upsets that you want to talk about?
I think, I think the one thing that's kind of nice is ABC finally having a good showing here, because it's been, this is the third cup, and we haven't seen them at all, really, making even top 8, right? And this is a team that won BlizzCon, 3 years ago. So this is, it is a strong roster, and I think it's nice to see them finally, kind of getting some wins, getting some convincing wins as well against some of those, higher tier teams that have been performing. So I think that's been cool. Same boat really for Diabolis. They've only really made 8th, I think. So this is, their deepest run so far. It's nice to see how they're working with Mercy. I like what they're doing over there. And on the NA side, NA is going to be a bloodbath. Just all together.
Yeah, we will be seeing those NA teams, top 8 teams, face off tomorrow. Here is the bracket if we want to take a look at that as well. Sid, anything you want to make note of this? Any matches in particular that you're excited about seeing tomorrow?
Well, the Golden Guardians appear to be doing a lot better now. I think WizK stepping up and picking up the Destruction Warlock is a main contributing factor to that. They're definitely looking like the most improved team since they've made that adaptation. They're also a lot of fun to watch. They're fighting Turtle. They're going to play a jungle, so that series is going to be pretty exciting. It's not very often that you see Method Orange in the lower side of the bracket so early on. M2KC as well had that great run in the first cup, but now they appear to be falling behind a bit. The competition is just getting higher and higher here in North America, and there's probably a bit more of a bubble on the top 8 qualifications for this region in terms of who's going to take it, so the pressure's really on here.
Yeah, and like we saw with our Europeans today, we saw tremendous improvement and synergy really coming together for a lot of these teams. Then, do you think that we're going to expect something similar with the NA bracket tomorrow?
Well, we'll have to see. Like Sid said, I mean, there is a bit of a bubble right now. A lot of these teams like M2KC, Charlotte Phoenix, they really need to have outstanding performances. It's nice to see Turtle as well. If they can have a really deep run in the tournament, and then next week as well, have a great performance, we could see them in the top 8. So a lot on the line for these teams. But, I mean, I feel like the team we need to really focus on for North America is going to be Cloud9. A lot of the North American teams are very frustrated when they play up against Cloud9 because they just seem to be outright unbeatable for this region. So I'm just curious to see if Cloud9 can take it again, win 3 in a row, and if they can, I mean, who's going to be able to stop them, really?
Obviously no one from NA, so probably Europe.
Fair enough.
Well, you know who else did a really good job today? Zico's microphone.
Yes, I didn't mute a single time. If I was ever muted, it's on production. I don't mean to throw them under the bus. They're amazing. But I'm just saying, I didn't
This
mute
time
myself
was
a
not
single
your
I am
time.
so proud of you, I gotta say.
My
Good
first
job.
show.
You did the best. You
It's
are
because
the
of you,
MVP of today's
Maybe
match.
Rich was the problem.
The most improved.
Yeah,
What'd you say, Ben?
thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I was just saying, what's the one difference between today and all the other
Yeah.
days? I'm just saying,
It's me.
could have been, maybe it's
Nope.
Rich.
It's I'm a lucky
Rich looks better
charm.
today.
You just jinxed this so hard.
I am
for tomorrow,
severely
by the way.
lacking cringy jokes, cool
Good.
shirts, and an awesome mustache. I apologize. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. Certainly excited for tomorrow's games as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Definitely tune in for that stream. We've got some amazing games lined up, and make sure you guys click that subscribe button so you're notified when we go live. Any final takeaways, Ben, from today's games? Or maybe points that you want to make about tomorrow's games before we sign off here?
Any points about tomorrow's games? I mean, like I said, the team to look out for is going to be Cloud9 if they can continue their dominance. But for today, honestly, just a great showing. I feel like Diabolis, AWC, they really stepped up. I think the top 4 is going to be absolutely amazing for the European region, and I can't wait to get those games started on Sunday.
Me as well. We'll definitely tune in tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Eastern, here again at youtube.com/Warcraft. We will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much.